You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system now. It's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well, now welcome to Async, where we just wanna know all the fears, ideas, dreams, and doubts that you sow. Saints burn up in orange and purple glow. Whoa, and the sinners steal the whole damn show. You talk in circles, but it's worse than that. You spin around and never find your way back, round and round while you twist and
tiny flame, then stamp the universe with your God's name. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're just trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you're choking on infinity. You learned one chapter of theology, now you're lecturing on cosmology, dismissing every paper that they write like decades of research can't survive your insight. You say the experts got it wrong somehow, that you've got all the answers figured out. But if your theories really change the game, where's the Nobel Prize beside your name? You shout from mountains made of sand and call it understanding. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're just trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you're choking on infinity. Nowhere. No prize, no proof, no revolution made. Just another sermon dressed up as a grenade. You reject the evidence, rewrite the score, then wonder why nobody's buying it anymore. You cry about evolution every day, 'cause you need to feel you're built a special way. A soul that lasts forever after death, a cosmic guarantee with every breath. You'd rather trust a tale that's centuries old, a man from dirt and a rib turned whole, than scream, why are there still monkeys from the crowd, while screeching like one twice as loud. You love telling atheists what we believe, inventing things that we never conceived. You paint us monsters, bitter and obscene, then act surprised when we don't fit the scene. You think you know us, think we're cold and mean, but we're more caring than you've ever been. No threats of hell, no promised reward, just helping people because they're worth fighting for. Round and round, twist and turn, watch another bad conclusion burn. You call it wisdom, call it fate, but you're still trapped in a figure eight. Round and round, nowhere bound, lost while claiming higher ground. You think you've solved eternity, but you'll never own reality. Round and round, figure eight. Round and round, too blind to see, you're going nowhere.
with your paperback scars, talking like you travel worlds beyond the stars. You don't understand, I've seen both sides, but your dark years were sneaking beers and teenage fights. Now you're preaching from a pedestal online. You think to send us some rebellious crime. You say you know exactly how we think, but your whole testimony's hanging by a string. You say doubt was just a phase. eyes, like curiosity's a craze. Now you weaponize your past to make every question sound so bad. You can't disagree with me because of what I used to be. I claim to dismiss your whole worldview just to take your agency away from you. I used to be an atheist, even though I don't know what it means. I used to be an atheist, but really I was just a rebellious teen. Really, 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 really. You confuse skepticism with hating rules, like every atheist is just a bit of fool. But asking questions is immoral decay. Growing up doesn't mean throwing thought away. Every conversation ends the same. You'll come back to God someday. Like your personal redemption arc automatically wins the argument by default. You treat nuance like a sin. Fake confidence means you always win, but your story falls apart when emotion masquerades as fact. You can't disagree with me because of what I used to be. I claim to dismiss your whole worldview just to take your agency away from you. I used to be an atheist, even though I don't know what it means. I used to be an atheist, but really I was just a rebellious teen. You say you escaped the darkness, but never learned what disbelief was. Shadowboxing paper tigers in your head, then declare the whole debate dead. Every conversation's a battle in the war, turning into the same old score. Trust me, bro, I've been there too. No, bro, you just hated curfews. You can't disagree with me because of what I used to be. You talk like your past gives immunity from criticism and scrutiny. I used to be an atheist. That line's getting old and thin. You weren't looking for the truth back then, and now you just can't comprehend. Yeah, you call it testimony, but it sounds like revisionist history.
Good evening, folks. Welcome to Async. I hope everyone has had a wonderful Saturday. I know I had a very eventful Saturday, but I'm glad to, finally be sitting down, able to relax, and hang out with everyone tonight. So first things first, let's say hey to all of our friends that are already hanging out in chat. Looks like we got Joker coming in first tonight. Congrats, Joker. Then we got Nave, Slug Racer, Professor Hizzle. Looks like y'all were conversing quite a bit. And then D's Nuts, Boogie the Cat, Opal, more conversation, JR, Silvafet. And I think that's everyone hanging out so far. Oh, and Evan Porter. So good to see you all. Yeah, I was just enjoying Joel's stream up until just a little bit ago. That was an interesting last guest. Joel was able to track that. He wasn't really a Christian, which was it led to a very interesting conversation, and you can tell that this guy is struggling with his family dynamic, and I really hope he's able to figure out a dynamic that works for everyone. It's tough when you have conflicting beliefs going on in your family, but that's just the nature of the human mind. We're not all going to believe in the same thing. All of our interests aren't always going to align, so we got to figure out, the best way to navigate that and coexist. But yeah, tonight I've got a couple videos lined up that we can jump in and start reacting to while we wait for people to come on stage. Let me double check, make sure we got that invite link posted. Gotta boot up Firefox. I always have Firefox closed when we're streaming because I am a digital hoarder. I have like 100 tabs saved up on Firefox right now that I keep telling myself, oh, I'm going to eventually go back to this and read this article or, check out this plugin or anything. I might just need to like take an afternoon and go through everything and get it all closed out. Yep, looks like we do have the join comment penned in chat. So, folks, if you want to join the stage, just click on that link in the pinned comment, tiny.cc/async live. Let me get Firefox closed so it's not eating up a bunch of RAM. All right, so tonight, looks like we've got. Oh, it's weird. It didn't load the video. Loaded the channel. Okay, so we've got a Planet Peterson clip titled "Zesty Little Twerp Won't Shut Up." John Cohen clip titled "Ultimate Proof of God Gets Absolutely Dismantled." Looks like it's about tag. A Dr. Blitz video, Flat Earther Hates Evidence. Blitz always does well with the Flat Earth. And then a Ian clip that I had pulled up for last night, but we had so many discussions going on last night that I think we only got through the Professor Dave video. We started a Dr. Blitz video, but more discussions popped up, which is always a good thing. I prefer having actual discussions instead of just reacting to videos all night. So if any of those suggestions jumps out to anyone, Ian, Dr. Blitz, John Cohen, or Planet Peterson, let it be known in the comments. Otherwise, I'm just going to pick a random one and we'll start with there. Start from there, not with there. Ugh. Guess that's a sign I need to open this up. Get some energy drink going. I mean, Opal Fair with how long we go. Last night or this afternoon. Yep. Oh, I'm sorry, Evan P. I didn't see you pop in there. Good to have you too. I have to play the unbiased parent. I love all my children equally. But if you two want to fight it out and have your Homelander moment, go right ahead. Or not Homelander. God, I got the boys on the mind. Highlander. Hey Gretchen, how's it going?
It's going pretty good. So far, so good. So, at least I'm awake.
Yep.
That's a good thing.
Did you hear the videos I have suggested for reaction tonight?
No, I did not. What are we fucking with tonight?
We got Planet Peterson, John Cohen, Dr. Blitz, and Ian. The Ian clip is the one I had pulled up yesterday that we didn't get to because we had plenty of good conversations going.
Oh.
But the Ian clip is titled Christian claims slavery is quote unquote rehabilitation. The Dr. Blitz clip is about a flurf titled Flat Earther Hates Evidence. The John Cohen clip is about someone using tag titled Ultimate Proof of God Gets Absolutely Dismantled. And then I'm not sure the topic of Planet Peterson's video, but it's titled "Zesty Little Twerp Won't Shut Up."
Cool. Sounds good to me.
Have any preference with what we start with?
Not at all. Probably the Planet Peterson,
Yeah,
actually.
Planet Peterson's
Yeah,
always a nice one to kind of ease into.
Yeah. I mean,
If nobody is going to get on tonight, I feel like nobody would be a good guest to have on to talk about the John Cohen clip about tag.
mm-hmm.
All right. Well, let me get Peter up on the screen.
Going to college. It's real.
Oh. YouTube's autoplay shenanigans.
Yeah, I hate autoplay.
Oh, looks like my my little Highlander Homelander slip up got everyone talking about the boys in chat now. Oi, Ewie, we gotta do Homelander in it.
I still have to watch the last season.
I enjoyed it. Like there are people
And
that
it's the
say
last.
that, like,
It's the last season, right?
yeah, it's the finale for the mainline
Yeah.
series, but they're doing like a prequel for with like a
Is
Soldier
Gen
Boy.
V still a thing?
I think they wrapped up in the last season.
Mm.
But I think Jensen Ackles is such a fan poll that the prequel will probably do pretty well.
Yeah. They're also working on a new Supernatural.
No way. Oh, that makes me so happy. Like Supernatural was one of like the first like long series that I ever like actually dedicated like a good sit down to get through all of it. And it's like what, 15 seasons?
Yeah, 15.
Yeah. Great show.
I actually cried when that ended.
I can understand that.
You know, I felt like such an asshole, but I'm like, I spent 15 years of my life with these guys, you know?
Yeah, that's fair. When you're in it for that long, like you become emotionally invested.
Oh, yeah.
Like even though it's Always Sunny isn't as serious as Supernatural, like I feel like I'll have a good cry when that finally ends.
Yeah.
And I don't think they'll be going on for too much longer because Danny DeVito, he's getting up there in age, and like it just won't be the same show without him. Like even though like they had what the first 2 seasons without Danny DeVito, like he's now like a pivotal part of the show, and so to lose him would be like losing like an entire limb.
Yeah.
All right. Well, folks, looks like we're ready to jump in. Let's get ready for this zesty little twerp who won't shut up.
Really expensive. I'm having a baby. They're really expensive. I sell books though.
Oh my gosh, I didn't know that about Eric. That's great. That's so exciting.
Oh, yeah,
W's-
he announced it on the Professor Dave bingo card video they did.
Okay. Well, W's for baby Peter.
They're really good. You should also subscribe.
Oh, got a couple more friends filtering into chat. Looks like we got Charles Oliver and Darth Gently joining us. Good to see you guys.
Hey, guys.
Evolution definitely contradicts the Bible, unless you're just going to
Why do
end
you say
this.
that?
Because the Bible says all of the creatures were specially created in a garden a few thousand years ago.
I think Redeemed Zoomer thinks otherwise. It's a person on like who basically is a Protestant and knows a lot of things about Catholicism, Protestantism, you know, Christianity, blah blah blah. I have other question. Who proposed the Big Bang?
Protestant.
So I
Is he fucking for real?
that must be the zestiness, but he just brought up something that, like, you know, pisses me off to no end. Like, who proposed the Big Bang? Yeah, it was some Catholic priest, and this is you know what is known as a genetic fallacy. No, I'll pull up the exact definition. So, a genetic fallacy, also known as fallacy of origins or fallacy of virtue, is a fallacy of irrelevance in which arguments or information are dismissed or validated based solely on their source or origin rather than their content. So I predict that, you know, Guest is getting ready to say, oh, well, Christians own the Big Bang. It's a Christian-made concept because a Catholic came up with it.
Georges Lemaitre.
All right, and why are you using his theory exactly?
Well,
He
I
was a
don't use.
Catholic priest to explain God. That whole theory was to explain God.
No, it wasn't. He was.
Yes, it was. You can look it up. Sorry to say, but
I have looked it up, and
Yeah.
that's not true. Do you know?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, buddy.
What did he do for a
If you look it
living?
up, buddy, you can hear him literally say, word for word.
I don't
Guess
care.
what?
Oh my god, I already hate the Guests so much.
I do
Holy
too.
shit. I
I do
don't
too.
usually get rage baited this easily, but just something about it has spiked my cortisol for sure.
Buddy, guess what, bud? Want to know something?
That you had.
Do you want to know something, buddy? Do you want to know something? It's a simple question. Do you want to know?
You could do so.
All right, I guess you don't want to know. But basically, I'm gonna still tell you anyways. The reason why
What did Georges Lemaitre do for a living?
was to explain God.
What did Georges Lemaitre do for a living?
Yeah, he was a Catholic priest. As well, buddy.
I could.
Sorry, folks. I gotta skip that so we don't get a copyright Jeopardy theme. Likes to ding ya.
Share my screen, but I'm not going to. Georges Henry Joseph Edouard Lemaitre.
You read that? Catholic
Was a-
priest.
was a
Shut
Belgian-
the fuck up, bitch. That's
was
a
a-
Catholic priest. You're dumb. You're dumb. That's a Catholic priest.
Was a Belgian Catholic priest, theoretical physicist, and mathematician.
You lack an IQ, man. That's all I gotta say. You lack an IQ.
No, I have lots of those.
Hey, Jackie. Good to see you tonight.
I was.
So, anyways, he was a theoretical physicist. And did you know that the Catholic
Wait,
Church? Did you know that the Catholic Church wanted to make
Muted me.
his
Speaking
teachings?
the truth. Wow.
Did you know? You can come back whenever you want, but you like it's impossible to talk when you won't stop talking. Did you know? The dude didn't even have a username, so I don't know what to call him. Did you know that the Catholic Church wanted to officially incorporate the Big Bang into its, I don't know, canon, something like that? And he specifically said to them,
Hey, nobody. Good to see ya. We have a John Cohen clip talking about tag. If you want to jump up for that reaction later, thought that might interest you. Oh, and we also got Sir Equinox jumping in the chat. Good to see ya.
no, don't do
Equinox.
that, because we might
know
learn,
about it.
because all scientific knowledge is provisional. We might learn in the future that the
Happy Saturday, Brad, Janet, Rocky.
Big Bang isn't true. So don't do that. So he didn't do it to prove God
Damn
at
it,
all.
Rocky.
And it's not going to send its guest request back. I think it might have been actually banned for requesting by TikTok because I got a notification. So, oh well. Song of Swinging on a Vine. And what's
Only
right
the first
with
season
being an
have
alcoholic
been
with
DeVito.
I
You done been
I
corrected.
just got Sunny sniped. I'll take it in stride.
depression that eventually kills themselves. What's right with that?
But do you feel bad for the monkeys who didn't evolve
No,
into
they don't.
humans?
No, they don't kill themselves.
Oh, so Eric is doing that thing where like he now has spliced in a completely different video. Or wait, did he? Okay, yeah, this is later. Probably same stream, but later in a different color. So unfortunately, I don't think we're going to get that zesty color back. Unfortunately or fortunately, I can already feel my cortisol levels starting to drop. So maybe it's for the best.
I feel bad for humans that do all that stuff because of the plagues of modernity. That was really stupid of us to do that to ourselves.
So do you want to be a monkey?
No, because I'm a pretty successful human.
Oh,
The number of
interesting.
monkeys I feel bad for is, for the most part, just the ones in the zoos.
Hey, WV and Isa, good to see you guys.
The number of people, how much of humanity do I feel sorry for?
And Yo Maple.
And hello, Maple.
Yep.
I don't know, at least half of it.
Yeah, but wouldn't it be fun if the monkeys evolved a little bit so where they could at least talk and tell us what they wanted? They didn't, it didn't happen.
Remember when you were a kid?
Oh, I'm getting old now. Those memories are long gone.
Do you kind of remember the general idea and sentiment of being a younger person?
Oh,
A younger
yeah. I fixed it in the shorts, in the vert stream. I didn't fix it in the. Hang on.
What needs to be fixed?
The call-in link.
Oh, darn. Yeah,
I copied
I
and
only looked
pasted
at
weird.
I only looked at the vertical link when I was confirming
Yeah.
that. It's my bad.
Copied and pasted it weird. So then I had to go back and fix it. I think I fixed it in the vertical and then got distracted.
person.
Yeah, like for example, a kid.
Yeah, what memories are you trying to get me to induce?
Was it more joyful being a kid or an adult?
Well, I have more freedom now. I was playing a lot more hockey when I was younger.
Yeah, so think of like all the things little kids do. Like they got a lot of freedom and they just want to like go outside and play. They don't want to read Plato's Symposium or do whatever the hell it was you were talking about earlier. Or in other words, kids actually act like monkeys and people are happier when they're kids. So, yeah.
Oh.
I was just kind of tying it to what you were doing because you're driving a car, playing a video game. You don't think a monkey wouldn't like to enjoy what you're doing right now?
Maybe you could probably train a monkey to play a video game, a really simple one, and maybe they would like it.
They haven't evolved. They can play with Rubik's cubes and stuff like that, but
Now, let me know
for
when
a
you're
video
done.
game console,
There's a difference between like sliding the edges of a Rubik's cube and actually solving it. So like I don't know like what definition of play Caller is trying to use, but like yeah, a monkey could manipulate a Rubik's cube. I don't get what that point was supposed to make.
I mean, it would be pretty awesome if they evolved to the point to where we could play with them.
Yeah, I don't think that's really true at all. You know what else humans really like? Humans like smoking and drinking and doing all kinds of stuff that destroys their lives.
You don't think
people
monkeys
like
destroy their
doing
lives?
those things? No, not like that. They're not stupid enough to do that.
I don't know. You should watch some monkey documentaries. They do a lot of foolish shit.
Actually, you can give monkeys, this has been done before, you can give monkeys like tobacco and alcohol and they'll actually use it and they kind of have fun doing it, but if they get sick from it they'll never touch the stuff again, which humans are like for the most part exactly the opposite of that. So
yeah, Equinox, I caught that. It's like, what?
we created things that destroy our lives, but then in huge masses we all think that that's kind of like what you're supposed to do. We're not smart enough to stay off the sauce, and the monkeys are.
I don't know. People who don't stay off the sauce, they're labeled alcoholics, so you don't want to turn into that. But all I'm saying is that if these monkeys evolved just so they could talk, because some of them know sign language, but just so they could express to us what we needed, but that evolution didn't happen, unfortunately. Well,
Why is
maybe
it
next time.
why is it unfortunate?
So they could speak to us and we could tell them, they could tell us what they wanted.
Why would that? How did you somehow stumble upon the best things in the world are things that humans do? That's normally called a conflict of interest or bias. How'd you do it? Here, let me say, the best thing in the world is having a prehensile tail, and humans don't have those. Geez, it's too bad that humans didn't evolve. The best thing in the world is having a prehensile tail.
I think you're jumping
Thanks
to
for
assumptions.
calling that
I
out,
was saying
Dave.
if monkeys
Yes.
could talk, I think if you're
Pleasure to meet yourself.
yes,
Actually,
if
it's
monkeys
probably not very pleasurable, but anyways.
if monkeys could talk, we could actually rehabilitate their enclosures better. We could listen to what their favorite snacks are.
Or we could not.
We could rehabilitate their enclosures better. If monkeys could talk, we shouldn't be like locking them up. Like we probably shouldn't be locking up monkeys like period to begin with. Like outside of like rehabilitative like capture, like if there's like a monkey that's like sick or injured and we take it in temporarily to like help it so it can actually survive. But like zoos are kind of like ethically questionable.
Put them in cages.
But they're already in cages.
Right. And who did that? We did that. So apparently human evolution is bad once again.
Yeah, but you're playing a cool video game.
Yeah, I could be, but I could be reading Plato's Symposium, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just think we could help out these monkeys more if they could talk.
Okay. Help them with what?
What do you mean?
What do they need help with?
Are you kidding me?
No.
Some of their land is literally getting logged by illegal African loggers. They could tell
Okay,
us that
then humans, then we can
they
just, then maybe humans should just stop doing that. That has nothing to do with them.
yes, but that's never going to happen. Humans aren't going to stop doing it. Maybe if an animal could talk and evolve, then they could say, hey, all these African poachers are slaying us, and then the whole world will listen.
Geez, if only malaria-carrying mosquitoes, do you think malaria-carrying mosquitoes go around saying, "Bzzz, if only the humans could talk the mosquito language, bzzz, then we could talk to them and tell them how to avoid getting malaria." Bzzz. Does that make any sense? Are you genuinely deadass right now, chat? Like, do you actually like not believe in evolution, or did you just come up here to be a weirdo?
Well, I don't see how you don't agree with me.
Okay, so
And how is the Big Bang and evolution?
Whoa, that was a sudden cut. Okay, so that last guy got thoroughly cooked. Now, like super off topic, but like, does anybody remember like a kid story about like a mosquito getting like trapped inside like this person's body? It, like flies into their ear or something. Let's see if I can find the children's book about mosquito and body. Yeah, no, I can't find it. I just got randomly reminded of that when Eric was doing his little mosquito impression. Because they're like, growing up, I had this book and it also came with a cassette tape, and like someone narrated it and did like a voice very similar to what Eric was doing. And so that just like fired off all my like childhood neurons about that book.
Uh-huh.
All right, let's listen to this next caller. That last caller wasn't really a zesty little twerp, so I don't think that like the title necessarily applies to all these callers now. It's just kind of a compilation.
A fact.
because they're known to be true.
Don't challenge me like this, because then I will rabbit hole until I find it. I swear to the non-existent God.
Well, that's the same thing. I'm asking like what proved that, like,
The evidence.
and what evidence is that?
Genetics, the fossil record, comparative anatomy, embryology, common sense when it comes to evolution. For for the Big Bang. We live in an expanding universe. The cosmic microwave background radiation. Those are the biggest ones.
Okay. So with these things, hold on. I'm so sorry. With these things, if they're proven,
What the hell? Is caller getting out of a car, or are they about to like drive in live? Like, because there's only about 4 minutes left, so I'm a little concerned that they might try to drive, while on with Eric.
why do people still?
Buddy, I haven't heard anything you've said for the last 20 seconds after you turned on your car. The radio started blasting, and now I don't hear anything at all. So, bro is a prophet. He said this would happen. He said this would happen. Oh, that's what I sound like? Oh, that's what I sound like?
Oh man, the feedback loop. Hey Robin, good to see you tonight.
Hi, Robin.
Oh, it's horrible. Chat, why didn't you tell me?
Like hearing your own voice when you're not expecting it is similar to like, you're holding your phone like down by your chest and you accidentally open your camera app and you get that unflattering angle of like you looking down at your phone. Very similar experiences.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right, I'm sorry. I was just saying, wouldn't all that? Why do people still believe in religion and stuff if all that is proven?
I don't know. People, it's a pretty well observed phenomena that when you form beliefs not using evidence, evidence is extremely
Phenomenon.
feckless at being able to erode
Singular.
those beliefs. So that would be one reason, maybe the reason. But for a lot of people, it doesn't matter if evolution is true because that doesn't mean God doesn't exist, which is pretty much true. It might depend on the God, but it's pretty much true.
Well, I think if evolution is true, it would low-key disprove it because if we
Oh, and hi, Victoria. Sorry, I missed your message in chat.
came from, molecules learning how to replicate themselves and stuff like that, then
Okay, molecules didn't learn how to replicate themselves. That's not like how chemistry works. There's no intentionality behind it. It's just the system working as the system does. And hi Evian. Hope you're having a good Saturday.
Adam and Eve wouldn't be real. You know what I'm saying?
Well, that would just disprove the Christian God. But a lot of Christians have figured out ways to harmonize those two ideas. But as I said, it might disprove some sort of God, but not just the idea that God exists.
Well, I'm also like agnostic or whatever and grew up.
You're also driving, so goodbye. Get a free book, 2 free.
Yeah, I called that. Huh. I kind of wish Eric's clips were like longer of the same guest, because like I like to be able to like bite into a conversation a little more than like 5 minutes at a time, but it's still entertaining. Oh, looks like we got Bacon and Bush in chat. Good to see ya.
Hey, Bacon.
I'll probably be having some Bacon and Bush on the 4th.
Oh, are you going to celebrate? Because MAGA Mike Johnson said that people on the left don't even celebrate the 4th
I mean,
because we hate America.
festive. I'm festive. I don't know if I'm necessarily celebrating, but
Well,
I
no,
am
but we
engaging
we
in
hate
the
America,
holiday.
so we hate America, so we don't even celebrate that.
Yeah,
We don't even
I'm just
recognize it.
a flag burning commie.
Right. Well, we're all working towards a communist utopia.
Oh, it's
I
such a
mean,
terrible thing. Hoping for utopia.
if you can't trust the words of the Speaker of the House, I mean, who can you trust?
The Speaker of the House can't even
He
trust himself
he
not to look
wouldn't
at porn. So he needs
he
an
wouldn't
app that
lie,
tells
would
his
he?
child when he looks at porn.
Right, but he wouldn't lie, would he? I mean,
Oh no, never. Like
he's
he
third
swore in on a
he's
Bible,
third in
right?
line. Yeah, he's actually second in the line of succession for president. So, I mean, he couldn't lie. That would be wrong. Wouldn't it?
Oh, so wrong.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You know, you would expect if like, you know, the Christian God was actually real and like, you know, people were swearing in on the Bible, like, taking their oath of office, that like God would actually like punish people for you know, using his word to you know, further their lies. Just
He
another way to put it.
definitely would have punished someone by now.
I feel like I saw another name in chat. Oh yeah, Hayden Walton. Good to see you.
Hi, Hayden.
All right. Well, next, maybe we can let's go with Blitz.
Okie dokie.
Since it always seems like, you know, we save Blitz till like later in the night, and we start a Blitz clip and we get like 10 minutes into it, and then like, you know, the conversations pick up, so we never actually get through an entire Blitz clip.
Yeah. But that's okay too, because you know, if we get to that point, then it's done its job, you know.
I gave you an example of the
It's a good problem to have.
Mm-hmm.
This one sounds a little quieter.
kind of experiment that you could conduct yourself. Well, I'm sorry, do you just not like evidence? Are you just not an evidence fan? Like, I get it. I get it. If you're not a fan of evidence, if you would just rather believe whatever some TikToker or YouTuber told you, then like, I get it. Like, maybe the globe Earth just isn't for you because like you're just not into that kind of thing. I'm an evidence guy. Like, I like to believe the true thing about the world. So if I'm not sure, I just go out and look at the experimental data, and then I come to the conclusions based on that experimental data. But if that's not for you, that's not for you. I get it. Morpheus, how's it going?
Hey, good. I want to see if we can finish up this last conversation we had.
Did we speak? Have we spoken before?
It was about 2 months ago, and live just shut down on us because I had you in a corner, unfortunately.
No way he had Blitz in a corner. Like starting out with like the cope and straight up lying is wild. And it obviously like made no impression on Blitz because Blitz doesn't recognize their voice or their name or anything. It's like, you know, you go to enough parties and you like meet the same people, but only at those parties, like you're eventually going to like, you know, meet someone that like you don't realize that you're not meeting for the first time, and you're like, oh hey, nice to meet you, and they hit you with oh, we've actually met before.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see. Oh, we spoke on January 22nd. Does that sound right?
Yeah, it could have been.
Like 5 months ago. I don't actually remember talking to you, but yeah, we can. Actually, you went up on the YouTube channel.
Okay.
Did you know that?
Oh, nice.
Jamnik, my dude, good to see you. Happy Saturday.
Hi,
So,
Jams.
why do you think the Earth is a It's flat.
Well, here's the problem: is that when you accept the gravity model, it doesn't make sense. You have two different models. You have a model apparently for space, and you have a model apparently for Earth. And
Yeah,
what
can you
I
elaborate
mean,
on that? What do you mean?
well, when we
All right,
accept
hang
gravity,
on. Where's
we're s-
that? That is. Hey, James.
Rock on, Gretchen.
Hey, anything for James.
supposed to expect mutual attraction. So when we're told about planets, we're told that planets are attracted to each other, right? So when we see astronauts in space, they tell us that they are floating because of free fall. So what I'm trying to explain here, how do you have the effect of free fall for astronauts, but yet on Earth we have stable ground, and we don't see any of that. We don't see any free fall effects on Earth. But we
Sure you
know
do. If you're falling, you are experiencing free fall.
I understand that, but where I'm okay, so I'm in a chair. I'm in a chair right now. How do I expect to see free fall if I
can drop
sitting in a
something.
chair? I understand, but
If
what
you are not experiencing free fall, if you're sitting in a chair,
okay, so let me ask you this question:
please.
if you are in an airplane and it drops straight to the ground, are you in free fall inside that airplane?
At least until you hit terminal velocity. Initially, you would be at free fall, but there are other forces involved, so you're not going to be exactly in free fall.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that when we look at linear motion, we know, or you tell us that we don't know that we're in linear motion. We know that, but in free fall,
What do you mean by linear motion?
When you say that we're in a plane and we go 500 miles an hour,
sure,
you tell us that we don't notice it, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, I can sleep on a
Does he just mean a constant velocity? As in, like, we're not accelerating? Is that what he means by linear motion?
Wish I could sleep
I
on a plane.
don't know if even he knows what it means.
Right.
While sitting up, but people can sleep on planes. We can have a cup of water sitting on a table, and so like the cup of water is going to behave exactly as if the cup of water was sitting on the ground. It's just going to sit there. It's not going to be rippling. It's not going to be pushed back or anything. It's just going to be sitting there. So yeah, I mean, like, barring turbulence, of course, it is going to be indistinguishable from just sitting on the ground.
But that's the whole point. If you're in free fall on an airplane, you're going to know that you're in free fall. Is that correct?
So it just depends.
Oh, well, RP is mountain time.
Yeah. Good old Colorado.
So the reality is that so free fall happens when there are no forces on you except gravity. But we live on a world with an atmosphere, and that atmosphere can cause drag. It can cause all sorts of these kinds of phenomena that would make your motion noticeable. So, for example, if you're just driving like on the road and it's like a straight shot, right? The highway is just like a straight shot. If there's no bumps on the road and you have good shocks, it'll feel like you're not moving. But the moment you stick your hand out the window, all of a sudden your hand will be like blown backwards because of the air. Yeah. And so the effects of the atmosphere can absolutely make your motion appear or make your motion feel like it's not, at rest, or make it seem like you'll actually notice the motion, if you will. But that's because of the air. It's not because of the motion, right? It's because the air is there. If you were in a vacuum, you wouldn't see that happen.
Yeah, but that's my whole point. Everything that you're describing has a effect that has nothing to do with the rotation of the earth or gravity. You're giving me air excuses. You're giving me putting my hand out the window, but that doesn't correlate to any of these mechanics that you're telling me that I'm dealing with, right?
I'm sorry, what's the objection?
When you're saying that I'm putting my hand out the window, you're saying it's because of the air. Is that correct?
Yeah, of course, and that makes sense, right? You can feel the wind on your hand.
We all understand that, but if I'm sitting in a chair and there's no wind and it's just a day where it's just really light outside, where does that correlate to gravity or rotation or anything with that? Because we can just look at the weather and
to be clear, gravity and rotation are different things. So I'm not. I understood that we were talking about gravity. You're bringing up rotation. I don't really understand the correlation here.
Well, the problem is that here's what I'm going to say. Back to gravity. They tell us that astronauts are floating because of the apparent free fall motion that they're in. Right. Yep. That's what they tell us. Yep. What I am saying is that we're on stable ground. So there's nothing that tells us that we are in free fall on Earth. Right.
We're not in free fall.
There you go. We're on stable ground, sir.
So when we're not in free fall because there's forces acting on us.
But that's the whole
Besides
point.
gravity.
You
Free
could
fall
say
only
that-
happens when the only force acting on you is gravity. If there
you
are
could say
other
whatever-
forces involved, then you're not going to be in free fall.
You could say whatever you want, but ultimately, if you're going into a building designer, if they're building a skyscraper, they're going to have to take the assumption that the ground is stable and not moving. Would you not agree with that?
So stable and not moving they're not in conflict with each other, right? For
That's
example,
what the ground is doing, though, sir. It's not moving and it's stable. That's how they're building a skyscraper.
it's not moving relative to what?
It's just not moving.
Relative to what? Motion is relative.
To the tools, relative to the tools and construction equipment.
Yeah, sure. But that's because the
It's
tools
not
are
moving.
on the ground and they're moving with the ground relative to the center of the earth.
That is not true, sir. They have to take
Well, that's
the
an
fact.
that's an
They
assertion.
have to assume that the ground is stable. Are you not assuming that?
The
when you're
ground is
building a
stable
building?
relative to them, sure.
Sir, it's stable, though, at the end of the day.
Stable relative
Is
to
it
what?
not? It's not moving.
Relative to what?
Relative to the building not tilting forward or backwards.
Yeah, so things on the ground are not going to be moving relative to the ground unless they have wheels or something like that, right?
So let me ask you a question.
Like if you build a building, of course the building's not going to be moving relative to the ground.
If I took your logic, then we wouldn't be able to notice earthquakes because I'm moving with the earth, aren't I?
So what you notice in earthquakes is not the earth moving, you notice it accelerating. Acceleration makes you
Accelerating
feel
for what?
Hold on one sec. Acceleration, like when you are suddenly accelerating, that produces something called a pseudoforce, which is because you're no longer in a non-inertial reference frame, you experience, or your body moves in a way that your body wants to move in a way that would be inertial, except your surroundings or whatever you're attached to are non-inertial, and so you feel something that appears like a force. So that's why you feel an earthquake. You don't feel an earthquake because the earth is moving. You feel it because it's accelerating.
Okay, that's fine. But what I'm saying is that we notice earthquakes, right?
Yeah,
So
because
what
of the
I-
acceleration, not because of the motion.
That's fine. You can call it what you want. But what I'm saying is that we know that the earth is not moving. We know that.
Why
Because we
you
can
could say
because-
that, but like, why should
because-
I believe that at all?
Because we know that when the ground is not moving, we have no earthquakes.
When the ground is not moving, we have no earthquakes. What?
Yes.
I don't see how
And
that
we
is
know
related.
the difference. We know the difference between having an earthquake and not having an earthquake, right?
Yeah. So if the whole Earth was moving in one direction, you wouldn't notice that, right?
The earth is not moving though.
Okay, but that wasn't my question. If the whole Earth was moving in one direction, would you notice that?
If it was in free fall, you would. Yes, you would.
That wasn't my question. If the whole Earth was just moving at a constant speed in one direction,
Li-
would you notice
linear?
it?
In a linear
Yeah,
direction.
yeah, in
Well,
linear
according to
direction.
your model, then yeah, you probably wouldn't notice it as
Okay,
much.
I'm asking. I'm
as
asking,
much.
what do you think would happen?
If the earth was moving linearly,
Yeah, like let's say let's say that the whole Earth was moving. Okay, so you think that there's a firmament, right?
well, here's the problem.
I'm just trying. I'm trying to steal menu here. I'm not trying to straw menu or anything. So like, you think that there's like water around the firmament, right?
Well, I don't really like to get into that because I like to really talk with the shape of the earth. I mean, that's
Right.
more
But
of a-
look, I'm not trying to straw menu. I'm just trying to set up a hypotheticals just so that we
Okay,
can.
go ahead. Yes.
So suppose that there's water around the Earth, and that water's not moving, right? And like the Earth is like surrounded by a firmament, and it's like, so imagine that like the firmament is like protecting us from the water, so we wouldn't notice. We wouldn't notice if like the firmament was like buffeting against the water. Imagine that the whole Earth, including the firmament, was moving through the water upward at a constant speed. Would we notice it?
If it were moving, we notice when things are going up and down. Yes, we do.
Well, I'm not talking about going from rest to moving. We would notice the acceleration, of course, like in an elevator. I'm talking about, would we be able to tell the difference between it moving upward at, say, 5 miles per hour at a constant speed forever, like it's been doing that since the dawn of time?
You would.
How would we
Because
tell the difference between that and just not moving at all?
Because I'll explain it to you. If you were in an
Please.
elevator, and it went up forever, and let's just say at 50 miles an hour, you're going to notice it until it stops. You're going to notice that you're going up.
How would you notice that you're moving upwards if it hasn't started and it hasn't stopped since you've been born?
Because we know that when the elevator wasn't moving, right, there was no motion or any forces to us, right? We can assume that, right?
No.
Yes or no?
So
If you're in
Morpheus,
an elevator
and maybe I can just give you
it's not moving,
a better thought
then
experiment.
we assume that it's not moving, sir.
What motion is relative, but let me give you a perhaps better thought experiment. Suppose that you are you're knocked unconscious, right? You're given anesthesia or something, and then you're placed into an elevator while you're unconscious. The elevator has no windows. It has no they seal the doors. It's soundproof, whatever. And then the elevator just starts moving upwards at a constant speed of say 10 miles an hour, and you're going upwards. You're going upwards for, it's a 10,000 foot tall building or something. So it's going to take you a while to get up to the top. When you wake up in the elevator is already moving. Are you able to figure out whether or not you're moving from inside the elevator?
Well, you're gonna notice that if you notice that you're from stable ground, you're gonna notice that.
Well, no, you're
My
just in an
question is-
elevator, right?
My question
Are you
is,
able to tell whether or not you're
yeah,
moving?
You eventually would, yeah. After time,
No,
you would
I'm saying like
why
right
would
when you wake,
take-
like right when you wake up, you're in this box. You don't know where you are. It's just a box.
Let me ask you a
Are
simple
you able to
question.
tell whether or not you're moving?
Let me ask you: if you put a scale in the elevator, what would your weight be?
So you can have a scale in your elevator if you want.
If you're
While you're
going up, how
moving.
much would you weigh?
You tell me. Do you think that the scale will read a different number than what it normally would read if you were
I
standing on
don't
the
know.
ground?
I'm just a guy that barely graduated high school. I don't know anything.
So it turns out the
Oh shit! I grant that. I super grant that. That's a crazy self-report. So I'm just gonna throw like a graphic I whipped up really quick on screen. You know what color seems to just fundamentally be misunderstanding is the entire concept of statics. So like you're standing on the ground and you're exerting a force downward. You F1, that's going to be your mass times the acceleration due to gravity. And the ground is literally pushing back on you with an equal force, equal to your mass times the acceleration of gravity. And so, like, if these two forces are equal, things are considered static. And so there's going to be no movement, in this exchange. So that's why ground holds us up. If the ground didn't have like the material strength to hold you, like it was like wet with mud, then like your force could actually push down, and it won't have the same force capacity to push back, and that's why then you'll start to sink into the mud. But this is just a very this is like the beginning concept of statics, when like you're doing like engineering equations, and things get a lot more complicated when you start to add movement in, and that's what we call dynamic systems.
answer is and you can actually test this on an elevator. It will read the exact same number.
Okay, so what happens when you're in free fall?
When you're in free fall, it'll read 0. The scale.
Okay.
But
So
I really need an answer to this. This is really important to make sure that we're like talking about the
if
same
you're
thing.
saying the ground, if you're
While
saying
you're
that
in this elevator, which again, you don't know, like you just woke up in here, you don't know if it's moving or not. What could you do to figure out if it's moving?
well, you would basically know that. I mean, you're basically saying that if you're in an elevator, if I can know if you're in free fall and you're dropping,
You're not in free fall. You're in an elevator.
But here's the thing. That's the problem.
The elevator is moving upwards at 10 miles per hour.
I get what you're saying. But
So
what
how
I'm
would you
saying-
figure out that you're
and that's
moving?
fine.
What would you
That's
do?
fine. But how do you tell us that the astronauts are floating in space?
Can you
because of
please
free
answer
fall?
my question? I don't know why you're like avoiding it so much.
Okay.
Like,
Well, you
so
would have-
in
you
this
would have to know- you would have to
scenario,
know-
how would you figure out that you're moving?
You would have to know what stable ground feels like. You would have to have the right.
I mean, you
instrumentation.
look like you're
I
a
mean,
normal
if he-
person.
if he- if he
You're
brought-
a normal
if he brought
person.
the
You
right
lived on
instrumentation-
the ground for most of your life, and now you
Now,
wake
if
up
you
in this elevator. How do you tell if the
Now-
elevator's moving?
Now, if you're saying that he can bring the right instrumentation and
Yeah, what instrumentation would he bring?
Then he would be able to figure that out at some
Like
point,
what?
right?
Like what? What would he
There's
use?
altitude readers. He would be able to figure that out, how high his altitude is.
How
There's
do
many
altitude
things
readers
you can
work?
figure-
How do altitude
Just use an accelerometer. Jesus Christ, this fucking guest.
readers work?
I'm not going to get into that. He can figure out his G forces. He can figure out a lot of different.
Well, there's
things,
no
right?
G-forces.
Now,
You're moving
if
at a
you're gonna say
constant
There's
speed.
no windows, and I have no head, or I'm just walking.
No,
Who knows?
there's no windows. You can have whatever instrument you want in there, but you can't like use any instrument that communicates with the outside world. That's the only rule.
But that's the problem. You're isolating the system for this test, but we know.
Yeah.
we
So
have
I'm asking, given that you're isolated, is there
given
anything that
I'm
you can do
blind,
from
deaf,
inside the
and
elevator?
I don't know what's going on, and I'm handicapped.
Like, look, you just woke up in here. Like, you know who you are. You know, you have all of your past memories, but you just woke up in here. You just don't know if it's moving or not. This is how we do experiments. We isolate variables, right? So I'm asking you, is there an experiment that you can do to
Yes,
figure out
we have
that you're moving? Which experiment could you do?
We have technical
Like what?
measurement systems.
Like what? Like what?
I just told you. I just gave you one example. I just gave you one.
A G-force meter will not show you whether or not you're moving or not. In fact, it'll read 0.
Sir, I said you can figure out your altitude.
How would your altitude tell you? Wait, how would you figure out?
Hey, nobody, how you doing?
What up?
Hey, nobody.
Yeah, just enjoying Blitz and this guy who admittedly almost didn't graduate high school.
I don't think that high school would have helped him understand relative motion.
Nobody probably had to struggle to graduate kindergarten.
I did kindergarten twice. It's because I moved schools though, but that is funny.
Fair. That's fair. Yeah, you typically don't get into relative motion until like you're evaluating like different reference frames, and so yeah, that's a little later in most programs.
Or I guess what I meant was any type of schooling wouldn't have helped him understand.
Yeah, it might just be a capacity issue.
Your altitude, because the air pressure is the same in your elevator. It's completely sealed.
What I'm
the air
saying
pressure
is
is not changing as your altitude changes.
You could put it on the outside of the elevator if you like.
You can't go outside the elevator. The elevator's sealed.
What? I understand that. I get your cat box experiment.
So it sounds like from the inside of the elevator, you can't figure out that you're moving.
You can.
Wait, he just called it a cat box experiment. Does he think this has anything to do with Schrodinger's cat? Like where did the cat come into like this? Okay.
So what? If you can, then tell me how you would do it.
It may not. Okay, here's what I'm going to give you. In linear motion,
use your noodle.
Okay, fine. Okay, you can't figure it out, but that's not my point.
Agree. I'm glad we agree.
My point is free fall. Explain free fall to me, sir.
So free fall is a kind of linear motion. It's a sort of a generalization of linear motion. I can go into that if you want, but it's a kind of linear motion. And so free fall is just the kind of linear motion where there is where there's nothing but gravity acting on you, right? And I call it linear motion because it's linear in a technical sense in relativity. It's not linear in the sense that like you can be in orbit and still be in free fall, and that's technically linear motion through a curved space-time. It's neither here nor there. But the point is free fall is what you experience when there's just gravity acting on you. That's all it is.
But all I'm trying to just explain is when it comes to free fall, we notice that it's not something that you just become a part of.
We notice that we're in free fall. What do you mean?
Well,
like our stomach rises or something, or
yeah, in all practical purposes, yes, we notice what free fall is.
Yeah, we do, and that's just because we can distinguish it from being on the ground. Being on the ground is not free fall. Being in free fall is free fall.
But my whole point is that if we're being told that astronauts are floating because of free fall, then we have to assume that the Earth is also in free fall.
The Earth is in free fall. Yeah, that's true.
Exactly.
And so we're in free fall with the Earth, but the Earth's own gravity. So if we consider just the sun's pull on us, then yes, we would be in free fall from the sun. But there's more than just the sun. The Earth has its own gravity. So we are not in free fall because the Earth is there. Because we're on the surface of the Earth and the Earth is preventing us from being in free fall.
Yeah, but my whole question is, how do you have stable contact with the ground if you're in free fall? How do you walk on the ground and have a stable weight? You cannot do it.
So we are not humans are not in free fall. We're stuck to the surface of the Earth. That prevents us from being in free fall.
So but that's what I'm saying. You can't have the cake and eat it too. You're saying
the Earth is in free fall. The Earth is in free fall. Humans are not.
Exactly. You're having the cake and eat it too, though, sir.
Those two things are not in contradiction.
Yes, they are, because you can have free fall on Earth. We can have free fall on Earth, and we can demonstrate this.
Yeah, I mean, sure, you can drop things, but then those things are not in contact with the Earth.
But, sir, you have to have stable ground at the end of the day.
I don't know what that's addressing.
You cannot walk on solid, stable ground in free fall.
So humans, standing on the Earth are not in free fall.
Well, that's my whole argument. But you're
humans that are not on the Earth, humans that are say falling, they are in.
Yeah, nobody. You nailed it. He just fundamentally does not understand relative motion. Like it's a frame issue.
Yeah, I just don't understand. Like, what he means. Like, what did I was typing in chat. What did he say? It was like because the Earth is in free fall, then things not relatively being in free fall relative to Earth. That's a problem. Like what?
Yeah, he's saying Blitz wants to have his cake and eat it too.
Oh, yeah, great.
But like,
oh my god,
the term linear motion keeps coming up, and I wonder if like they're calling it linear motion because of like the linear increase, say like you have the function of velocity like at a constant, that means that like your position will be increasing linearly. So like maybe I should just like mock up a quick graph.
It sounds like even like someone who's convinced that like the linear speed of stuff on the equator is like 1,000 miles an hour or something, and they're just trying to like apply it to other stuff. I don't know.
Okay, so the first graph will be like your change of position. The second is velocity, and the last is acceleration. So like if we have like a constant acceleration rate, that means that like your velocity will like increase in a linear fashion, and then your position will increase in an exponential fashion. Because as you get faster, the amount of ground that you cover will increase quicker.
Right.
So
Yeah.
if we have no acceleration and we just have a constant rate of velocity, well then our position will increase in this linear fashion. And so I think that's what we're talking about when we mean linear motion. And so we're just moving at a constant velocity. There's no acceleration to feel that change in velocity.
Yeah.
But in all my schooling, we didn't call it linear motion. We described it in terms of these three derivatives of change in position.
Free fall.
Let me
They
ask you this
stop being
question.
in free fall when they hit the ground.
Okay, but under your model, they say
Again,
that the Earth is
ignoring
actually,
air resistance, of course.
your model says that the Earth is actually pushing towards you as well. Is that correct?
I mean, there is a force. There is a force on you pushing up. It's what prevents you from falling through. Yeah.
But the ground is moving up as you're moving down, kind of. Is that kind of
No,
what
the
you
ground
guys-
is not moving up, and at least not in any typical reference frame.
Okay, because that's what I was told. I was told that.
Who told you that?
I was told by a couple of people I was debating.
Okay,
that
who
they
told
were
you
saying
that?
the Earth. I don't
Eric
remember. I was having a debate
Okay,
with
the Earth is not moving up.
I just said he's told by Eric DeBay.
Oh,
That's
geez,
all.
Yeah. And yeah, Hayden, mass and weight are different because weight takes into account mass and acceleration, whereas mass is just just mass. And so like it gets kind of confusing, like going like between metric and English standard or imperial, if you will, because we're so used to using pounds, which is
Freedom
actually,
units.
yeah, which is actually a weight measurement and not a mass measurement. I think slugs are technically the mass unit in imperial. Let me make sure. One slug is a mass equal to, yeah, okay, yeah. So slugs are the mass in imperial units or freedom units, if you will. And so then you would have to add in the acceleration of gravity to get pounds.
Up.
Okay, so the Earth is stable.
I mean, relative to the center of the Earth is obviously not moving. I don't know what you mean by
It's not-
stable.
okay,
You
it's not
keep using
moving.
that word.
Obviously not moving.
Yeah, relative to the center of the Earth. I mean, like it's rotating, but like it's not like moving. Obviously relative to the center of the Earth.
So
Now,
we're
of course, relative to the sun, the Earth is moving. It's like going around it, but that's relative to the sun, not relative to the center of the Earth. So like the reason why we feel so you know how like you ever go to the gym and like you do a really intense workout and then like you wake up the next day and like you struggle to like lift your arms or you struggle to lift your legs?
yeah.
Okay, so that feeling, that is the failure to be in free fall, right? Free fall wants your legs to be down wants your legs to be going down. If you want to get out of bed, you have to lift them. You have to fight against being in free fall.
Okay.
And you ever get that feeling like when you stand up and you just feel like you're sagging because you've been standing for so long, like your body feels heavy, like you can feel it in your knees?
Yes.
to Handon. So weight is technically a vector, a force vector when you take into account mass times the acceleration of all forces. And so like acceleration due to gravity, acceleration due to movement, so all of that. So it's not just in a gravity field, it's just like period, because like there are going to be multiple potential accelerations that you have to take into account.
That's because the ground is applying an upward force on you. So it applies an upward force on your feet apply an upward force on your tibia applies an upward force on your knee, and your knee then is holding, like, it has to apply a huge upward force to keep the rest of your body up. And so you'll feel it in your knees, you'll feel it in your joints, because that's the weak points, right? It's because of the ground pushing up on your feet. Your ground pushes up on your feet push up on your legs push up on your torso.
So you're saying the ground is pushing up on my feet then?
Yeah, there's an upward force from the ground. The ground isn't moving, the ground is pushing up on you.
The ground isn't moving.
I love how they're just now touching on this, and like that was the entire point of my first graphic. God, fucking love to see it.
Moving, but the ground is pushing up on me. Is this what you're saying?
Yeah, I can explain it if that's not, if you don't understand that.
Let me just make sure. Let me say this one more time. The ground is not moving. The ground is not moving, but it's pushing up.
Not moving.
Hey Eric, good to see you tonight. Hope you had a good Saturday.
Moving relative to you if you're standing on it, sure. Yeah.
Not moving relative to me.
Yep.
But I'm feeling.
Oh.
Yeah.
It's
So like two things can be pushing against each other without
We
them
don't trust
moving
Eric.
relative to each other, right?
Okay.
We're very
we
suspicious of Eric.
Eric must be using a voice changer. That scoundrel. I'm very skeptical of that particular scoundrel.
Yes. Of him and all Erics, in fact.
Looks like you're getting your flowers.
Because I'm smart enough to know that you don't trust Erics. Ever.
Are you saying we shouldn't trust Eric Hovind?
Is he an Eric? Then yes, I'm saying that.
Very, very succinct flow chart. Are they an Eric? Don't trust.
I mean, like, that makes sense. Like, if I push against a wall, my hand's not moving, but it's still pushing on it.
Well, see, this is the thing. This is a lot of explanation, but when it comes
to I'm trying to explain things to you that you don't understand.
Well, not that I understand it. I don't see it, right?
Well,
so
that's what it means to not understand it, yeah.
Because this correlates back into my bigger argument when it comes to orbital gravity, because you can't demonstrate this. Where in a lab can you demonstrate orbital mechanics of gravity rotating around a bigger mass to a smaller mass? Where does this...
Oh boy, has he not seen the experiments that you can do?
I just don't even. Like my first thought is that people like this are saying like, well, how do we set up a lab experiment that's as big as the solar system, bro? it's just like, dude, shut up, dude.
So, like, yes, we can absolutely measure the force of gravity in a lab, like almost trivially. Like a high school teacher could set up this kind of experiment where you have masses on the end of a pivot arm, and then smaller masses that are meant to be attracted to the larger mass. And so then you focus this light source on the mirror, and you can tell by the angle of deflection, like how much force the larger mass is exerting on the smaller mass by attracting it. So yes, we absolutely can measure gravity in a lab. I don't know what he means by like orbital gravity. Like maybe that's the thing where we need like a fucking like planet-sized experiment.
This is kind of tangential, but I have this like dream that someone's going to talk someone into taking a big ball of like something really heavy, like Oggenessen or however you say that, and like they take it up to the space station and then they put water around it and then it clings to it even though it's a ball. And I feel like that would be really funny to see, but like, you know, NASA doesn't really like argue with flat earthers, so
I mean, there's no point.
There has to be some group inside of NASA, even if it's just like 2 people or something. There has to be people inside NASA that like that's their jam is just fucking stomping flat earthers.
So you're saying I should write a letter?
Write a letter and like, you know, attach like a $10 check like to the Department of Flat Earth like disposal or something. Like,
because you can't demonstrate this. Where in a lab can you demonstrate orbital mechanics of gravity rotating around a bigger mass to a smaller mass? Where does this happen?
Well, we can demonstrate the attractive force, and once you have an attractive force, it's pretty easy to understand why there would be an orbital motion.
Where are the mechanics to it, right?
Where are the mechanics to it? I don't understand that question.
Where in a lab can we demonstrate these gravity mechanics of orbital motion? Where can we demonstrate this? I know you're going to say the Cavendish experiment. Oh, okay, I get it. But that's a rod or a physical connection. Trying to demonstrate something that doesn't have a physical.
Wait, where's the physical connection between the heavy thing and the light thing in that case?
You're using a rod, right? For
the rod, the rod doesn't connect the heavy mass to the light mass.
There's a mechanical connection.
No, there's not. They're literally not touching.
Okay, so you're still using a mechanical object, right?
Maple, is that the chain phenomenon that like when you fling it up and it starts falling, like it actually starts to like lift the non-falling part of the chain up? I think I remember seeing that Steve Mold video specifically, but he's studied so many like interesting physical phenomena that like I could be misremembering. Okay, yes, awesome, yeah, maybe we can react to that sometime because it's pretty fun.
Well, I don't know what that question means.
Right, so
there's like a light mass, and the light mass is like hanging from a string from the ceiling or whatever, via like it's attached to rods and it's hanging from a ceiling. And then the heavy mass is like separate from it, but it's like close.
Okay.
And so then there's a motion there, even though they're not touching each other.
If the Cavendish data is so real, where can you go on a construction site and they use that data for building a building?
Why would they? I don't know what you mean. They use that data. What data would they use on a construction site?
Where's this data important on anything that we do in life, right?
So
we have the let's say you're walking around with
Okay, the reason why you're not going to like use nuanced physical processes like that when building a freaking building is because like when you engineer a building, you're engineering for like a certain range of a factor of safety, and so like you're not like designing a building to just barely be able to hold up a weight. You're designing the building to be able to hold up like 5 times the amount of weight that it's ever likely to experience. And so that's why like there's a joke like between physicists and engineers that like engineers believe that pi equals 3, because like when you're designing a factor of safety of like times 5, like you can absolutely just plug in 3 for pi and like you'll still be within that range of safety.
The data gets us to the fact that mass attracts mass, but that's not particularly relevant when you're building something. All you need is the local gravitational field, and the local gravitational field is the result of mass attracting mass, but it's one specific mass, the Earth, attracting everything else. So you don't really have to know the specific relationship between the mass of the things, because the acceleration that you get, because of the universality of gravitation, the acceleration that you get is going to be the same regardless of how heavy the things that you're using are. So you don't need the Cavendish effect or the Cavendish experiment to build anything.
The Earth would
but you need the...
Now that's a great point to hand in, and that's largely because crane operators are dealing with live loads instead of dead loads, and so these are not static loads, and so you've got to be more careful when you're actually like moving things rather than building something that's going to stand still for basically the rest of its existence.
Loads.
You said loads.
That was awesome. Oh, that kicks ass. Oh.
But the Cavendish experiment still demonstrates the existence of mass attracting mass.
Okay, but what I'm saying is that if we didn't have the Cavendish experiment, we would still be building skyscrapers.
Sure, you don't need. Well, I mean, I don't know if that's true. I feel like the Cavendish experiment is the kind of
they
thing.
built the pyramids before it.
Well, the pyramids aren't skyscrapers, right?
Salamander, mainly like structural and civil engineers. Because civil engineers deal with those huge factors of safety. But chemical engineers, mechanical engineers, they're going to be a little more accurate with their designs. But I could also see it applying to mechanical engineers if they're designing something that's going to be taking a lot of torque in a system, and so you're going to want to over engineer that so that all your moving parts aren't breaking all the fucking time. Yeah. Over engineering to hit that FOS.
Well,
the pyramids aren't
but they're
skyscrapers.
advanced, aren't they?
The pyramids, not really. Building like a pyramid is basically a pile of stone.
Okay, but what I'm saying is, when it comes to the actual mechanical demonstration of orbital gravity, we just don't see it. I mean, even
Look,
when
the
we talk
Cavendish
about
experiment doesn't. That should be sufficient for anybody who's able to use their noodle.
one thing is look, even when we look at
It's
a
the thing that
vacuum
you're
and things
asking
falling
for.
to the ground, even when we look at a vacuum, right? You guys say that the heavier object falls at the same speed as a feather in a vacuum, right?
Mm-hmm.
If we're supposed to assume mutual attraction with gravity, why do we not see any difference between the heavier object hitting the ground faster than the lighter object?
Yeah, so the strength of gravity on a heavier thing is greater, but the amount of force required to accelerate a heavier thing is proportionally greater as well. And you know this is obviously true, Morpheus. If you try to push a small rock, it's easier than trying to push a heavy rock, even if you're
Exactly,
on ice, right?
but why does it hit the ground at the same
so it
speed as
takes
a feather?
more effort, takes more force to get something moving if it's heavier. And yet, because the gravitational pull gets bigger for heavy, or is bigger for heavier things than it is for lighter things, those two effects exactly cancel out, and so they fall at the same rate.
But you can't. I mean, you're canceling out what? They're hitting the ground at the
mass,
same
the
speed.
effects of mass.
But
The
it
effects of the
doesn't
mass of the
matter.
thing falling.
There's no falsification of any of this stuff.
Sure,
You're
there is.
saying
You could run an experiment where you try to measure mass attracting mass, and if it came back giving you the relationship doesn't go as the inverse of the distance squared, or the relationship is not proportional to the product of their masses, that would be a great falsification of this.
But if they're hitting ultimately the ground at the same speed, right? You're saying
in fact, if they didn't hit the ground at the same speed in a vacuum, that would be a falsification of Newtonian gravity.
No.
What do
It
you
would
mean
be the
no?
opposite, because I'm saying we're told that planets are attracted to each other in space because of their gravity.
Mm-hmm.
So why am I being told that a heavier object on Earth hits the ground as a feather or something lighter? That's not supposed to happen.
Why isn't that supposed to happen?
Because mass, we're supposed to have mutual attraction for mass.
Yeah,
mass
so the
is
heavy.
supposed to be
You're right. So the
hitting
heavier
ground.
thing. Yeah. So wait, are you saying that the heavier thing is supposed to pull the Earth up?
No,
Is
the
that
heavier
your
thing should
complaint?
hit the ground faster than the lighter thing.
So it has the heavier thing. The heavier thing has more gravitational force acting on it.
I see we're starting to have a soda supremacy discussion in chat. And I just like to throw my 2 cents in. I'm super excited because we just got some cactus cooler, and I get to share that with my partner. She's never had a cactus cooler before, but I'm going to
That's
argue
pretty
that
good
cactus
for an
cooler.
every once in a while kind of thing.
Yeah,
I like
But
cactus
the
cooler.
only real answer is Dr. Pepper.
My favorite soda is Squirt.
Ooh, Squirt's really good too.
No, but really, that's my real answer too.
Yeah, Squirt's pretty. Is Squirt the one where they use orange juice?
It's grapefruit.
Grapefruit.
Oh, grapefruit juice. Yeah.
So It's super yellow looking label.
Yeah. You know, I like my sodas to be more citrusy than cola. But I also like a good citrus cola, like when they had lemon Pepsi back when they were competing with Coke with lime.
But it also is heavier, so it takes more force to get it moving.
But again, in orbital mechanics, we're told that gravity makes gravity masses attract to each other.
Yes.
That's what we're told.
Yes, heavier things,
not,
more massive things experience more gravitational force. I agree.
But we don't see that on any experiments
do see
on
that.
Earth. Not
we
with
do
things
see
dropping.
that. So, do you understand that force and acceleration are different?
I understand that, but it doesn't matter.
Hold on.
I've never heard of Moxie, Eric. Gretchen, nobody. Have you guys heard of Moxie?
I've heard of it. I've never had it.
I was just looking at that. I'm not sure.
Oh,
I've greater than Coca-Cola.
I agree. I agree with Jackie on that.
I don't even just think whatever.
Let's get into it.
Splitting hairs over here. Okay, that's fine.
But I just looked Moxie up, and like I recognize it. Like there's this like boutique soda shop where they have just like coolers full of artisan sodas, and I'm pretty sure I've seen this in there, like next to like a Balls energy drink or something. But I'll definitely keep that in mind and try it sometime. Next time I go to fucking Rocket Fizz, I think is the store. They have all the different sodas here near me.
So just because the forces are different, so the gravitational force on a feather is different from the gravitational force on a bowling ball. I agree. You agree with that?
The gravitational force
on a bowling ball is different from the gravitational force on a feather.
No, okay, just different
on my model, do you understand that that's what my model says?
Yeah, that's what your model says, yes.
Now, do you also understand that even if the forces are different, the accelerations could still be the same? The rate at which it falls could still be the same. Do you understand that those two things are not the same thing?
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, so it's true. The bowling ball does have a greater gravitational force acting on it, but it's also true that the bowling ball falls at the same rate as the feather because the bowling ball takes more force to accelerate the same amount. Because
to Handon, it looks like you're in the vertical chat, and there are more people in the horizontal chat. So if you click on the async YouTube profile, you should see two streams, and you'll be able to get to the horizontal stream if you want more people to chat with.
It's heavier.
Okay, so where
There's
do we
two
see,
competing
so
effects.
Where in this race do we see any separation? Let me ask
the point
you
is
this
there
question.
is no separation because the mass that appears in the force term also appears in the acceleration term. And so if you have something that's twice as heavy, has twice as much mass, then it's going to have twice as much gravity on it. But it's also going to take twice as much force to do the same amount of acceleration. So, like think of it this way: like you have the same engine. If you take an engine and you put it in a Prius, as opposed to
you're correct. Diet Dr. Pepper is the correct answer.
My truck, that engine will be able to accelerate a Prius much faster than it'll be able to accelerate a semi-truck.
So you're saying that there's a delay in acceleration? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying that there's a delay in acceleration.
Well, you said there was
the amount of acceleration is the amount of acceleration for a given. So if you fix the amount of force that you're applying to something, if you increase the mass, the amount of acceleration for the heavier thing will go down. If you increase the mass, the acceleration goes down if the amount of force stays the same.
Okay, that's fine. I'll accept that, but that doesn't explain orbital gravity, though, sir.
I don't see how your confusion about a feather and a bowling ball is related to orbital gravity.
If one planet is attracted to another in space, that's because one is pulling down the other. Right?
Well, they're both pulling each other.
Hey, Jason, good to see you. If you want us to, react to that clip you sent a couple days ago tonight, go ahead and jump up
Kelly.
On the panel. And yep, hey, Kelly Shear.
Yeah, but there's a mutual attraction, so one should be closer than the other. Would you not agree?
One should be closer than the other compared to what?
If the mass is bigger, then the other mass, there should be an attraction.
Yeah, they attract each other, so the distance between them will get
Exactly.
smaller with time. Or if they're
Exactly.
moving, they might orbit each other or whatever.
But what I'm saying ultimately is it's going to be closer to the object at the end of the day. However,
What's going to be closer to the object?
The heavier object and the lighter object are going to attract closer to each other at the end of the day.
Yeah, unless they're moving relative to each other, then they could be orbiting rather than just falling.
But we know there's a difference because of the weight. That's what I'm saying. They're attracted because of the weight. We don't
look. So
orbiting attraction. Is the weight.
Orbital motion is the same kind. Well, it's not the same kind, but orbital motion arises for the same reason that falling motion happens. They're the same. They're governed by the same phenomenon. It's the same math.
Okay. Well, like I said, I'm just saying that when you do basic common sense experiments, mechanically none of this adds up. It just doesn't. I mean, ultimately,
basic common sense experiments involve isolating variables, involves taking precision measurements. These are the kinds of experiments the scientists do. Now, if you want to be, if you want to remain ignorant and do loosey-goosey experiments and not actually control for variables and not actually account for systematic error and not actually take precision data. If you want to do that, that's fine, but you'll never come to a true understanding of the way the world works.
So what would one? Okay, so let me ask you this: let's say you walked into a construction team and they were building the next tallest building in the world. According to your gravity models, what would they take seriously from you right now?
All they need to know, and I mean to be clear, the construction team isn't really the one that's doing any of this.
The engineers, right?
Designing. The engineers who design it, they need to take into account the gravitational force downward of the things that they're using in the building supply.
They know things fall down.
Well, no, they need to take into account the specific magnitude of the gravitational force, not just that things fall. They need to know how strong gravity is.
Okay, and how would that affect the building?
Well, so for example, if gravity were stronger, then they would need stronger building materials. If gravity is weaker, they wouldn't need as strong building materials. So, again, for example, like if you have a in a skyscraper, do you know what what a counterbalance does?
In a
skyscraper.
No,
counterbalance.
Go ahead and explain.
Okay, so you know how like the higher up you go, the winds get faster. So a counterbalance, like if you didn't have a counterbalance, it's a force dampener. If you didn't have a
Yeah, I was about to say, does Dr. Blitz mean like a harmonic dampener? Because like dampeners are fascinating. There's this giant harmonic dampener in Taipei 101, and like I really want to travel there someday just to see it in person. I'll pull it up. Here's a good picture.
Drinking milk is what is this? Drinking milk isn't weird. It's fun and cool.
I mean, I drink more milk than anything else.
Really, I don't drink any at all. I just thought that was
I don't either.
I thought that was a funny chat. It's fun and cool.
I drink milk mainly because it helps with my acid reflux. But anyways, this is a picture of the giant harmonic dampener in the middle of the skyscraper known as Taipei 101. And basically,
milk can also like aggravate acid reflux, right?
It doesn't for me. It alleviates it. Yeah, because the calcium helps neutralize the stomach acid. I feel the same relief from drinking milk that I do chewing on a Tums.
But it does come with acid of its own, so.
Yeah, probably from the lactose. But this giant mass sits in the middle of the building, and it's able to freely move and counteract like the movement from the wind from the outside. So it keeps the building more stable, because otherwise, the constant buffeting from the wind would be moving the building too much, because as you get higher and higher on a building, its potential to move becomes greater and greater, because it's further away from the pivot point. And so by adding this this mass, it helps the building move in such a way that it's not going to like rock and like just completely tear itself apart.
one of these things in a skyscraper, the skyscraper would just wobble because of the wind, basically. And it would also be a lot more susceptible to earthquakes. So what they do is they hang basically a really huge heavy thing from the top, and it basically just, it is something that basically swings in the opposite direction as the wind would be blowing to basically prevent the building from destabilizing. Now, the important point is that you have a heavy thing. You need to know the strength of gravity to know how strong your wire or your cable or whatever it is that's holding the thing up. You need to know how strong gravity is to know how thick your cable needs to be. If your gravity is weak, then you would need a less thick cable. If your gravity is really strong, then you need a really thick cable. And so they need to know the specific strength of gravity.
Well, that's just a material constraint for the most part.
Yeah, the strength of gravity constrains the material properties that they have to use when building a building, or when designing a building, rather.
Ultimately, what I'm getting to, if I went to a builder and they said, and they were building a high-rise in California, and I told them there was earthquakes, they would say, yes, we exactly know what that is. We build the building design based
I just gave you an example. I don't know why you're deflecting.
You cannot go there and tell them because of rotation, you have to build this building this way.
Wait, I thought we were talking about gravity, not rotation. Why are you deflecting?
We're talking about building in general. But what I'm saying is
do we agree that they do have to take into account gravity when building?
No, gravity is just a construct that you guys made up, right?
They have to take into account the force of gravity,
construct?
which results in downward acceleration.
What does construct mean there?
I caught on to that too.
What? That's all I had. Just what?
Well, and he's bringing up rotating. Like, does he think we need to worry about the Earth rotating like on its axis when we're designing buildings? Because like we are already moving with the Earth, and so like we don't need to worry about that accelerational force.
Yeah, you don't have to worry about it. Well, I mean, too much while you're flying a plane. Like, why would it matter for things that are stationary?
Well, because he doesn't understand what stationary means in like the specific inertial reference frame.
Right. And like the fact that the atmosphere drags us all with it, and etc. Or the planet, but then also like the atmosphere is cruising with us. Like that's why there's like, yes. I almost feel like people like this think there should be like a bunch of wind because we're spinning. It's like,
how do you think that's where wind comes from?
It's just so weird.
Yeah, and Jackie, that sounds like a fire video. I definitely need to look that up.
Of 9.81-ish meters per second squared. They have to take that into account.
This is what the Egyptians had to do. I'll tell you what the Egyptians
Wait, do you think that they don't have to take into account the 9.81 meters per second squared downwards?
They had whatever time they wanted to. They knew things hit the ground. They verified that.
No, I'm talking about like engineers when they're designing a building. Do they have to take into account the 9.81 meters per second squared downward acceleration due to gravity? They don't. They do have to take that into account.
It's just the due to gravity is where I have a problem with.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is a real phenomenon. There is this universal downward acceleration. That downward acceleration is explained by gravity.
But the problem is, it doesn't work on a ball because you guys throw that on a vector.
It does work on a ball.
No, you guys have vector gravity.
Yeah, this is a good point from Eric. I think fundamentally there's like some like limit, like some dyscalculia going on in this caller's head. Like they're just not able to like deal with these large numbers, these larger concepts, and so it might just be like a fundamental inability to grasp these scales.
Where you have
all forces are vectors. You know that all forces are You know that all forces are vectors.
All 360. So a ball.
You know that all forces are vectors, right?
One direction downwards. Is it going upward on the other direction?
So downwards is towards the center, so it's going downwards in all directions.
Oh, that's great. But what I'm saying is,
it seems like you're kind of like deflecting now away from the original conversation.
They would have to design for that, though, sir. They would have to design for that.
There's
no design for their blueprints for vector gravity going different directions.
Of course it is. Absolutely. Literally every. So let me show you something. I'm going to show you something that might be instructive here.
That's it.
Let me show you something.
Line going straight down.
Let me pull something up for you, so then you can see what I'm talking about. I want this file, and I want.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, after I'm done showing you this thing, okay. Is that fair? I just want to make sure I find the right thing. Is it this one? No. Is it this one? No. Is it this one? Sorry, I'm looking through a bunch of files and I just have to find the right one. Okay. Yeah, it's this one. So, let me pull it up.
Some guy said I'm a paid fake flat earther. That's funny.
Well, who knows? Who knows these days, right? Okay, so this is a homework assignment that engineering students had to solve, right? I used to teach engineering students at universities, and this was one of the homework problems that I would assign them. I would assign that it'd be a little bit more than halfway through the very first course that engineering students take in physics. Now, importantly, this particular problem it's basically the problem of designing a crane, which is the kind of thing an engineer would do. You know, you like figuring out how strong the tension wires have to be. You know, how tough the bolts have to be that are holding the two parts perpendicular to each other. In particular, one of the questions is, what is the magnitude of the tension force on the tension wire, right? That's the kind of thing that an engineer needs to use when solving or when designing a crane. They need to know that information. Otherwise, the crane's going to break.
I'm not arguing with you on that.
Right. So now let me pull something else up for you. I'm going to pull up the solution set.
I mean, I don't know why we have to go back and forth on basic things. I mean, there's obviously things I'm going to agree with you.
The trouble is I agree this is basic.
I'm going to agree with you on
I agree this is basic, but this is not basic for you. So here's the solution. This is problem 6. Here's the solution. And so notice all those arrows. The red arrow and the blue arrow, the green arrow, the purple arrow. Notice all those arrows? Those are force vectors. So literally, when you're trying to figure out
force vectors because of the object or force vectors
because of the configuration of the thing that we're talking about.
I'm surprised the solution keeps the tension vector at an angle instead of breaking it up into x and y force vectors, because that's what we were taught to do in statics.
And noticeably, one of these is the gravitational force vector. It's the one in green right there. The purple one is the tension force vector. This blue one is the force vector downwards from whatever the crane is lifting. The light blue one and the red one are the force vectors coming from the bolts that are holding the crane together. So absolutely, engineers have to take into account force vectors in all sorts of directions from all sorts of different causes, one of which is the gravitational force vector.
Okay.
It's just the reality.
But that's fine. But there's nothing rotating on that, though. If we're supposed to have
rotation has nothing to do with your original claim. You keep bringing up rotation whenever we're talking about force vectors. Well, or you brought up rotation in the context of force vectors when we're talking about gravity. No, you could have force vectors even if the Earth wasn't rotating.
Okay, so if you were to build that right on a ball, let's just say not a ball, but just a model ball, right? And you were to spin it, do you not believe that force would affect whatever you were building?
Yeah. So that. And I can show you exactly what would happen. So what would happen? What would happen in that case is that this force vector would get slightly. This force vector would get slightly shorter. So it wouldn't be as long as it is, and this force vector would be slightly shorter. It's the only effect that you would have. Oh, and also this N1 would get slightly shorter as well. That's the only effect that it would have, and in fact, that's built in. That's built into the local gravitational force downwards. Well, so if the Earth was not rotating, in fact, this green one would be slightly longer. This red one would be slightly longer. This blue one would be slightly longer.
But something is moving, though. Is that correct? At the end of the day,
relative to the crane, no.
Relative to the vector of gravity, if you put that model on a ball, there's going to be something.
Vector, you don't say that motion is relative to a vector.
But what I'm saying, if you put that model on a ball, eventually there would be an effect on that structure if you were to turn that ball around.
I just told you what the effect would be.
It would, but there would be an effect, right?
The effect would be the length of those vectors will be slightly different, and that's accounted for when you take your local measurement of the strength of gravity.
You can say slightly different all you want. Yeah. What I'm saying,
I can tell you how much different it would be if you want.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying. What I am saying is that you can't have things spinning around and not design for it. That's what I am saying.
Sure, you can.
Well, you can.
Because it turns out the spin is very, very slow. The spin is very, very slow, so the effect is very, very negligible.
That's not a reason, though, because
it's a great reason. Yeah. So the actual effect is proportional to the angular speed squared times the distance away from the axis of rotation. So the angular speed squared is enormously tiny. Like the Earth's angular rotation rate is remarkably slow, and the distance away from the axis of rotation will, of course, depend on where you are. In the case, like if you're on the equator, it'll be like 4,000 miles. If you're in Europe, it'll be like 2,000 miles or 2,500 miles or something like this.
But argument is because it's slow, and that's why.
Well, the effect. The effect is there. It's just extremely tiny.
Okay, so is it tiny or slow? We got to lock this down.
Look. So because the Earth's rotation is slow, the effect on the crane is tiny.
Okay, so it's slow and the effect is tiny. But aren't the results build up over time?
No, they don't build up over time. No.
What I'm saying is this: if you're in a house, right, and it was turning upside down, very, 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 very slow, do you not think we would see effects that would be building up over time, even though it was being?
What did he say? What was that?
I can rewind it, but I think this goes back to when I was trying to like cash out what they meant by like linear motion, and so I think Collar thinks that like these things like are accelerating. They're constantly accelerating. So like if I'm trying to steel man like what he's saying, like yes, if things continue to accelerate, like we would see like the velocity increase over time. But like that's the thing, like these things aren't accelerating. Like Earth's rotation is not accelerating. It's moving at the same rate every day of every year of every moment of existence.
He said something funny earlier too, where he was like, if you were going to build like a building or whatever, and then begin rotating it, you'd have to account for that, and that assumes that it was stationary and then it started to rotate. But yeah, what you can play it.
Build up over time.
No, they don't build up over time. No.
Okay. What I'm saying is this: if you're in a house, right, and it was turning upside down, very, 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 very slow, do you not think we would see effects that would be building up over time, even though it was?
So he's like describing a house that's like rolling, and he's saying that like at first like your chair would just slide, and then it would fall completely to the wall, and then the chair would fall to the ceiling. Like, what is he talking about? That's funny.
If the orientation of the forces were changing over time, relative to the orientation of the crane, for example, I'll just pull up the crane again. So if these forces were rotating relative to the crane, like if the direction of the forces were changing relative to the orientation of the crane over time, then yeah, of course that would accumulate. But the point is the orientation of the forces are staying the same because the crane is attached to the ground.
Yeah, but the Earth rotates 24 hours a day. It rotates.
Yeah, and the crane rotates with it.
Okay, so in one day we're going to have to assume that the crane is somewhere off. It's off to one degree or the other, upside down.
Well, that would be 12 hours, not 1 day.
Well,
1 day.
Oh my god.
He's doing the thing. He's doing the like Australia's upside down thing. That's what like and like if the crane was on the equator, it's supposed to just like fly into the air. Like imagine like a wrecking ball on the equator. He's saying that it's like just gonna like fly to the air and like because of the speed of the rotation or so. I have no idea, dude. I just have no idea what he's talking about.
Like down on Earth is always just towards the center of mass. And so like it doesn't matter like what point in 3D space like we rotate, down is always going to be pointing to the center of the Earth. Oh boy.
It'll be back where it started.
That's what I'm
but
saying.
in 12 hours, yes. So in 12 hours,
Okay,
in 12 hours, hold on. In 12 hours, this is what it would look like from a Northern Hemisphere perspectives person, for example.
Right, Slug.
But you know what? The relative orientation of the forces are all the same.
Mm-hmm.
So solving these equations, completely identical. Everything is exactly the same.
So when you do
How did he do that? How did he flip it?
I don't know. He did it so fast too.
That's so funny.
He's probably had to do this before, and he already has just like that trick in his back pocket. But like that was so fast.
Yeah, it was really funny.
From that, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the force in the water will be pulled in this direction, and from this perspective, it's pulled in the upward direction.
Yeah,
the water will be pulled upward to the closed part of the cup in this from this orientation, from this perspective. Yeah.
That's my whole issue. If you put a cup of water on there, it's going to stay stable. The water's not going to
it will. Just like how the crane stays stable, because all of the forces are rotating with the crane.
Yeah, but if you got on a ball, right, on a model ball, you could not do this, sir.
Yeah, literally. Okay, look. So
if
the force, we can actually just simulate this, right? We're just going to simulate exactly what you're talking about. So here, notice that the force of gravity is downward, and the force of the load is downward. The two normal forces are up and to the left. The tension force is down and to the right. And so you'll have some system of equations. And by the way, this is the reason why we're talking about equations, is because this is what engineers do to figure out, what material properties they need in order to build their thing in safe way, right? They have to consider material properties, they have to solve equations to figure out what kinds of materials they need, you know, how thick their cables need to be and all that. So now let's pretend that 6 hours have passed. 6 hours have passed. Well, now the force that was down is now left. The force that was up is now the force that was down is left. The force that was up is right. The force that was down and to the right is now down and to the left. But notably, all of the forces have the same relative orientation to the crane and to each other. So the equations are exactly the same. So regardless of whether or not the system has rotated, the things that the engineers do completely unchanged.
You know, I would love you to talk to a building engineer. I would love to see.
I literally taught them.
But what I'm trying to explain
I literally taught them. They were my students.
Well, here's the thing. I'm saying the Earth isn't moving, right? And you're saying the building.
So the crane, the crane isn't moving relative to the Earth. The Earth isn't moving relative to the crane.
But you ultimately, you see what's happening here. I'm saying the Earth isn't moving. You're saying the building isn't moving, right? That's pretty much where we're arguing.
No, I'm sorry. You're misunderstanding if that's what you think I'm saying. No.
Well, you're saying the building is relative to
the building is not moving relative to the ground.
Okay, but it's
I'm not saying the building isn't moving. I'm saying the building isn't moving relative to the ground.
Okay, but
those are different statements.
You still have
one is a category error, the other is an explicit, an exact statement.
Okay, so how do you mechanically demonstrate this on a model? Let's forget about.
I just showed you how you can demonstrate it on a model. This is a model.
You're showing me a drawing. I get it.
That's what a model is. A model is some sort of. A model is a it's a depiction of the way the world actually is.
I'm talking about a physical model, right?
Okay, you want me to like look. You can. So does it have to be something you can hold with your hands in order to understand it? Like, what's the issue?
I mean, you can't. What I'm saying, you can't get a Lego set and spin it around and not have the effects change.
Well, look. The reason why, and I understand the confusion. The reason why it seems like when you spin something on the surface of the Earth that the effects change is because when you spin something, like if you take I don't know, a model of like a Lego model of the Titanic or whatever, when you flip it upside down, the forces, namely the gravitational forces, are not spinning with it. So the forces are changing their equilibrium because like the relative angles, the relative orientations are no longer staying the same. And that's because the gravity is still pointing down even as you rotate the Titanic Lego model. But if you took that Titanic Lego model and you brought it to Australia, it would still be stable because the orientation of the forces and the would be, or the direction that the forces are pointing in are still aligned with the orientation of the structure. You've just rotated the whole thing.
Could I ask you a question? Because you keep saying pointing down with gravity, right? You keep saying that.
Yeah.
Now, are you saying that like at a particular 90-degree angle? Is it
like when we're standing on Earth, down is like this way?
I understand that, but
okay, just checking.
If we have a clock dial, right? Do we just say the clock dial is straight no matter how we look at it? Like it's going
clock
around,
dial?
Right?
Well, clock dials,
when we look at a clock,
they do tend to be straight, yeah.
But as they go up and down the dial, they're not,
up and down the dial? You mean like when they go around?
Oh, a mechanical clock. We
yeah, like when they go around.
But you're saying that
the hands are still straight the whole time.
Yeah, the hands, yeah. But you're saying
that the hands are still straight. They're just changing their angle.
Yeah, they're changing their angle.
But they're still straight.
But what I am saying, sir, is that if you put a force like a waterfall on the dial at 1 degree, it's going to have a different effect as it would on another angle. It's not going to be.
Well, yeah, that's because we're living on Earth, and Earth has Earth applies a gravitational force.
Yeah, but
so regardless of the orientation of the dial, the gravitational force from the Earth, like the actual Earth, is going to be downward. Regardless, the orientation of the dial is not affecting the gravitational pull. Now, if you're in a different part of the Earth, then the gravitational force will be in a different direction.
But what I'm saying is that if I'll accept your gravity argument, that's fine. Everything goes down to the ground, but it's still not giving me organized containment, right?
Okay, this is a pivot again.
Well, I'm not really pivoting.
You hugely are if you're talking about organized containment. Absolutely, you're pivoting.
What I'm saying is you can't have different vectors of gravity and have the same effect of it, right?
Why not?
So if
why not? Why not?
Because the vector is not pointing straight down; it's slanting.
Hold on, let me show you again, and we can. I don't know what the hard part is here, but we're looking again.
You can't drop something straight down slanted, can you?
So look, imagine now that this crane is on the side of the globe Earth, right? It's not at the top; it's at the side. Well, gravity is now pointing to the left. That's what the green arrow is. Gravity is pointing to the left. The load force is pointing to the left. The normal force is pointing up and to the right. The tension force is pointing down and to the left. But this crane still works even if it's on the side of the Earth. the side of the Earth, like the, you know, say it's on the equator.
Okay, so you're
This
saying
would
it still work.
work.
Even if I didn't design it to be that way, you're saying it's still going to work.
Yeah,
even if I
because
didn't
the
design it to be-
orientation of the forces and the relative to the orientation of the crane is unchanged.
Okay, so even though I didn't design that building to work that way, it's still going to work.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense.
The equations are actually identical.
That means the forces aren't real. If I didn't
No,
design
it just means that the equation,
because
it just means that it's in equilibrium regardless of how much you rotate it.
But in any practical sense, you would have to design
so what do
something
you
to
think would
sustain
change?
force.
What do you think would
Would you
change
not
in
agree
this?
with that?
What do you think would need to be changed in order for the crane to work?
I don't
when
know,
it's on the
but I
equator?
know I would have to design it to sustain whatever it's being
Why?
counteracted to. Because that's just
what is the change in design that you would need to do here
submarine to just go
relative
down
to?
no, you have to build it to get the perspective.
Okay, let's say that you design the crane to work at the North
That's
Pole.
like building an accidental submarine.
Let's say that
Like,
you
have to
design
know
the
what you're
crane.
building.
Let's say you design the crane to work at the North Pole. So it's in this configuration, right? Gravity's down, and then all of these other forces are in their relative orientations. And then you pick up the crane and you take it to the equator. So now it's sideways. So what would you have to change in order for the crane to still work?
Well, but the problem, you're saying it's sideways, but you're saying there's no force affecting it. That's my argument.
All of the forces are still there.
No,
what do you
they're
mean
not.
there's no force?
They
Yeah.
don't exist.
All the forces are
Because
still there.
There is no force because there's nothing. I
What do you
didn't
mean there's no
design that building.
force?
The's no counter reaction. I didn't.
What are you
design that
talking? What
building
is a
that way.
counter reaction?
I didn't design that building to be sideways. I did not design that building to be sideways, sir.
Look, everybody is sideways relative to somebody else. This
No,
is like
that's not how it works,
sideways
sir.
is not like a technical term, right? What's
It is a
important?
technical term.
It's
We live
literally
on
not.
Earth,
What's
sir.
important is what are the forces? Do the forces still allow the crane to do what it has to do? So in this case, the goal of the crane, to be clear,
Your
in this
forces
case,
are all on paper.
to be
sir.
clear,
They're
in
on
this
paper.
case, the goal of a crane is to make sure that something on the ground can get lifted up, right? That's the goal of a crane,
Sir,
right?
this
Do we
is
agree on
paper
that?
gravity, sir. This is paper gravity.
Okay, so now you're just rejecting it because you don't like that it was drawn.
Well, you're giving me paper gravity, sir.
Okay, that's cool.
I'm
You can
telling
call
you-
gravity all you want. So look, what is the goal of a crane?
I
What
have
is the
to
goal? What is the
design-
goal of a crane? Can you tell me what the goal of a crane is?
Sir, it's to pick up objects.
Okay,
in a-
so there's an object
but that-
sitting on the ground, like this hash line, that's the ground, right? If we're on the equator, that hash line is the ground. There's an object here. To pick up the object means that it has to be able to sustain a sufficiently strong downward pull at the end of the crane. That's what's happening when a crane is pulling something. The thing pulls down on it, and so like it wants it to tilt over. So you have to design the crane enough so that it doesn't tilt over, right? So there's going to be, in this case, down is to the left, and so here there is going to be a force that is pulling the crane in this direction. On this piece of paper, or in this depiction, it's going to be pulling the crane to the left. Now there are going to be some other forces involved here. Namely, there is the force that the bolts are holding the crane together with, right? The bolts, connecting the tower of the crane with the arm of the crane. Those bolts are holding it together. And so that's what the light blue and the red forces are. You could consider it as one force if you wanted to. I just broke it up into two pieces. Then there's the force towards the center of the Earth. That's what we call gravity. So towards the center of the Earth, well, if the ground is here, then towards the center of the Earth is this direction. And then there's the force of tension in the wire on the back end of the crane. Now, that tension, it's going to be in the direction connecting the arm of the crane to the ground. And so, in the drawing, there's a connection there. I'm just drawing the direction of the force. The tension force will pull that crane arm down into in this case, closer to the ground and a little bit in this direction. So it's down into the left in this picture.
I mean,
all of the forces are identical here. And so in this situation, even though it's sideways, it can still lift an object from the ground. It can lift it above the ground. And so it still works perfectly well.
I'm honestly following you, sir, and it all makes.
No way he's following. No fucking way.
No, he's like wandering around in the forest, and Blitz is like on the path, and he's like, I hear your voice, Blitz. Like, I'm following you, but he's just not doing that.
Keeps running into the same tree branch.
Yeah.
Just smacking him in the head.
He's like fallen into the same tar pit twice. Like,
sense on paper. I
don't believe you, to be honest.
It does. It does make sense on paper. What I'm saying is that we can't demonstrate this.
No, I agree. It makes sense on paper.
Okay.
I don't
Because
believe you that
even
you're
if you put
following
it on
me.
a model, it doesn't work. It doesn't work on a model. We don't
It sure
observe
does. You can
forces
put this into a computer model, no problem.
Well, what I'm saying is we can't observe this in reality, right? We can't verify it.
Sure you can. You can
You're
just
saying
build a
that it's
crane
there.
here, and then you can build the exact same crane with the exact same stipulations on the equator, and they'll function identically.
I will tell you, effectively what you're doing is you're trying to tell me that Casper the Ghost exists. You built a really fancy scale But now that there's no weight measurements, then you're saying, well,
There are weight
it exists.
measurements. There are weight
That's why
measurements.
cats with the goats exist, because there is no weight. That's not how it works.
There is weight here.
That's not how it works. We're measuring ghost here. We're measuring phantom gravity.
Oh, so
gravity.
wait. So hold on. So now you're telling me that we can measure something? What is it that we're measuring?
No, we're trying. You're giving me ghost
because these are things that you can measure. Oh no. These. There's nothing ghostly about this. You can measure these with force meters. There's literally devices that you can, like, there will be a rope connecting.
Oh, so
say,
so we can measure a building being upside down then.
Well, so you measure magnitudes of forces with force meters, and what you'll find is that the force meters are unchanged, regardless of whether you're at the North Pole or on the equator, or at the South Pole. Like the force magnitude will be exactly the same, but the direction will be in a different direction because the force meter will be in a different orientation.
Ultimately, the building designers are not building any blueprints for this. Ultimately,
well, it turns out that regardless of how you rotate a system, the equations are the exact same.
The math is so good and gravity's so good that the mechanics they don't even have to build for it.
Well, yeah, I mean, if you rotate the whole thing, then nothing's going to be different about it. Of course.
The math works. Okay, well, there you go. Well, there you go.
Yeah, of course.
It works so well.
I mean, the equations are invariant under rotation, right? So.
Man,
that's just part of because you're in a spherically symmetric system, the equations are invariant under rotation. So.
Man, you have to design for forces, man. You would be a bad roller coaster designer. I would tell you that. Do not design roller coasters.
The people who design roller coasters are the people who took my class.
Oh my God! Please tell me.
Yeah, I taught hundreds of them.
Okay, because apparently to you, you're not supposed to take into account your phantom forces. So
no phantom forces to be found. I mean, you can keep strawmanning the position if you want, but it just makes you look worse.
It's not. I'm just trying to be real with you, man. I mean, ultimately,
look, I understand you're trying to be real. You just don't understand what's going on here, and I get that. Like, if you wanted to, I could send you my lecture notes so that you could learn it too, because it's pretty clear that these are just things that you don't have the. I mean, you seem like a normal guy, so I think that you could probably learn this stuff. You just don't know it, so of course it's gonna seem like magic to you, right?
Yeah, well, you could say that.
I can send you the lecture notes if you want.
But the problem is that the logic just doesn't pan out. You just the logic, the
of course you
mechanical
would say that
logic
because
doesn't pan out.
Of course you would say that because you don't understand it.
Well, I understand what I need to know. I mean, even look,
apparently
even with your moon and sun, that doesn't even make any sense. The sun has a stronger orbit around the moon.
Of course, that's what you would say.
But I don't want to go off track. What I'm saying is this, guys.
So, by the way, this is the first set of lecture notes, and in fact, actually, just so you guys know, I can actually show you. There's a YouTube series where you can go watch my lectures for an entire college quarter on these topics. So let me show you the account, and you could go watch too, Morpheus, if you want. So here's the account. It's not I haven't broadcast it because I'm not sure if I'm legally allowed to, because even though they're my lectures, they were done while I was an employee at the university. But the account is just, if you search physics lectures 9A, the account is physics lectures 4649. There are lectures for literally an entire year's worth of physics courses at a college level. You can go watch them if you want. Start with 9A, that's the first quarter. Then you go to 9B, and then 9C. If you want to watch this, here's the first lecture. There's the second. Goes all the way up through lecture, what? 24,
that's my whole thing.
25? No, it goes to lecture 27, in fact. So you can go watch these, and then you might understand what we're talking about. But at this point, it's fairly evident to me that these are just things that you don't know. And so it seems weird that you're trying to say that they're fake when it just from imagine telling a heart surgeon you're just talking about phantom valves and phantom pumps. Those aren't real. Those are just made up phantom mechanisms in the heart. They're not real. And obviously they are real, but you wouldn't know that because you're not a heart surgeon.
I'm not a heart surgeon, but I do know that they have to examine that with the physical reality that which they're in.
Yeah, all of these things that I'm talking about have been examined in physical reality. Yeah.
Well, again, all I would say is that if I were to study blueprints of buildings, there's not going to be any verification on gravity forces or rotation or anything.
You will absolutely see forces due to gravity on there. You absolutely will.
There's none. There's none.
Oh, okay. So to be clear, when you see statics diagrams like the one I showed you, there's no gravity. Because those diagrams are the kinds of things that go into designing buildings.
If I go to a building firm, they're going to laugh me out of the building if I start talking about rotation, and we have to design for that. They're going to laugh me out of.
You don't have to design for it. That's the lovely part. Because the rotation is negligible, so you don't have to design for it.
They're going to.
But that's a cool straw man of my position. My position was never you have to design for rotation. You don't have to because it's negligible.
Exactly. It's not moving. Negligible.
No, it is moving. It's just negligible. If you want to detect, If you want to detect the rotation, you can. You just have to design experiments specifically to see whether or not it is. On an everyday basis, you're just not sensitive enough to those small effects.
If we both walked in there trying to convince these people of rotation, they're going to laugh us both out of the room.
So I can guarantee you that 99% of engineers think the Earth is rotating.
They're gonna laugh you out of the room if you tell them to design based off of that.
I would never tell them to do that, and that's a straw man of my position.
I know you wouldn't.
It's not necessary because it's negligible.
It's paper gravity. It's paper. It's just paper mechanics, sir.
So gravity, again, gravity is not related to rotation, but you seem like you're kind of
but
stuck.
it's still
so.
no, gravity does have an effect on it because there's rotation.
Gravity and rotation are not related here. The rotation of the Earth is not related to the gravity. No.
Well, we're talking about Earth, aren't we?
Are you sure we're talking about
Earth? We
Earth?
can't separate one to the other.
Yeah, you
they're
can.
all interconnected, aren't they?
No, they're not interconnected.
Oh, okay. So we got to separate them. Okay.
Well, you can separate them.
Yeah, but in reality, they work all at once, don't they?
Yeah, but they're separate effects.
Okay. They're separate effects, but they all okay.
All right. They're separate phenomena.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, talk to some more building designers. Let's find out if they design for rotation because I'm at the end.
Why are you straw manning me, Morpheus? You were being so good faith the whole time, and now you're straw manning me.
If they can tell
I
you
literally never said, and I've never made this claim that building designers have to design for rotation. I literally never made that claim. So I don't know why you're bringing that up as if I said that.
Well, I'm not saying you said that. I'm saying.
So then why are you bringing it up? I never made the claim. In fact, I agree with you. I agree with you that building designers would not have to account for the rotation of the Earth when they're designing their buildings because it's a small effect. It's negligible.
Okay. It's negligible. I'm saying there's none. You're saying it's negligible.
Yeah.
Okay.
And now the thing is if you want to figure out which one of those is true, whether it's negligible or whether it's none, you have to design an experiment to test for it. And you can do that. And this has been done. These are called, a good example of this is called a Compton generator. Compton generator is it's an experimental test that you can design and build. It's a physical object, and it will measure either the presence of rotation or the lack of rotation.
All I'm saying is this.
You're not going to address anything I just said, will you?
No, I just listened to you. Take that data.
Okay, so
take it to anybody in the real world and see if they act on it. That's all I'm saying. I'm not an expert in any of this stuff. See if they act on it. Yeah.
Whether or not people act on it doesn't mean that it's not real.
When they're doing construction or any kind of
you don't have to act on it when you're building a building because it's negligible. It's a small effect.
Okay.
Well, I don't know why you're so confused on this. The claim is that the effect is small, so you don't have to account for it when you're building a building or when you're designing a building, but the effect is there and it's measurable when you design precision experiments to try to see whether or not it's present.
Bottom line, we're on solid ground, sir.
Of course we're on solid ground, and that solid ground is rotating with respect to the center of the Earth.
It's not moving. It's not moving.
It is relative to the center of the Earth. It is.
No, because you could point to a star.
No.
And say, well, we're going 5 million miles per hour because I pointed to the star here. That don't mean SHIT, bro.
I don't see what that has to do with anything that I've said.
Anywhere in the sky and say we're moving.
Checkmate, Glober. You can't think that the Earth is moving through the sky at 2 million miles per hour. That's absurd. Okay, that's what you're doing right now.
Hey,
it seems like you don't understand relative motion, so I'm not too worried.
And say we're going this speed or that speed, but
literally the first thing you said when you came in, nobody. He doesn't understand relative motion, and that's all the entire conversation has been.
Yeah, sorry, I'm eating, but this dude's a fucking idiot.
Ultimately,
relative to it, sure.
The ground ain't moving.
Relative to what? It's not moving relative to what?
I'm sitting here in a chair right now. I'm not moving.
Yeah, you are. I bet you are.
I'm not moving.
Relative to what? Relative to what?
I'm relative to this Earth. I'm not moving.
Yeah, relative to the Earth. Of course, you're not moving.
Now we could talk about
relative to the ground. Of course, you're not moving. You're sitting on the ground.
Maybe your heaven is your star system.
Wait, so do you understand that? Do you understand that? Do you understand what I just said? Do you understand what I just said?
What is it?
Oh, you don't even have you even been listening to anything I've been saying? So of course you're not moving relative to the ground.
This is the same conversation we've been having for a whole 30 minutes. This is what I'm saying.
You understand that nobody's making the claim that you're moving relative to the ground when you're sitting in a chair, unless the chair is like rolling around, of course.
But the problem is, your heaven or your space, we have to believe in that.
That's a really cool straw man. That's an awesome straw man. I love you straw manning my position like that. It's super appreciated. I love the good faith conversation that you're doing. No, fortunately, we can provide evidence. You don't just have to believe me. I gave you an example of the kind of experiment that you could conduct yourself. Well, I'm sorry, do you just not like evidence? Are you just not an evidence fan? Like, I get it. I get it. If you're not a fan of evidence, if you would just rather believe whatever some TikToker or YouTuber told you, then like, I get it. Like maybe the globe earth just isn't for you because like you're just not into that kind of thing. I'm an evidence guy. Like I like to believe the true thing about the world. So if I'm not sure, I just go out and look at the experimental data and then I come to the conclusions based on that experimental data. But if that's not for you, that's not for you. I get it.
You guys don't even have a definition of what a straight line is. Okay, so how about you? Get
Sure,
back
I do.
to
It's
that?
the covariant.
You guys have, like,
A line
nine
is straight when the
definitions.
covariant derivative along the path of the path or of the tangent vector of that path is 0. That's what it means to be straight.
There you go. But what I'm saying,
There you go. You didn't understand a word I just said, did you, Morpheus? Nope, that is the definition.
And I don't care to.
I know you don't. You don't care to understand how the world works. I get it.
I'm sitting in a chair right now. You need to convince me I'm moving out of it.
Nobody's making the claim that you're moving out of it.
You haven't done it.
Literally, that's a cool straw man again, I guess. Nobody's making that claim.
Well, I'm claiming that I'm sitting here not moving.
Yeah, you're not moving relative to the ground. You're moving relative to the
Not
sun.
moving.
You're moving
I don't
relative
care
to
what you
Mars.
say. I'm not moving.
Right?
I'm not moving.
You're not moving relative to what?
And when I build my building,
What are you not moving relative to?
When I build my building, we're building.
What are you
that
not
in
moving
silicon.
relative to?
I'm relative to the Earth. That's
Well,
all I
yeah,
care about. I don't care about what Jupiter's
relative to
doing.
the surface of
I
the
do
Earth. Yeah,
not
of course
care
you're not
about what
moving.
Jupiter's doing. I don't care about.
Right, but are you moving
some
relative
star
to
system.
Jupiter?
I don't care about a star system 50 trillion miles away.
Why aren't you answering my question? Are you moving relative to Jupiter?
I'm moving relative to. I'm not moving relative to Earth. I'm sitting here.
Well, that was
I
my
could-
question. My
maybe
question
I'm
was, are
moving
you
relative to
moving
another star system.
are you moving relative to Jupiter? Jupiter's
I
the
don't
thing
know.
that you can see in the
Tell me.
sky, right? You can
I
see
know.
Jupiter in the sky.
Can I?
Yeah, with your eyeballs.
I hope so.
I would hope so
Okay.
too. So, are you moving relative to Jupiter?
I'm moving stable to the ground that I'm sitting on. I'm sitting in a chair right now.
Why aren't you answering my question? Are you moving relative to Jupiter?
I'm sitting in a chair, sir.
I
No, okay,
understand
hold on,
that. Are you moving relative to Jupiter?
Let me use my imagination. Let me think about this. Hold on. Let me think about Jupiter. Hold on.
You don't have to use your
Jupiter's moving.
imagination. This is
I'm
not
thinking
an
about
imagination
Hold on,
scenario.
hold on.
Jupiter is a thing that you can see.
Hold on. Jupiter must be moving, so therefore I must. Hold on. I'm thinking. Okay, you're right. Yeah,
This is
I'm
for the
moving.
first time in your life.
I'm moving.
Relative
I thought
to?
about it.
You're moving
I
relative
thought
to?
about it.
What are you
Yeah,
moving
because
relative to?
It's my imagination.
What are you moving relative
My
to?
imagination tells me I'm moving because
Relative
Jupiter's
to what?
moving.
Relative to what?
Relative to Jupiter.
You
Because
are
I'm
moving.
imagining.
Congrats. I'm glad that we got there,
I thought
Morpheus. I'm
about
so
it.
proud of you.
Yeah, I thought about it. Well,
I'm so proud of you for using your brain.
Flurfs, gotta love them. They exist for our entertainment.
I only love one flat earther, and it's Kevin Bacon.
No. Kevin can't be a flurf.
Well, no, not the. Is there a famous one? And I don't mean. Gretchen knows who I'm talking about.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, the famous Kevin Bacon. You know, the degrees of separation from Kevin Bacon. Have you ever heard?
Yeah,
of
not
that?
him. No, this is a guy that used to talk
scared
in
me for a
tacos.
moment.
Used to talk in tacos YouTube chat and stuff. Gretchen knows who I'm talking about. Gretchen, you're muted if you can hear us.
Yeah. Kevin Bacon is an Australian dude. Who
Like
hung out
this
in
is who I think of.
like a bloodbath.
Yeah, no, I don't think this Kevin Bacon is a flat earther.
Yeah, it's not
That-
this Kevin Bacon.
That'd be funny though.
You had me worried for a moment.
Yeah, Kevin Bacon was funny.
Oh, is this the tag one? Okay.
Yep.
Nice.
It's a shorter one. And Jason said he was going to come on stage in like just over an hour so that we could react to the clip that you... Gretchen, did he send that to you? Or I think you also sent it to me. I just need to go into Discord and find it.
Yeah, he sent it to me and I sent it. Let me see.
It's probably in the producer chat.
It could be. I'll find it.
All right, so this is John Cohen. The video title, Ultimate Proof of God Gets Absolutely Dismantled.
Their ethics in. Is that an objective thing, or is it a subjective decision that they're making with their own mind?
You're asking if the agent's choice to do that?
Yeah. So when you decide to
Is that
align your
objective or subjective?
when you decide to align your ethics with a particular god, that's a subjective decision, right? That you're making. because you're making, in fact, you're actually making two subjective decisions there. One is to root your ethics in a God anyway. That's one subjective decision. Another subjective decision you're making is which God. Another subjective decision you're making is which ethics for that God, because you can find, for example, Bible-believing Christians on both sides of pretty much every moral question you can imagine, right? So they're all taking subjective views and positions on how they subjectively choose to interpret the subjective wishes of that subjectively chosen God, right? So there's a lot of subjectivity going on there in the religious framework. So I agree with you that ethics ultimately are subjective, because essentially ethics are expressions of how we feel about behavior and how we feel about what behavior people ought to engage in with each other. That's what ethics means. And that is a value judgment, which is definitionally derived from a mind and therefore subjective. Agreed?
Would you believe that that is the same for something that's different than objective, like something like truth?
Hang on, we're speaking about ethics at the moment. I asked you if you agree with me. But do you agree with me? I made a statement and I asked you if you agree. It was fairly clear what I said.
I would believe that there is only one worldview that actually is coherent.
That's nothing to do with what I asked you. What I asked you is, do you agree with me that when somebody subjectively chooses which God they want to subjectively follow and which interpretation they want to subjectively choose, and all of the subjective things I said, all leading back to their subjective choice to root their ethics in the subjective whims of a God, there's a lot of subjectivity going on there, isn't there?
Yeah, like I believe in free choice and subjectivity,
right.
as well as objectivity, if that's
right.
what you mean.
Yeah, so your decision to follow the subjective morals of your God subjectively, your subjective choice to follow those subjective morals, it suffers from exactly the same criticisms that you might choose to level at somebody who bases their ethics on a different principle, right? Subjectively chosen, of course.
You can subjectively choose those principles, and that doesn't mean that they're right. I do believe that there is a correct, cohesive, objective way of looking at the Bible as an example.
Well, we're not looking at the Bible yet. We're just talking about meta-ethics right now, right? We're talking about whether somebody's view of ethics, whether somebody's subjective preferences about how people ought to behave to each other are reflective of something that exists as a fact in nature. And if you can demonstrate that it does, I'll be quite impressed.
So a fact in nature, meaning like it's just a brute truth?
Yeah.
The true is true because it's true?
No, like essentially, if I'm reading you right and you're deciding to base your ideas of right and wrong on what a Middle Eastern Bronze Age war god thinks, then that's a subjective choice that you're making, and you're just declaring by fiat that anything that deity says is good is good. That's a very subjective choice you're making to do that. You won't be able to demonstrate you won't be able to demonstrate that it's a moral good to follow that god. You're just going to declare that the whims of that god are good as a label rather than a description, and then pretend you've done the work of demonstrating it, which you won't have done.
Well, it's necessary, like I said, for there to be a omniscient mind, for there to be objective things like truth, like the laws of logic, like these metaphysical categories itself, ethics, morals, right?
What you've done now is you've now abandoned the moral argument and you're trying to run tag. Is that your chosen?
Oh no, I've been trying to run tag the whole time.
Well, you started
in God.
Yeah, but that would be something you would have to demonstrate rather than just tell us you believe, because we know what you believe.
Oh, I would. Well, that's where tag comes in. You're right. It's the reductio argument for God's existence.
Right, but you're not going to be able to demonstrate that those transcendental things exist.
That I'm not going to be able to demonstrate that logic exists? Is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah, you're not going to be able to demonstrate that those things exist have an independent ontology. You're just going to point at them and pretend that your God made them. So, could your God do you think that logic is necessary, like for inference rules to work? Right? Are they necessary? Do they exist as just a brute fact, or are they dependent on God?
Yeah. So, sorry, say that one more time.
So, like the laws of logic, right? Are they necessary? Are they just necessarily true?
I would say that they're grounded in God. Yeah, God is logical, therefore logic exists.
That's not the question I asked you. I asked you if they're necessarily true, meaning could they have been different?
I guess I don't know the answer to that question. Do you?
Well, here's the thing. You're in a slightly sticky situation, because if they are necessarily true, then you don't require God to have made them. And if they're not necessarily true, then you are committed to the position that God could have made them differently. And that puts you in the unenviable position of saying that if God had wanted to, he could have made the statement God exists and God doesn't exist both true at the same time, which is ludicrous.
Well, God is logical. He wouldn't do something illogical such as that.
Right. So when you say he wouldn't...
So wait, isn't that just kind of like the Euthyphro dilemma, but like with logic? Like, God is logical, so he wouldn't do something like that. Is God logical because like being logical is like necessary, or like are things logical because like God commands them to be logical?
Oh, Euthyphro is the moral one, usually, right? And
Yeah, like it does God choose good things because like they're good, or like are things good because God chooses them?
well, he also said something really interesting or strange. Well, he said he didn't know if the laws of logic were necessary, but if the laws of logic are derived from God's like essence or nature, and God is metaphysically necessary in every world, then that means that the laws of logic are necessary,
Yeah,
like
just
due to
follows.
God being necessary. So he kind of almost like said, yeah, you know what I mean. Like he either like acknowledged that God could have made things illogical, which would mean that it's not derived from his like core nature, like his, non-accidental essential properties, or he's saying, or he's just actually, I mean, I guess he's being honest. He didn't know the answer.
Right, because like if God did make the laws of logic, then like he didn't have to make the law of non contradiction, and so like he could absolutely make the sun exist and not exist at the same time.
I mean, yeah, I just don't know what that means to have like, well, especially when you say in the same sense, like, because that's like kind of what we're talking about. So like we have our sun, soul, or whatever, and it's this far from us, and then it's also not that far from us, and then it also like takes up that space, but it also doesn't take up that space. Like it just seems like you're trapped, that God, works inside of logic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What you mean is that he's subject. Hang
hold
on. When you say he wouldn't, what you mean is he's subject to these laws. But you're claiming that he is the founder essentially of these laws. You're pretending that these laws are like traffic laws, whereas in fact they're not. They're not prescriptive laws. They're descriptive laws that just describe how statements work and how propositions can be inferentially connected. So if I say, if it's raining, it will be wet outside, and then we accept that as true, and then I say it is raining, then it follows deductively from that therefore it's wet outside. We don't need a God in order to make that make sense. God is doing zero work there in making that make sense. So what's the point?
Well, because the epistemology you're going to say is in the agent, and I'm going to say it's in God, right? Because the agent doesn't have access to all possible worlds and all possible things as like I said, the placeholder God would. So it's a more coherent rationale for that logic exists. So that's kind of it, right? So either we can agree that logic doesn't exist, that it's not just granted, or we can agree that logic does exist. Now that logic exists, let's say we're arguing that for the sake of argument, what is the epistemology for that? You're going to say the agent, I'm going to say it's God. No, I think I have a better explanatory power than you do.
I'm not going to follow you down that way because I don't grant that logic exists ontologically, as I've explained to you. Logic is just the word we give to the
I think it'd be helpful for them to like define what they mean by exists.
Yeah, it's gonna like, oh my god, there's like so many ways that you can use the word exist, and like you can be talking past like someone who's like a mereological nihilist, and that person says like there's no chair, there's just particles, and you're like, dude, just move the chair from this room to this room. I don't know why the fuck you're telling me you're a mereological nihilist. And so this other guys
like completely dismiss the concept of a composite.
I guess I don't know what that means though, because like they sit on chairs. Like I've talked to a person who's sitting on a chair, and he says he's a mereological nihilist, so that means that the chair doesn't exist. And I'm just like, okay, look, if we want to be really technical, yeah, I can see why that makes sense. But like to say there's no chair, you're sitting on it. What are you doing? I don't know what you're doing. And then like the opposite side is this guy, and he's saying, well, things can behave a way, and or that's not even like the right way to put it. They're just like, if I think of something, it exists. And you're like, well, wait, what are you thinking about? I need to know what you're thinking about. I need to know what you mean by exist now. And like it exists as a state of mind, like a picture you have in your mind. Because like I'm not going to use the same thing for the image of a chair in your mind as the like actual chair, without us talking about whether or not those two terms of exist or those two senses of exist mean the same thing. They don't.
Right, like I'd say like the experience of you like picturing that exists, but I wouldn't like say like if you're thinking of a box in your head that that box actually exists.
Right. And so like that's the weird thing about this logic thing is like I would even like say sure logic exists, but it's like we're describing features of reality. We're not describing like this thing that's doing stuff. Like no, it's almost like there's so many versions or different ways we can use like these ontological like claims, I guess. And like when we use the word exist, we need to like specify what we're actually like doing with that word, because obviously I don't think that like logic is this thing that like commands stuff. Like that's just weird.
Yeah, like I like to think of logic as like just the behavior of reality, and so like saying logic exists is like saying like RP drinking milk exists. Like yeah, like I exhibit this behavior sometimes, but like you can't really like put the experience of me drinking milk like into a box and then like sell it to multiple people. You could take a video of me drinking milk, but like that's not the same as like the actual like experience of me pouring a glass, putting the glass up to my lips, and letting the liquid slide down my throat.
Right. Like there are existent like states of affairs where RP is drinking milk or whatever. But it's not like one of the ways I've thought about this, and it's funny because like I feel like you can slide like kind of gradually in either direction, but like I think about like there are bipedal animals and they can run. Like does running exist now? I'm like really like I find that language to be really awkward. I don't think running exists. Like maybe while in some type of relative to space and to like a sense of the word, sure, maybe running exists in a certain state of affairs where something is running, but that's like really weird to me. Like, and to try and like maybe say that like because people run, therefore God or something like that, like, or therefore there are animals, like that just sounds weird. Like, so you're saying if running exists, there are animals. Running exists, therefore there are animals. So then like premise two, I'm like, what does running exist mean? That doesn't, what do you mean? Like you're presupposing there are animals that run, and I don't know. It's really weird how everyone slides with the word exist, like back and forth.
Yeah, I think that there'll be a main problem in this conversation. We'll see if they actually try to define that.
Linguistic conventions that we use to make sure our statements make sense, and to understand what naturally follows from something else. You're claiming that these things require a grounding, and the question I asked you is, if we assume that grounding isn't there, does logic stop working? You're making the claim here, right? You're making a very big claim that in order for logic to work,
you can use logic without having an epistemology for it.
Follow me, because you're not following me at the moment. You're making a very big claim, which is that for logic to work requires some sort of grounding, which is a word that people in the pre-sup community like throwing around, and whilst all pretending they know what it means. None of them do, right? So you're saying that logic requires this grounding thing. I'm asking you, if we assume for a moment that this grounding wasn't there, would logic not work?
Yeah, just using logic as a brute fact is what you're saying. It just is because it is.
I'm saying
you can use that, but it's a circular argument at that axiom.
No, it's not. So let me give you a specific example along the lines of the one I used before. Are you familiar with inference laws?
Inference laws. Please define it for me.
So inference laws are just the names that we give, the various structures that we can use in logic to infer outcomes and conclusions from premises. So, and one inference law is called modus ponens. It means that if P then Q, P therefore Q.
Yes, okay,
that's the form, right? So I'm going to ask you that. So the example I gave you before was a modus ponens. It was if it's raining, it will be wet outside. Is the P, right? And then we say it is raining, and then we can infer from that, therefore, by modus ponens, it will be wet outside, right? Now, if we assume that statement, that logic doesn't have any grounding, I'm trying to figure out what work this grounding is doing. If we don't have the grounding, does that stop working?
If we don't have the grounding, does it stop working?
Yeah.
If we don't have the right grounding, can we still use logic?
Yeah,
It's yes, but you can't ground it.
But I'm saying define for me what this grounding is doing. It's adding zero value. This grounding is like a magic ingredient that everybody tells us we need, but no one can explain what it's for. I'm saying assume the grounding isn't there. Does my logic stop working? Is it no longer the case reliably that if I say if it's raining, it's wet outside, and then I say it's raining, can we no longer be sure whether it's going to be wet outside just because we've abandoned the grounding? Is that a claim that you would make seriously?
Well, so what I'm saying is that the best explanation among competing hypotheses would be God, right?
We don't.
That's
but the best explanation for what? You haven't demonstrated that anything in the
God's
scenario I've given
necessary
you.
condition for the possibility of reasoning itself.
No, but that's just
itself.
a claim that you're making without doing any work. I'm trying to help you to see how vacuous this is. You haven't even demonstrated that there's a problem here to be solved. You've just asserted that there is, and then declared you're God the solution. I'm demonstrating for you that we don't need an explanation here. Inference rules can be applied to statements because statements have implications. Statements have things which follow naturally from them, right? So if I tell you,
you're going to say that logic is descriptive rather than prescriptive.
Oh,
right?
we said that ages ago. We're past that now. We're now at the point where I'm demonstrating that the grounding that you're cleaving to, like a baby on a teat, is not required. It doesn't do any work. It doesn't enhance our understanding in any way. It's merely a claim that religious people make in order to demonstrate a requirement for the God that they believe in, without doing any of the work required to demonstrate that requirement actually exists. The requirement is merely asserted, which is what you're doing now. You're saying, but unless you ground the logic in and a mind and a God and I'm asking you, what work does that grounding do?
Like physical brain states, right?
That's just a change of subject. Stay with me on the discussion we're having. I'm not talking about thoughts and.
This is all he does is pivot, but this is why I always bring up like logically possible worlds, because when we're talking about what a logically possible world is, what we're talking about is a world where there's no contradictory states of affairs, and like in however we describe it in the same sense, in the same location in that world or whatever. And so when they say stuff like this this feels like the bottom of this precept barrel, but what I typically see is that they say like, well, why do you even think that there's uniformity in nature? And then you say, well, what? That's what a logically possible world would be. If it was completely unpredictable and contradictory, we would call that a logically impossible world. And so this is where precept kind of turns into almost just like another design argument, because they're saying, oh, for you to even have any logically possible world, it must have been designed. Well, now you're an idiot. Like, you're not even running tag anymore. Like, I don't even know. It's such a confused mess that I don't even know how to complain about it.
Brain states. Talking about logic. You're the one who brought it up. I think it's a silly argument.
Yeah.
And it's a silly argument for the reason I've demonstrated, which is that the requirement to ground it has not been itself demonstrated. And even if we granted a requirement to ground it, which I don't, but even if we did, let's say for the sake of argument, that's a million miles away from saying that the thing that grounds logic is a conscious mind. And that's a million miles away from saying the conscious mind that grounds logic is a particular conscious mind with a plan who likes foreskins. All the work is still ahead of you to demonstrate that this conversation has absolutely anything to do with Jesus of Nazareth. You're light years away from that right now, aren't you?
Oh, definitely not. Like,
really,
you still haven't made a rationalization for like how truth exists or like metaphysical categories at all. You're just going to say because they are.
Oh my God!
No, I'm going to say that metaphysical
truth exists. Like, truth is something that propositions are the bearers of truth or falsity. And then if we're going to talk about something like a little less direct, then maybe we can like do something like a non-deceptive like theory of truth. So then like true north now has meaning, right? If it's not true north, it's deceptive. And you're still allowed to use the word true. Like, it's a true chair when it doesn't fall apart when you sit on it. But now we're like to say that truth exists though is like, I don't even know what that means. It's like, it doesn't exist to keep the chair up when the chair doesn't fall under our weight, making it a true chair. Truth doesn't exist to guide the compass and make sure that it points to true north. Like, and that's me being like generous. And then the other, like, most people would just be like, truth and falsity, those only apply to propositions. So like again, just reifying again, truth exists, and it's because they have to reify truth because Jesus is the truth, the way, and the light, or whatever. Like it's something goofy like that.
Tweets don't exist. That's why I think tag is bullshit. And I'm going to say to you, can you demonstrate that they exist rather than assert it? And then you're going to say a load of words that fail to demonstrate that they exist and pretend you have.
Okay, so doesn't that also preclude your ability to debate?
I seem to be doing it quite well.
That they're all...
I would say at the moment, the person whose ability to debate is precluded might not be me.
You've allowed both of us to be impossibly incorrect.
I have. I think only one of us is right now.
Metaphysics.
I didn't say anything about throwing out metaphysics. I said that you can't demonstrate that these things like reason and logic and morality actually have an independent ontology outside of our minds, that they exist as things like tables and rocks. You can claim it, but you won't be able to demonstrate it because people have been trying for centuries and all of them have failed. And unlikely that you'll be the first person not to.
So you would just say that like the laws of logic are not universally true. They don't exist. You would say like truth doesn't exist.
I didn't say truth doesn't exist. I would say that truth is a value of propositions. So in the same way that you could say,
where is it?
It's not located anywhere. That's like saying, does rhyming exist?
Where is it?
Rhyming is a value.
No, that's like the ultimate reification. Now it has a spatial location. That's so wild. God doesn't have a spatial location. Like, so where is it? So it's like if it's not God that doesn't have a physical location, then it must have a physical location. Like, what an idiot, dude. That was bad.
Rhyming is a property of words when combined with other words. Like if I said, does can rhyme? Does the word can rhyme? I'm asking you now.
Does it rhyme with things? Yes, yeah.
Does it rhyme? Yeah, it rhymes, right? Because it rhymes with ran and it rhymes with other things. But the rhyming of can, if I said, does rhyming exist? Does rhyming exist as a thing?
Yeah, it's a metaphysical thing. It's a conceptual thing.
Where is rhyming?
In the mind of God.
Yeah, where can I find it? I've been looking everywhere for it. Where is it?
Yeah, so the same thing, right? I'm not an empiricist, right? So I'm not going to say that it doesn't exist.
Right.
I'm going to say it exists conceptually.
What you're going to realize is that it's a category error to ask about
Wait,
its
hold on.
existence.
Okay, so now because you're not an empiricist, you have to think that a priori truths exist somewhere. That's fucking stupid. That's all I had to say.
Well, it's also interesting because like it doesn't exist in and of itself. Like it's something that like needs to be pointing at something, right? Like a rhyme needs a word to be latched onto in order to have this like sort of conceptual existence. Same with truths. Like there needs to be this proposition that it's able to latch onto.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and like what I said earlier though is like like there's even people who will say that like there's non-propositional truths, and they'll say stuff like, well, as long as it's not deceptive, like, and this is just one theory, I don't know all of them or whatever, but if it's non-deceptive, then true counts in that. So then you say like something like true north, and the needle's actually pointing north. Well, it's not deceptive, so now that counts as true, even though like true north doesn't really sound, it's not like, I don't think that's a proposition. But like when you say north versus true north, like, true is still doing something there. But like then again, to jump from like there are non-propositional types of truth to there's
just unspoken there.
Sure. But then to then jump from either evaluation of what I said to therefore truth exists as some type of like ontic thing that does stuff to stuff, that sounds batshit insane to me.
Yeah, definitely agree there.
Way that you might ask about the existence of donkeys or kangaroos or things like that, it doesn't exist in that way. It exists as a concept, and it's a property that we assign to words in certain combinations. In the same way that truth is a property that we assign to propositions in certain circumstances. So we might say that a particular statement has the property of being true if it correctly describes reality. But that doesn't mean that truth exists in the same way that, smelly sneakers exist. It's a different type of thing. It's a different type of existence. And so the equivocation fallacy here is to say, we know there are things in the world that exist, like rocks and badgers, and then say, we have this thing called logic that we can talk about, or truth, and then pretend that that exists in the same way. And therefore
they're transcendental categories, right?
Yeah, transcendental, like sort of magic, like a sort of platonic form. But you won't be able to demonstrate that the existence of those things is something that requires an originator, because we can just say that these are just words that we use to describe the way we think about concepts. They essentially exist in our minds.
Yeah, you would say, like I said before, they're brain states, or physical brain states. That's what thoughts are.
The thoughts correspond to brain states.
The logical laws are not physical objects. They're just byproducts of our brain states. That's how we rationalize them.
The logical laws are like conventions. They're the way we talk about concepts, the way we make sure that our statements are meaningful rather than meaningless, right? But we don't need a God for that.
Well, so how do you justify those transcendentals? You say it's in the agent's intellect, right?
When you say how do you justify them, what do you mean exactly? What work is justifying doing? At the risk of getting back into exactly the same circle we were in before, I don't think they require justifying.
Is he going to run?
Okay, well, I suppose we agree to disagree. Thank you so much, sir. Take care.
Okay, thanks for coming up.
So, oh shit, I'm probably gonna forget some of the stuff they said, but like I think that like there's real dispositions in reality, and like I think that they're core to what makes like a world possible to be non-contradictory, like have states of affairs that work together like alongside each other, or like don't contradict each other, don't make the world impossible. And so like it's funny because like I think that's true, but then to say that therefore, like again, I feel like it bottoms out at a design argument. Like, well, if this world's logically possible, you're presupposing God because he's the one who would have made anything logically possible. I kind of lost my train of thought there, but it kind of sums up what I was going for.
Yeah, I think I thought of another like example for like like a concept needing to like actually map onto something. Like does tallness exist just by itself? Right, like you need like not just one thing, but like one thing to be compared to another thing in order for it to be even considered tall. So like imagine a universe with just like a single human. Well, no matter what their size is, like we don't know if they're tall because like they're the only like there's nothing else to compare the human to. So if you have a human and a rock, yeah, it's tall compared to the rock, maybe.
Yeah. Well, there's probably no platonic form called tall, But then
yeah, that's the difference between like tallness and like numbers, because like numbers don't necessarily need to map onto something. Like they have this like platonic value that like doesn't need some sort of second concept in order to like actually like actualize.
Right, but then like this person is like presupposing that things like that like are reified, and they're saying like that's what's weird about like all these EO people, particularly like Eastern Orthodox, is they kind of like do this thing where they're like, well, they have to be platonic forms, but then they say, well, the platonic forms have to be in someone's mind because they're abstract. Like that's not what Plato said. That's not what Neoplatonists say. They don't think that there needs to be a mind for there to be platonic forms. And so to use platonic forms to justify a mind is just begging the question again, because you're just saying you can't have abstract platonic forms unless you have a mind to abstract them. That's just begging the question.
Did we lose Robin?
I guess so.
Okay. I'm sure she'll come back. That was a shorter one. Could have been longer if he didn't fucking run when he was asked like what you know just like requiring a justification actually does there at the end.
Yeah.
And what does it mean to like justify like justify logic?
Well, well, that then you're saying justify justification, but like at that, like prior to that point, there was something said that was like, how do you give an account for something? And an account is just a story. It's just how did we get here? And so, obviously, an atheist and like a staunch physicalist can give an account for why we have logic now. It's that there were no contradictory states of affairs. We emerged from the non-contradictory states of affairs. Therefore, our brains don't have contradictory states of affairs, and we have developed as a species, let alone agent by agent, seeing and then knowing that there are no contradictory states of affairs. So it's clearly a grounding. It's clearly an explanation. It's clearly an account for it. But they'll just say, well, no. Like someone like Eli Gretchen would say, he would say, oh, it's just the case because it's the case. And that's just like, yeah, dude,
Yeah.
that's what a logically possible world is. You're an idiot.
He is an idiot.
Hi, Robin.
Yeah, hi, Robin.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
I don't know if it's. I may have to. I'll go get my earbuds. I guess like my speakers make a lot of noise in here. And I forgot RP about the vaping thing. So like I hit it. I was like, oh shit. I'm trying to remember.
I appreciate it.
It may take me a while. You may have to get on to me a couple of times. Are y'all still watching John?
We just
finished.
Oh, okay. I love him. I love John. He's so funny.
RP, I put Jason's clip in the producer chat again.
Yeah, I grabbed it. It's the Simon Dan one. But I haven't seen Jason in chat for a minute, so I'm thinking maybe he fell asleep or something.
I seen where Issa put in there that Jill got banned from the channel after I left this morning. I went to bed. Issa, yeah, I figured he was probably going to get banned.
Who got banned?
Jill. He went on Phil Sober's channel this morning, and
got banned
and told Phil that I told him to come over there. I was like, don't blame this shit on me. I mean, what? And yeah, and then he said that Phantom. He said he was banned out of chat because Phantom had banned him. Phantom said, "I've never banned him." So he's banned now, though. I guess I figured he looked like he was on his way out the door. Yeah.
I was actually just talking about him yesterday because I only spoke to Jill once, and I was like, no, dude, I don't care about the Bible. Why should I think God exists? And he was like, I'm not going to convince you God exists. That was your dad's job. That was so funny.
Yeah.
That was so funny.
I started calling him Daddy Jill.
He's a Calvinist, so he doesn't like if you're a liberal, you or whatever, he calls everybody liberals. If you're liberal, you can't be part of the elect anyway, is what he told me. So we're liberals are just, made to go to hell, I guess. In his world.
We're vessels of wrath.
Yeah.
It's one of the dumbest
You
things
would think
I've
they
ever
would be
heard.
nicer to us on Earth then if they thought we were going to be going to hell after we died. They at least leave us alone here, but no.
Huh. Good stuff.
We'll get my earbuds. I'm on mute again, so I think it'll probably maybe get more.
We haven't seen Jill in a while since that was your dad's job night.
He's been in chat several times.
It's just so wild to me that like I don't care that you don't believe there should be or is a God for some kind of reason. That was your dad's job. I refuse to engage. And then he goes on to be like, What I do is you make a claim about the Bible and I debunk that. And I was just like, what, dude? Like, I don't know. I don't even know how to complain.
Okay. Yeah.
My claim is there's no reason to believe in the Bible if I have no reason to believe a God is possible.
Yeah, it would be it would be less it'd be necessarily less likely that there was a God that even had a Bible versus just a God by himself. Like, so you have to address the God thing first, and then like we can talk about the Bible.
Yeah, I'm not going to just grant God for you, buddy. Maybe he's too used to like debating like other theists, and so like he needs to like stay on that ground.
Yeah, it's like I see a lot of conversations basically turn into like, well, if God's all good, like why did he say this thing? And I'm like, he didn't say shit. He doesn't exist.
Hey Eric, how you doing?
Hey, how's it going?
Going good.
What up?
Disavow.
Disavow what?
He labeled
Disavow
himself
Eric.
untrustworthy.
Oh,
I mean, if I call myself untrustworthy, that's just going to build trust in me because people are going to look at that and go, "Hey, you know what? That guy's being pretty straightforward about himself."
You know, doesn't that make you trustworthy?
That's pretty trustworthy, yeah. Now you don't know what to think.
This seems self.
We'll see if that works.
Yeah, it's nice to see that my portrait is actually showing tonight. Last night was weird because like in StreamYard, my avatar, my PFP was showing, but in the YouTube live stream, it was showing a generic like thing, which was kind of odd.
just like a white like
Yeah.
silhouette.
Yeah, it's weird. It does that sometimes.
Yeah, that was
I
really
haven't
strange.
figured out.
And like this is the like I haven't logged into StreamYard in a long time, and that was my first time on your guys' channel. So I'm imagining something was like not quite synced up there, but it looks fine now. Yeah.
Yeah, it does that to M Carp sometimes when he comes up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw you guys put Ian up on the screen. And I was like, "Ooh, I gotta join this. This looks fun."
Awesome. Yeah, this is the one they posted I think yesterday or 2 days ago.
Yeah.
It's about biblical slavery.
Fun.
So, yeah. All right, let's.
I'm sure this conversation will go very smoothly, and the Christian will absolutely display good morals here.
Yes. Let's all place our bets. And,
let's not get out our bingo cards of rationalizations and all that.
No, chattel slavery is different. Yeah, we'll hit all the typical Christian mottos.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, I'm sorry. Like, our bad. Like, you know, let's just adopt all of your Christian Western ethics and like life will be good. I mean, I don't think that would be a realistic thing that would actually happen if you have thousands of years of them just like unaliving homosexuals and handicapped people and like Jews. Like,
wait, but you don't have any problem with them killing gay people. Like, what would be your problem with that? It literally says to do that in Leviticus.
Well, that was for a specific time.
But was it absolutely morally?
Okay, so we're already at like morals are like relative, like temporally relative.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like you need to understand that God was bound by the humans at the time. Like God couldn't figure out any way around this. God said, "Hey, you know what? Unaliving babies, having slaves, that's all bad. But man, these humans are just so backwards that I can't find a way to convey this message in a way that they'll accept it. So I guess I'll have to just allow it because I mean, I can't. Like the humans are too dumb.
Like you can tell them absolutely no shellfish, but slavery is fine.
Hey, chop off the tips of your penises. But slavery, I mean, sure, okay, why not? You won't understand my reasoning why you shouldn't have slaves, so I will tell you how you can have slaves. But hey, chop off your penises.
Now, I can actually kind of understand the circumcision in terms of like um, confirming kills in battle, because like it was a tradition when you go. No, seriously, like it was a
Yeah,
tradition
yeah,
when you're warring with other tribes to
yeah,
remove the member of your
yeah.
enemy combatants and count those. So if your tribe has been circumcised, you're not able to go to your own bodies and remove those members and count them, because those were obviously your people.
Yeah.
And so you can't fudge the numbers.
I mean,
What?
it makes sense. Like it makes sense. Like, okay, Star Trek Deep Space Nine, they were like wearing like Ketracel white vials of every Jem'Hadar they killed. Native Americans, they had scalps, and hey, the Israelites, they just kept bits of your junk, and they like kind of
Yep.
they probably like tied them to their belts and like walked around and like, hey, wow, that guy over there, he's got 20 tips on his belt. Man, that guy's a beast.
A real dick killer.
Holy shit, it's Jason Bourne.
Oh my god. Yeah, the just I don't oh man, just the Jewish fascination with the condition of a person's dick is so bizarre to me. Even up to today, like we have really bizarre like Jewish rituals when it comes to circumcision. Like
Like
I don't know,
the
I don't want to get
griskin.
I don't want to get too graphic here, but it's like we have there are rituals happening today where Jewish rabbis are transferring their herpes to infant babies. And I'll let you fill in the blanks. Like that's happening
It's because
today.
they use their mouth to do something.
Yes. Okay. Thank you for telling it like it is. Nobody. I wasn't brave enough to do that.
I was just gonna say to do. I was just gonna say to do something. That's all I was gonna say.
No, I know. Yeah, nobody was brave enough to say it, and I wasn't. But that's exactly what's happening. Like that's literally happening today, and Jewish rabbis are giving their fucking herpes to infant babies. It's fucked up, right?
I thought that was wild when I read that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's called a tradition of a bris, BRIS.
Yeah. But anyway, like just man, Judaism is just obsessed with dicks, and that says a lot about them, or at least the founders of the religion, rather.
Might say a lot about their dicks.
Yeah, that too.
Hey, I could never I can't get my Bluetooth to hook up to my this desktop, so like I'm on mute whenever I'm not talking.
You sound fine, Robin. Honestly.
Yeah.
But I'm afraid that it's gonna make some like feedback. I don't know. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you sound fine to us, but I mean, do you?
Okay.
That's fine. Yeah.
We appreciate you being conscientious.
Yes. Yeah. The awareness is really good. I work in technology, so like for COVID, I was working remotely the whole time, even like a few years after. And some folks who don't have like awareness of how much noise they're generating, or like their kids in the background or whatever, it always annoyed me. So I do appreciate that, Robin, that you're thinking about that.
Yeah, I hate to be noisy.
Yeah.
Correct to do it during that time period to like kill gay people. Hey, how's it going?
Pretty good. How you doing?
Doing well. How old are you?
35.
Yep. Do you think there's something wrong with being gay?
Well, I think there's something I mean, I do think there's something wrong with being gay, but I think
feel
I would
like we
go at it a
should-
little bit.
So to clarify, what I was referring to was probably within the last like 30 years. I didn't mean to imply that like it's a standard practice like to today that like this circumcision practice exists or it's still being, partaken in. What I know is that like within the last 20 or 30 years that was a thing. But like, I would even like if someone in chat is going to say like that's not true, then I would listen to that too. I'm not sure.
I mean, you can just Google it. I literally, like as you were saying that, I Googled it, and article from 2015. The Orthodox Jewish tradition known as oral suction circumcision reaches back to biblical times. Created a modern day health dilemma in New York City because there are 17 cases of infant herpes since 2000. 2 infants died and 2 others suffered brain damage because they got herpes so young.
Jesus Christ.
And that's on The Guardian. So like this is happening like in our century, in our decade. So like yeah, it's fairly it's probably niche, like it's probably not that common, but it's still there. And there's like traditional roots in it, and that's like kind of the problem here, is that these people are practicing tradition and not thinking about it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that like this is not, I'm not saying like this is a universal thing.
Yeah.
I would never bite that bullet. Like
Probably
that sounds
fringe.
crazy.
Also phrasing, buddy, but like
oops.
Yeah, it's probably a fringe thing, but it's still there. Yeah.
Bit of a different way. I just think it's totally inconsistent, the whole like trans thing.
Oh, I'm just talking about the gay thing. Do you think like what's wrong with being gay?
Oh, so well, I would say like I guess here's my question. If you want to drop me, that's fine. Like if trans women are
Wait,
women,
sorry, you said that there is something wrong with being gay. I think that this is like a totally disconnected issue from like the trans issue. I guess like what's wrong with being gay?
This is actually very telling of this caller, because he's immediately conflating gay people with transsexual people, and like it shows I'm going to psychoanalyze here, but a little bit, but it shows like a profound lack of understanding that these are LGBTQ are distinct groups of people coming together for a common cause, and he's just conflating them all together because he doesn't like understand probably the differences between them. He doesn't understand anything about them. He's just like looking at this and going, oh, this is against God's will, and he's going to comment about it. Yeah, I thought that was pretty telling, because I listened to this. I think this was like yesterday. I think I was listening to this in real time, and yeah, it's just it just shows just kind of a profound lack of understanding of what he's actually talking about.
I thought this would be like queer, right? So queer is gay.
No, it doesn't say that, right? The title says there is nothing wrong with being.
Yeah, no, queer is not automatically gay. Queer is an umbrella term.
Yeah.
So I think you hit the nail on the head, Eric.
Yeah.
Gay, and I mean, you even said yourself that you do think that there's something wrong with it.
Yeah.
What do you think that is?
Well, I would just say it goes against God,
Oh, okay. Which one?
Christian God.
Okay. I mean, why would I take the ethics seriously of a book that says that you can own slaves?
Well, what's the context of all that?
Yeah, God gives a law. God frees the Israelites from slavery, but instead of taking that opportunity to reflect on like the nature of empathy about how they just endured this harsh suffering, and that now they're in like a privileged position to know that this is wrong, this is a horrible thing to do to people, instead of like using that, God's like, okay, you got freed from slavery, now you can be the slave masters. And then he says, go forth and you can own slaves.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if you want to get on the slavery topic with the prompt, but I mean, if I were to answer it like quickly, let's just say let's say the Schmatzis had lived for like thousands of years doing like all the horrendous things, okay? And then a country like the United States of America like went in, right? And how would we handle this situation? Would we just like slaughter all of them because they're so corrupt and evil? Or would we try to, if you want to call it slavery, but if you want to try to bring people under your supervision and try to help them unlearn all of the horrendous evils that they did under your supervision, and if they started to act out, yes, you would punish them, but the idea would be that you would try to rehabilitate them under your close watch so that in a couple of generations, they could be normal functioning society of people. And I think that would be something similar to what was happening in the Old Testament with that slavery. It wasn't like a permanent solution to a problem. It was that these people were so corrupt and so vile and so evil, instead of slaughtering all of them, and many were, but to take some and try to rehabilitate.
It's really... Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So if slavery was meant to be like a rehabilitative tool, like why did God sanction, genocides when, they had this tool to, supposedly rehabilitate populations?
Yeah, that's a good question. It's actually very reminiscent of, I learned this recently. So World War II, when Japan unconditionally surrendered to the United States after the United States dropped, both the atomic bombs, the United States basically rewrote the Japanese constitution, or gave them a constitution. The United States government basically dictated to Japan, this is your new government. This is how you will now operate. You can't have your own standing army other than like a defense force. Here's your constitution. Here are the rights you're going to impose or you're going to grant to your citizens. X, Y, Z. Like, United States dictated all of it. In fact, I think it was the first draft of the Constitution was like rejected by, I think, like the general, one of the generals at the time, and he and his staff like rewrote it. But we have a very real example within the last 100 years of a society that was radicalized against another nation, defeated in a war, and then re-educated, restructured, and set back afloat without slavery, without slaughter, without genocide. So the fact that this caller is saying like, well, how do we do this without slavery, without genocide? Like, we have a very real example just 80 years ago of this happening. And we can see Japan today. Like, Japan's a thriving society. They are very welcoming of Americans and other tourists and other people. And like, this was a society that was like religiously devoted to their emperor and to the idea of war against opposing countries and imperialism. And within 80 years, look what we have now. We have a thriving country that I think of Japan's amazing. Like, I've been there a couple times myself. But like, you don't need this. Like, this stuff that this caller is like, well, how else do you do this without slavery or genocide? It's demonstrably absurd and demonstrably false. We can do this without it.
Right, and also just like caller making that claim like is just an argument from incredulity. Like,
Yeah.
they're unable to think of a better solution, so therefore it must not exist.
Yeah. And for a moment,
Boy.
like the caller doesn't for a moment sit there and think like, wow, it's really interesting how God's solution would be identical to what Bronze Age barbarians would come up with. Like, he doesn't see the connection there.
Yeah, where's the miracle that was like, oh, all of our crop fields were just multiplied, by 4, and I don't know, angels will harvest the crops to eradicate slavery, and then we can all work from that surplus to like not a not slavery future. Like, where's that miracle?
Yeah. And Hayden in the chat, no, Japan's not one of the most culturally closed countries. I'm not saying it's perfect, but they aren't like going to war against us. They aren't like us as in the United States, because I'm in the United States. Like, it's not perfect. It's not like they completely accepted everything, but we didn't enslave them. We didn't slaughter them. They aren't coming after us in our sleep. Like that. Obviously, our solution that we did in the 40s was better than anything God supposedly did in the Old Testament. Like, that's the point. It doesn't have to be perfect.
For a while, they're starting to backslide recently.
It's fine. Yeah, it's fine.
Probably too many otakus getting into positions of power.
Maybe.
My son is like, it's just so, he's like, it's precarious here. He's like, the sentiment is turning against like Western people so fast. So he's like, and I want to get the hell out of here, but it's not like we're gonna move to fucking back to the U.S. Not while Trump is president.
You have a son in Japan right now?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I've heard mixed stories about Japan, and like, I guess it really depends on kind of where what social circles you fall into. You might be like, as an outsider, you're non-Japanese, you might be really accepted by certain circles, or really like ignored by others. So I know it's a mixed bag.
I think the main question is like, is the xenophobia experience in Japan greater than like, any other country? Because you go to any country and like, people there, like you'll find a place that, will be harboring those xenophobic
absolutely
feelings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, he lives, he said it wasn't so bad when he was in Tokyo, but then Now they
Yeah.
live up on Hokkaido, and that's more, urban, or not urban, rural,
Rural, yeah.
and very traditional.
Yeah,
And
I've been to both. I've been to Tokyo a couple of times, and I've been to Hokkaido as well. And yeah, Hokkaido's definitely like, I mean, Hokkaido's a North Island. It's far out there. It's kind of away from like
Yeah.
your cultural centers. So yeah, you're gonna probably have much more
Mhm.
traditional values up there, I guess, to put it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So it's probably the
Uh,
difference
they'd
between.
like to come back here, but my daughter-in-law is afraid. As a Japanese girl, she's afraid to come here while Trump's still president, and
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fair.
Don't blame
my
her.
son's like, I don't want to fucking stay here when this is going on.
Yeah.
But you know,
Yeah, it's
just figure it out.
It's a weird time to figure out where you want to be, for sure. Like I'm in my 40s. My wife is about to turn 40 here in a couple weeks, and we've been really discussing. Like I was born in Las Vegas. She was born in Las Vegas. Like we're Americans, but we've been discussing quite a lot. Like, do we really want to retire in this country? Like, do we really want to be here for the rest of our lives with the way things are going and all that? So yeah, we've been like really discussing about where we want to go, and Japan's on the list. Like we've been considering it because we both love Japan. I love Japanese culture, but some other countries are on our like short list of consideration, and it's a dilemma. It's like, okay, each country you pick, you're gonna have pros and cons. And
I know I have two pretty good friends who have moved to Mexico. They're not anywhere near the same area, but and they both of them love it. Like and like because Travis moved down there. That's where he's at now. He moved out of Canada and moved down there, and but he's married to a Mexican girl too. So, but he loves it down there, and it's like so much cheaper.
Too. Like I think Mexico just adopted universal health care.
Yeah, they have universal health care. Like he just had that baby, and so they could have done the free route. But like you can pay, I think he said for like $5,000. He got to get like the best.
Yeah.
So like he had like the private, like hospital rooms and had an OBGYN and a midwife and everything in the room.
Yeah.
And it cost him like all total $5,000, and that was to pay on top of the free.
Yeah, that's a big W for Mexico. Like, I mean, when I hear a company's like, oh hey, universal healthcare, like that just boosts the country up the list of like of countries that I would consider moving to, because like I mean like here in the United States, right? So like I'm college educated. I'm a software developer. I've been doing this for 12 years. I am responsible. I pay my taxes. I own a home. I have no debt. Like outside of my mortgage, I have no debt. I'm in a good position and I worked hard for it. But all it takes is for me to lose my job one week and get cancer the next. And I am fucked. And it's like, it's like this, that is not right. I can do everything right. I can follow all the rules. I can pay into the system. I can do everything. And if I have a small stroke, a 2-week stroke of bad luck, I'm fucked. And that to me is just unacceptable for a first world country. And I'm like, you know what? Hey, I'm like I said, I'm almost 45. I'm eventually going to get a chronic condition. Like it's just going to happen just because of age. My wife's going to eventually get a chronic condition. And am I going to be saddled with a medical debt? Like I saw what happened to my mother, before she died. Am I going to be saddled with medical debt just because I had the misfortune of having the wrong disease in the wrong country at the wrong time? Like I'm not going to play that game. So I'm pretty sure we're going to move. We're just trying to figure out where.
Like one major illness. Like I had a stroke last July. And I'm in a wheelchair right now. But it took me 9 months, and I've worked all my life, and it took me 9 months to get my disability. If my house hadn't been paid off, I don't know what I would have done. You know what I mean? Like if I had to, because my dad like had to pay like my electric and water and stuff like that for me while I was, while I was waiting on getting my disability.
Yeah.
because you can't even, you have to wait like 5 months before you can even file, like, and you don't get back pay on that 5 months.
Yeah.
So like in 5 months, you know what I mean? Like if I'd owned, if my house hadn't been paid off and I had the car payment or something like that and all that kind of stuff, I would have lost everything. So,
yeah.
Yeah, it's just,
yeah,
it's a mess. Like the
land,
way our
land of the free, baby.
Yeah. Like, you know what I mean? Like I thought about it, like, because of this, if it wasn't for this, I probably, I've got, you know, the one's going to be a junior in college this year too. So,
yeah.
But like, if it wasn't for that, I probably would have sold my house, and because I could have bought something, you know, I could have bought something down there and lived probably the rest of my life, and, you know,
yeah,
pretty good.
Yeah. That was quite the tangent. I wish we get back to the video.
Yeah, sorry.
I've got just one visual aid really quick to you know, kind of put a nice ribbon on everything. But you know, the entire concept of Breaking Bad is only possible in America because of this, you know, specific condition of having your health care tied to employment. So this is what would happen if Breaking Bad happened in Canada or some other place.
Yes.
So nonsense. The government will pay your medical bills, taxpayer. What kind of barbaric society would allow medical care to hinge on a person's wealth? Oh, whew. In that case, I guess I'll go back to teaching chemistry. The end.
Yeah, it's not wrong.
All right, back to Ian, if I can find it. Here it is.
Date them, and you do that under your close eye, and that seems like a very brutal maybe thing to do. But if the idea is to try to change them after generations of so much evil, maybe you have to use a more strict tactic. I think that's probably how I would just give a quick answer to the question.
Yeah, these things aren't even like remotely similar. First of all, I mean, it's not clear to me that what's happening in the situation that you laid out is that you're owning people as property as opposed to like something equivalent to like, I don't know, what is it? Like the one officer when you like let the people in jail out, like the probation officer. Like it's not even clear to me that that's like, it seems more like a probation officer than it seems like a slave owner. But additionally, the explanation that you gave can't possibly be the reason why God did it, because God says in Exodus 21:7, when a man sells his daughter as a slave, she shall not go out as the male slaves do. If the purpose of the slavery was rehabilitative, then it makes no sense that Israelites are allowed to sell their own daughters into slavery. I mean, you should just be able to raise them better. I guess, like, do you think the daughters of the Israelites needed to be rehabilitated and that's why they got sold into slavery?
Well, what were the daughters doing?
It doesn't give any stipulations. It just says you can sell your daughter into slavery.
I love this. Okay. I love this. I love the question because it's him saying, well, it's possible the daughters were doing something
right,
that
something
made
that
them deserve slavery.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You know? Maybe the daughters were being kind of loose, and that's why they deserve to be owned by somebody else. Like that's what he's insinuating. Like what possible thing could a daughter, when, you know, we hear daughter, like, okay, I don't know how ancient Israelite culture was, but like how soon do they marry? Like 18 to 25 maybe. So like when you hear daughter, you can probably assume that it's below 18 to 25 or somewhere in there. Like what could a girl possibly do to justify her becoming somebody else's property? And it's like it's the guy's completely ignoring the fact that, you know, women back then were basically considered to be property. They had value assigned on them based on whether they were virgins or not. And it's like, and he doesn't understand that, hey, just maybe a father got into financial trouble and he literally sells his daughter because he just needs to sell an asset. He doesn't consider any of that. It's got to be like all of a sudden like, oh, what did the daughter do? It's like victim blaming.
Yeah, and you better hope that daughter is not a daughter of a priest. if she does something untoward. Leviticus
And
21:9, when a daughter of a priest profanes herself through prostitution, she profanes her father. She shall be burned to death.
Oof.
yeah, and I dare say it was they married their girls off way younger than 18 to 25.
Probably,
I mean,
yeah. I was
there were huge stretches in the Middle Ages where they were, marrying girls off at like 13. So
Yeah. I was probably being very, very generous with the 18 to 25. You're correct there.
I'd have to look at that specific passage, okay? And I'm not familiar with that. But I know it also talks about in Exodus, like man stealing would bring about, death. And so the transatlantic slave trade for sure would have been anti-biblical in every sense of the word, because that is literally man stealing. So I think when we're talking about this slavery, we need to understand and look, these are not wonderful situations that we're talking about, but it's when there's extreme situations that are happening. How do we we have jail? I mean, is that slavery? I mean, it kind of is.
It shouldn't
in a
be.
sense. I mean, you are confining them. You're giving them certain meals that they can eat at certain times, and if they act out, they can be put in confinement, even solitary confinement.
I can see similarities between two things. That means they're the same, right? That's very logical.
Yep.
Would be but the goal would be a rehabilitation, and it'd be similar in a sense to what is being advocated for. And I'd have to look specifically at what you're referring to with the Israelite daughters, but that would be how I would interpret what's going on, because the idea isn't to have these people forever under your thumb. The idea is they are so corrupt, we need to rehabilitate them.
Yeah,
and just to allow them to run free.
Here's where he is completely wrong. I mean, I think Ian's going to go into it here in a little bit, but in a nutshell, Israelite slavery was structured as such. If you were a male Israelite, and you're in slavery, you are released after 7 years.
Yeah, the year of Jubilee.
Yeah, year of Jubilee. If you are literally anyone else, you are a slave for life. If you're
even Israelite women,
Israelite children, even the males born into slavery, are permanent slaves. Slaves bought from other nations, slaves taken in forms of conquest. You're a slave for life. That is true chattel slavery.
Mhm.
And this guy is either ignorant of it or completely ignoring it.
I'd also like to point out that just because it could be used as a real rehabilitative tool, it doesn't mean that someone who doesn't need rehabilitation can't become a slave. And so then this argument completely falls apart, because now it's not being used as this tool. It's just slavery of an innocent person.
Yeah.
They're probably just going to go back to what they were doing before, which was horrendous evil. That's how I would in a quick way try to square it, because again, man stealing is condemned. You're condemned for doing that. So whatever was happening in the transatlantic slave trade was a totally unchristian act, even if Christians were doing that.
It's interesting because it's interesting because the Israelites were, I mean, if you want to call slavery via conquest man stealing, you're not going into a land and kidnapping. I mean, that probably was going on, but I don't think we have it recorded in the Bible. But when the Bible says that you could buy your slaves among the nations, how do you think they acquired their slaves? Wasn't there maybe some man stealing going on there? So
at some point in the pipeline,
if the Bible's against man stealing, and the Bible does say, but I think of the man stealing in the Bible that's prohibited is basically man stealing your fellow Jew, your fellow Israelite, not members of other nations. But it's if you're buying from somebody who's engaging in it, that's okay, because the Bible says you can buy your slaves among nations. It doesn't say your slaves must be
that surround you.
Yeah, you're the heathen that surround you. The Bible doesn't say that your slaves must be ethically sourced. As long as you're not doing the man stealing, it's okay. All of a sudden, it doesn't make sense.
Ethically sourced. That would be, first of all, a very strange concept to be in the Bible, but especially
these are free range slaves. Okay.
Especially when dealing with slavery.
Yeah. We here at I don't know what's a Jewish word, a Jewish ranch. We ensure that all of our slaves are ethically sourced. We did not steal them amongst ourselves, and we have vetted every one of our slave vendors as being ethical in that they did not steal these people from other nations. They only got these slaves via disobedient daughters, conquest of cities, and just really desperate people who sold themselves because they were so far in debt. So we don't do that man stealing stuff. We are ethically sourced here. Yeah.
They will bend herself into a pretzel to try to defend this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ian has a big head, doesn't he?
That was nice,
Gotta
Chris.
have some place for that big brain.
That's right. Yeah.
I never noticed it before, but he, with his hair cut short like that.
Yeah.
Well, and Ian's
Kinda has a
also
big head.
like a larger person too. I'm pretty sure they're over 6 foot tall. Like,
You think Ian's over
comparatively.
6 feet tall?
I think so.
Really?
Like, from what I saw in the Jubilee video, Ian seems
Oh,
pretty
okay.
big.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, Ian, if you're listening, tell us how tall you are. 'Cause I'm curious. Yeah.
I'll ask them next time I'm modding. But
everybody asks Blitz how tall he is, and he makes up a new number every time.
Yeah.
Hey, we'll find out.
He's either 7 foot or 7'2" or 7'4".
We'll find out for sure in
At
October.
Hagburn.
I've always been straightforward with how tall I am. So.
Oh yeah, that's right, in October, huh?
Yeah.
I like my height because I get to say I'm 69 inches tall.
Nice.
Yep. I don't mind being like exactly average height. Like, it doesn't really do anything to my ego. But we right before we paused, we heard callers starting to talk about the transatlantic slave trade, and it's not really comparable because like it's not like all slaves were like just like captured random people from Africa. Like people were selling their fellow countrymen in Africa, and so like these slave traders were going over there and purchasing people and then bringing them over here, and that's not dissimilar to what was happening in biblical times.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So we'll see how they try to differentiate transatlantic slave trade to what they were doing back then, and they'll definitely fall short.
Yeah.
Other Christians like William Wilberforce and Abraham Lincoln to like undo a lot of that.
Mhm.
So yeah, I mean, go ahead.
Yeah, that's like extremely false. So the verse that you're referring to is whoever kidnaps a person, whether that person has been sold or is still in possession, shall be put to death. The problem is that the way that you cash out kidnapping, in order to avoid saying that like kidnapping includes like, I don't know, when you take your child to the dentist office and they don't want to go to the dentist office, in order to avoid saying that that's kidnapping specifically is defined as when you're doing this to like, an adult who has rights. These people weren't adults. These people didn't have rights. They weren't granted the right to be free from kidnapping if you're from the nation around them. And I mean, if that's correct, there are like other ways to get into slavery other than kidnapping. Like the one that I read earlier that said that you could sell your daughter into slavery. That wouldn't be kidnapping, but it's in the exact same passage, and you could have slavery that way. In fact, that actually makes your earlier argument about rehabilitation like a total non-starter, because by this logic, if you took it to the natural conclusion, the only people in slavery would be the daughters of the Israelites sold into slavery. So the only people getting rehabilitated are the people who were born in Israel to Israelites. Surely something's gone like very wrong there. In terms of like your next argument that jail is slavery, it's not. You're not owned as property, and if you are owned as property, then I think something has gone very, very wrong. That would be like a horribly unjust system if by going to jail you become a slave. And then you make this argument, you point out like, oh, well, it's not forever, except, tragically it is forever. It says in Leviticus 25:44 through 46 that these people, the slaves that you own, are to be passed down. I'll just read the verse. As for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your child after you, for them to inherit as property. That's the relevant portion. Just that these are slaves for life. You can literally give them as an inheritance to your children. They're not meant to be like rehabilitated.
So a couple things. We'll start with your one point on the Exodus. So what I'm reading here is Exodus 21:16. Whoever steals a man and sells him and anyone found in possession of him shall be put to death. And so to me, my understanding of that would be, again, going about stealing a person, making him your possession, like the transatlantic slave trade, that would all be wrong. That
Again,
would be
right here,
not something at all.
right here, that scripture applies to the Jews. If a Jewish person is engaging in such behavior, they are to be put to death. But if somebody else, a member of another nation, is participating in that, that is not covered. So when you purchase slaves from members of those nations, from the heathen around you, you are indirectly, actually, no, I want to say directly supporting, you are directly supporting such behavior. The law applies to only the ancient Israelites. So really, this is not really addressing the issue here. It's just simply saying that you can't engage in this behavior, but you can still profit off of it.
That God would condone. And then if, go to your last point that you made, sorry, I'm forgetting it. What did you say? Oh yeah. So yeah, I would say for probably that one individual that was taken on as a slave, maybe for their life, they were going to be a slave. But we see as, the Jewish history continues throughout the Old Testament, it's not like the Jews are always in possession of the slaves that they took from the beginning. So clearly there was a break between, okay, this isn't meaning like you enslaved these group of people throughout all of, time. It clearly ended at some point. And why would it end?
When?
Well, when Jesus was around, did Jews have a bunch of Babylonian slaves?
Well, they have a bunch of slaves.
Well,
there's all the time.
Hey, I want to point out something too that Joel, a point that Joel makes that really I'd never thought about. Okay, in the Bible, after the supposed Exodus that happens, and Moses brings down the law at that time they had supposedly just came out of slavery, according to the story.
Yeah.
Yep.
So they were not practicing slavery at that time because they had been slaves, and so Moses comes down with this law that gives them how to do the slavery, like all the slavery laws. So like when people try to argue,
mere weeks after he just busted them out of slavery.
Yes.
Yeah, it's
So when
literally a prescription.
Yes, exactly. When people argue that everybody was doing slavery and that God was just trying to regulate them, that is just an absolute lie, because obviously, according to the story, the Hebrews were not practicing slavery, and God told them that when you get to this new land or whatever, from now on, you can practice slavery too. So it was set up as a new system within their society, supposedly, according to the story.
It would also be very funny and also extremely human. Imagine if the Exodus, if it was true, it's not, but if it was, imagine, hundreds of thousands of people leaving slavery. We're liberated. Hurrah. This is amazing. And then they start, traveling, they cross the Red Sea, they start wandering in the wilderness. And as they're traveling, new systems of slavery are forming, it's like, hey, Joe, hey, you owe me some money. Joe's like, oh, I can't pay it. Hey, I got this daughter here. You want her? Okay. I can just imagine it's a very human idea that it would be very Monty Python comical, imagining that these slave trades are forming as they're leaving Egypt. And that's, yeah.
I think it's been averaged. It's been estimated maybe as many as 3 million might have left.
Man.
And that's mixed people. It'd be about 600,000 adult males, and then including non-Israelites that were in their numbers is 2 to 3 million.
And isn't it amazing how they left not a single trace of archaeological evidence?
Exactly.
Right?
Amazing.
Not one of them died. Sort of like the kangaroos and the penguins and stuff.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Died on the way home.
It's a miracle. Hallelujah.
They must have been practicing leave no trace.
Yeah, there you
go. Based conservation.
Hey, let's put it this way: when you're leaving slavery like that, resources are very limited, and if you're fellow Israelite falls of like exhaustion or death,
oh geez,
you use the whole buffalo is all I'm saying.
Well, I mean, like God was like supposedly like giving them manna from the sky. You know what I mean? Like, so
And just in case you got a good slave and you don't want to lose them,
Yeah.
to teach you how to, that you can trick them into staying forever.
Yeah, just give them a wife, encourage them to have
Give
some
them
kids.
a wife and some kids.
Hey, congratulations! It's a year jubilee. You are free. Oh wait, what? You don't want to leave your family? Okay, well I got a deal for you. Yeah.
Just give me your ear, buddy.
So yeah, just give me your ear. Let's go over this door here. It's gonna hurt just for a second.
Boom! You just got shanghaied.
Yeah.
Yeah, when back when I was still a Christian, going to like Bible camp and stuff, there's this song that we'd sing around the campfire. It's pierce my ear, dear Lord, like make me something. It's been long enough that
Oh my
like, I
God.
don't remember.
Wow.
Yeah, like we literally sing about that verse, like wanting
Dude.
God to make us like His slave.
Yeah.
Wow.
Did you know what it meant, RP?
Not really back then, no.
Oh, that's
But-
creepy, isn't it?
It is. Like
Mm.
all of not all of the songs that we sang were creepy, but like when you really go back and like pay attention to the lyrics that you're singing for these songs, like you
Ooh.
realize, oh man, I'm perpetuating some really messed up shit.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I go back and I look at like JW literature and look at their illustrations, and some of it is horrifying. Like,
Dude.
holy shit! I thought this was good at one point in my life.
That is so weird.
Yeah.
That RP, that's probably gonna haunt me for a day or two. Oh my gosh.
Whoa, Jr. how did you know that I was in Iowa? You're not a fellow MWBCer, are you? I'm gonna lose my mind if that's the case. But while I wait for that response, I'll just
That would be
continue on
hilarious.
Ian.
Time throughout the New Testament,
Rome-
there are
yeah, Rome had
discussions about like
slaves.
slaves.
Yeah, Rome had slaves, but I would be curious if the Jews at the time of Jesus, the Sanhedrin, all that, if they had slaves. I don't.
Okay, it was from a past admission. Okay,
I mean,
I
sorry, go ahead.
I just thought like Jr. attended the same Bible camp, and I was about to lose my mind.
So this caller is like basically saying like, oh well, by Jesus' time, slavery was abolished out of Israel and Judea, and that's not at all the case. In fact, in the book of Philemon, Paul is asking, let me see here. Paul asked that Philemon receive Onesimus as a released slave. Like Paul in the New Testament is asking another Christian, "Hey, release your slave." Not because slavery is wrong, but because Paul liked that guy. So we have evidence that slavery was alive and well, even among Christians in the first century.
Well, the answer to that, I could be
So
wrong.
do you think that so would it be okay if they had slaves, but just not like Babylonian slaves? Would that be fine?
Well, I would just say, what is the context of all this? If these are people that are like warring, like I said,
You don't think slavery is absolutely wrong? You think sometimes it's fine?
I think slavery oftentimes is absolutely wrong.
But
No
do you think
question
it's like
about it.
always wrong, or
I think in the context, like I said, dude, if you and I and the entire United States of America were to go to Schmatzy, Germany, and they for
I wouldn't want to enslave the
2,000
Nazis.
years,
I think
well,
it's
would
kind of
say
weird that you do.
Well, I would just say then if they are doing nothing but trying to do world domination and to like wipe everybody off the face of the earth, the answer would be to like drop a bomb and just destroy all of them, or to try to rehabilitate them. And if they've got thousands of years of just trying to just slaughter everybody, you might have to keep a close eye on them. And if that
It's funny
means
how
that-
he's prescribing that these people, like these people that the Israelites enslaved, wanted to wipe everyone off the earth. They were like murderous and just genocidal. We don't. That's not in the Bible.
Context.
It's not in the Bible. This guy is crafting a straw man because he's trying to soften the idea of genocide and slavery. And in the Bible, like I think in the worst stuff in the Bible was like, hey, this group, what was it, the Midianites? Like, hey, these guys attacked us 400 years ago, so now go back and slaughter them. Like that's
That
kind of
was
like
the Amalekites.
Amalekites. Yes, thank you. Nowhere in the Bible does it say, hey, this tribe is seeking to slaughter everyone, or this tribe is seeking to defeat everybody. At least none of my recollection.
Well,
Like this guy is crafting a straw man because it's easier for him to attack.
Yeah, and they always try to say that those other people were like sacrificing their babies to to the Moloch or whatever. But the thing about it is it was just because it wasn't to Yahweh. There wasn't the fact like sacrificing babies was not anti-Yahweh. Just don't sacrifice your babies to anybody but Yahweh.
Yeah, I think the three main reasons, and Christians in the audience, you're not going to like to hear this, but this is true. I think this is true. The three main reasons that the Israelites attacked, genocided, and enslaved other lands, here's the three reasons. One was their religion offends us. Two is they offended us in the past. And three, we need their land. Those are the three reasons. There wasn't anything like this guy in Ian's call is describing. This guy is lying.
I'd go so far as to say that number 3 was actually the number 1 reason.
Yeah. I saved the best for last, Gretchen.
And what's super fucked up is the settlers in Israel are still doing that shit.
Yeah. I wonder what's influencing them that direction. Maybe some ancient decrepit holy book, maybe.
You know,
the Bronze
probably.
Age sex manual.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You need to like.
What justifies the selling the daughters into slavery? You keep on avoiding that point.
Well, dude, I'd have to look that up.
Okay, but as things stand, you have no response to the fact that it says you can sell your daughter into slavery.
Well.
So then, as things stand, the Bible has absurd ethics, unless you have like a rebuttal to that.
Well, dude, I've tried to answer, I think, like 5 different things. I mean, I think that you're hanging on throughout
like slavery.
the entire
Yeah,
Bible,
I think slavery is bad. Yeah.
Well, so what would you do in that instance, honestly?
If I came to Nazi Germany?
Yeah, and they had thousands of years. Like, what would you do?
Yeah, I think the Nuremberg trials make sense. You know, you hold the people responsible who are responsible, and then for the rest of them, you could give maybe some punishment. But ultimately, I don't think that you should be like eradicating the people group. I certainly don't think they should be like your slaves.
Okay, and there's thousands of generations, and you're going to take over that land. And
First it was
thousands
thousands of years that these people wanted to kill you. Now it's thousands of generations. Like he's just cranking up the hypothetical because he's really trying to make this work.
Well, and isn't this kind of advocating for eugenics at this point? Because he's like saying that like this is inherently part of their nature, and so if it's inherently part of their nature, like you just got to get rid of them.
It's built into the babies. The babies are born with this. We have to stick swords in the babies because the babies are born with this. They're so evil. Yeah,
evil babies. Yes, evil babies. This is like these people. I wondered. Like I've noticed like. When I watch Joel, like he really gets some of these people, and he's so nice to them that they will just keep on talking like it. And stuff.
Yeah.
And so they just like will just like, and I think, would you please go back and listen to what you said because like he gets them to say some of the just most disgusting stuff, and like I'm like, I don't understand. I don't understand being willing to say stuff like that in front of possibly thousands of people just to defend this book.
I think a lot of these callers are not they're not capable of things like self-awareness, so they're going to listen back and go, wow, I did a good job defending my Bible. Like they aren't really listening to what they're saying. But it would be nice if they did.
Well, a small W, at least we can infer that the caller can't be a young earther, because thousands of generations would span past the 6,000 years. So, small W.
Yeah, I think he said thousands of years, then he jumped to thousands of generations, and I think here in the next few seconds he'll jump back to thousands of years. So he's really just grasping for straws here. He's just saying words without really like thinking about them.
Hey RP, I meant to tell you, if you're ever screwing around with under the async account,
and
you happen to watch Joel or Mezzo. Async is a mod in Joel and Mezzo now.
Okay, I don't think I would take any mod actions because that feels unethical. Since like I wasn't
I
brought
know.
on
I'm
as a
just saying
mod.
that. I'm just saying if you ever happen to be, cruising around under the async
Yeah,
account,
I'll make sure I'm not
if
accidentally.
you happen to cruise into Mezzo and Joel, then
I saw you. I saw them read at your thing today, Gretchen, on that.
Yeah, I heard him read your hey Bill, I'm having
Yeah.
issues with my Gretchen. Can you make async
I
a mod?
I can't figure out what the hell he did. But
Like that-
it's like my chat window in my on my Gretchen account. It's so fucking small. I can't possibly mod anything with it. It's so
that's
tiny.
weird.
That game they played tonight was fun too. That
Oh,
questions for
quick
Christians.
questions for Christians. You just call it QQ for Q.
For $1,000, he said.
So
Now that little game console that he's using for the rounds and point accumulation, is that the same thing that like we get the little let's go gambling meme, like dig it, ah dang it, dig it, ah dang it.
yeah, you don't know Jack. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
Yeah,
it's
it's the
fun
same thing
knowing the
that the
source of that meme.
Jackbox game. Yeah, it's the same thing that the Jackbox games are built on.
I'll pull up the sound bit. Oh Jesus, that is super loud. I'm gonna make sure I don't blow out the audience's ears. This is the meme sound clip I'm talking about.
Let's go gambling. Oh dang it. Oh dang it. Oh dang it.
I came across that meme when Erica was using it in a Casey Luskins takedown video.
Nice.
I have
Hey,
this.
as a Las Vegas native, that really speaks to me. I mean,
What's that?
It's the Big Book of Bible Trivia.
Bible
It has like
Trivia.
40.
oh, that's cool.
GE made a
Uh-oh.
game kind of like the quick questions for Christians, and only he does more of a Bible trivia thing.
Yeah.
Robin, I think your camera might have froze.
Yeah.
Just letting you know.
I think so.
Or she might not even be able to hear us right now. But yeah, let's get back to Ian.
You should probably put Ian up on the screen.
Good call. My bad. Sorry. Bad producer moment. Okay, I'm back.
We'll forgive you this time.
I get 3 strikes, and then I'm banned from being on the panel forever.
Off of your own channel.
Be like your slaves.
Okay. And there's thousands of generations, and you're going to take over that land, and the people are like still like trying
Wait,
to
what?
slaughter you even after you.
Wait,
like,
what? Why are you taking over their land?
Well, I'm just saying, if you're going to try to change that place and make it a better place to live, like
The
you
mask.
think they're just
the
going to be like,
mask
oh yeah, I'm
slips for
sorry,
a
like
moment
our
there.
bad, like
Good luck, nobody.
let's just adopt all of your Christian Western ethics and like life will be good. I mean, I don't think that would be a realistic thing that would actually happen if you have thousands of years of them just like unaliving homosexuals and handicapped people and like Jews. Like, they're
Wait,
just gonna,
but you don't
like,
have
oh,
you
you're
don't have
right.
any problem with them killing gay people. Like, what would be your problem with that? It literally says to do that in Leviticus.
Well, that was for a specific time.
But was it absolutely morally correct to do it during that time period to like kill gay people?
Okay. So let me just tell you what the situation was.
Yeah.
So Israel was a small group of people. It was at its very early inception. Okay. And God was trying to preserve.
It wasn't that small of a group of people. Like, coming out of Egypt, like the men ranged in the 600,000s. That's not small.
Yeah.
observed the people and knew that if homosexuality ran rampant throughout the entire Israeli people, the entire population would just die off. Would die off completely.
Like it's contagious. Like
the gay
you get,
contagion.
You get two homosexual guys, and before you know it, you got 2,000. It's like just it's like the cold. Yeah.
I'm having internet trouble too. That's why it's like twice it's kicked me off. But it's like it's rained. I don't know how much today here.
Yeah.
Like we've got floods all over the county, so I don't know what's going on. But I guess I turned that camera on for a minute and it just kicked me out. So.
The same way.
Sure. So to prevent the population from dying off, they needed to kill a bunch of them. Yeah. They needed to stone them to death to prevent them from dying off. Is that correct?
Well, the idea is that all sin, not just homosexuality, all of it ultimately is deserving of death. All of it.
That's not true.
All of it.
You don't believe that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ultimately, the wages of sin is death. We all will one day die.
Oh, that's like
Because of our
obviously
sin.
false. I don't even know why you would say that. I'll give you a scenario.
That's the biblical explanation for it.
Yeah, let me give you a scenario. So, okay, let's say that let's say I have sex with my girlfriend. It's premarital. It's unrepentant, and then there's like a person who like rapes 20 people but repents for it. Who did a worse thing there?
And pause it there really quick. I remember listening to this, and this caller is not going to be able to wrap his head around Ian's question. And when I was listening to it, I was thinking to myself, I was like, I can't remember if Ian was like very clear with the question or not. But now that I just listened to it for a second time, Ian was super clear and super direct with the question. But now watch the caller completely fail to grasp it because the caller's not listening to Ian.
Right. And this will just completely dismantle the idea that
Yes.
Yahweh is just because, justice is treating like cases alike.
Yeah. Literally dishing out death for any and all offenses, no matter how minor, because it's sin.
The person who raped 20 people.
Oh, sure, but I mean, who's going to get punished worse?
The person who rapes 20 people.
Really? Even though he repents, you don't think that repentance?
Oh, I didn't hear the repentance.
Yeah. He repents.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the repent part. They're still gonna be put to trial, and they're gonna.
They truly, genuinely repented.
Yeah, and the earthly consequences, they would go to jail, and the guy who premarital.
No, I'm asking about the eternal consequences.
Oh, the eternal
from God's perspective, like which one's worse?
Well,
the premarital sex with my girlfriend that's consensual, or like raping 20 people, but you repent for what you did afterwards.
Well, let me give you the full context. So what God did was he treated Jesus as if he committed those 20 rapes, and he executed him on the cross. So there was death for it. It was just transferred from the person to.
So the wages of sin is death, not dying and then coming back in 3 days.
Yeah.
So it's like you put a quarter in a string into a vending machine and you pull it back out. Like you didn't actually pay for the snack. You tricked it. It was a dirty old trick.
Yeah.
The wages of hell are sin, are death, and then hell. Like, okay, you know what I mean? Like it ain't like they think we just die. They also, some of them think that we actually go to hell for eternity. So
that's the Christian development of it. Because if I remember correctly, like the whole like dynamic of Judaism and the Israelites with the animal sacrifice is that when you sacrifice an animal to God, you are transferring your sin. It's kind of like barnacles building up on a ship. And when you sacrifice an animal, you're transferring your sin into the animal, and then the animal dies, and then the sin's taken care of. And then, Christianity came along and just basically said, like, well, what if we have one ultimate sacrifice for all sin? And that's kind of like the natural progression of that belief into Jesus. So, like,
it's scapegoating.
Yeah, it's scapegoating, exactly. And that's what this guy's trying to do. But this guy's going to, like I said, in addition to just simply not grasping or listening to what Ian's trying to say, he's going to jump back and forth between earthly consequences and supernatural consequences, because he doesn't want to like engage with what Ian's actually asking, which is, Ian's question is like, okay, we have two scenarios. I, Ian, have sex with my girlfriend, I don't repent, and I die, versus I rape 20 women and I repent and I die, who gets the punishment after death? That's what Ian's question is. But he's not listening, and he's gonna really, like, I think at some point he realizes what's being asked, and he really is uncomfortable with that question. And he's gonna go back and forth between earthly corporeal consequences versus the supernatural consequences. He's gonna go back and forth because he really doesn't want to like answer Ian's question directly.
Jesus. I mean, that's like the Christian. So there was still death that happened, but instead of going to the individual who did the crime, it was put onto Jesus. So death did happen. Death did happen. It just went to Jesus instead of the person.
Yeah, but which
So
of those acts is worse though, in terms of like the punishment that gets afforded to each?
Well, the 20 grapes for sure.
Yeah. So okay, that punishment's deserving of death, and then premarital sex is also deserving of death. So it seems like they just get punished equally, right? It seems like the punishment for rape is equivalent to the punishment of like consensual premarital sex.
Well, not in the severity of the punishment.
Is it like more? Is it like super death? Like,
well, the idea in scriptures is that there's certainly going to be a day of judgment, and for the person, for Schmittler, it's going to be much worse for him than it would be for the guy who had premarital sex.
And what punishment?
But not really though. It's a binary. Hell or not hell.
Yeah.
Well, there are certain people who present like different like stages of hell or levels.
But that's completely like
post
biblical. That's a Catholic Church construction.
Yeah.
I think the crux of the matter here is though that what Ian's trying to get at with the caller is that no matter what you do, as long as you repent, you're off the hook in the afterlife.
Right. So like consider someone like Jeffrey Dahmer, who supposedly repented and turned to Christ before his execution or his death in jail. I don't remember if he was executed by the state or murdered like in prison, but supposedly at the end of his life he repented and turned to Christ. And so like all of his horrific acts previously supposedly don't mean anything to God anymore.
Well, I wonder if he's in heaven and like meets up with one of his victims and says, "You were tasty." Like,
oh, jeez.
Yeah.
Yikes.
I mean, wouldn't you want to be like in heaven and like up there, like worshiping God on the day, and like you look over and you're sitting next to the guy who ate you? That would be great. Yeah.
Well,
Awkward.
except that all of his victims were gay men, so I don't think
you're
they
right.
were.
See, hey, God has a plan for everything. See, God's all sorted out. Nice and tidy.
But say for sake of argument, there was one of his victims that made it to heaven. This also illustrates how free will is impossible in heaven, because there are not supposed to be any tears in heaven.
Yeah.
So the victim would not be allowed to have the capacity to be upset about seeing their abuser up there now. Like they're just not allowed to have that feeling.
Yeah, either those emotions are simply blocked by some mechanism, or the memories are removed. Exactly. There's something in place that to make this compatible that will violate free will. You are a changed being when you get up to heaven.
This is why I never believed. Like, this is one thing that never stuck with me, and I guess that probably is one of the main reasons why I was able to leave without much trauma, is because I never accepted hell, even as a kid. Like, it was like the dumbest. And I remember taking Latin class in like 6th grade, I guess it was, and we learned all of the Greek and Roman, mythology and all that stuff. And I remember finding out about Hades and everything. And I thought, this is just like the hell but I never could. Like, I would tell my mom, there's no hell. And she's like, oh yes, hell is real. And I'm like, no, that's the dumbest idea I've ever heard of. And yeah, I never did believe that. So that was something I didn't have to overcome anyway, thank goodness.
This topic is actually one of the most fun for me to like sit and comprehend or to think about, because as an ex-Jehovah's Witness, or as a Jehovah's Witness, no hell. Witnesses are annihilationists. So like the whole problem of like eternal torment's not there. And the heaven thing, only 144,000 go to heaven. Everyone else remains on earth. And so there wasn't like this conundrum of like, okay, well, what do you do? Like, what you and the cannibal that devoured you, you aren't like stuck in paradise, like thinking. It's like, yeah, I never had to like comprehend or think about this.
Yeah, I think
it's fun.
I mean, I know that there's a high control religion, but like,
oh yeah,
good on them to not have that hell part, because that, like, I think that is child abuse. Like, I really struggle with.
Absolutely agreed. Yeah, I think that's kind of the silver lining around the cloud for me, is that I don't have a fear of hellfire, because it was never like drilled into me.
Yeah.
Yeah, hell was hard to deconstruct from.
Yeah. But in payment, though, I had to devote thousands and thousands of hours into meetings and in ministry. So I lost a lot of my youth to that.
I grew up thinking I was going to end up in the outer darkness.
That sounds so cool.
The Mormon doctrine.
Yeah. That's
well, I mean, with all your different religions, I don't know how you knew what you were going to do, what was going to happen to you, Gretchen. Like,
well, I think I kind of just decided, because I was a horrible kid when I was, a believer.
Yeah.
Were you a horrible baby, though? Were you an evil baby? That's what we want to know.
Gretchen was the evilest baby.
Yeah. Did you ever think, Gretchen, that maybe it was like in your genes, kind of like the Midianite, like the Midianite kids, just evil is just in their genes?
It's 100% in my genes. Yeah. You should meet my dad. It was absolutely in my genes.
What punishment is each going to get?
Eternal damnation.
So they get the same punishment.
Well, to the degree of the justice is still going to be stronger for that person. At times, it'd be like if you were in jail and one person's in solitary confinement, and one person gets to walk amongst the people. You're both in jail for the rest of your life, but the solitary confinement's a much worse punishment.
Yeah, but what if the rapist repents, but the premarital sex person doesn't? Like, who gets the worst punishment then?
Well, again, Jesus gets the full punishment on the cross.
Yeah, I'm speaking of like the rapist or like the person that does premarital sex. Like, who gets the worst punishment if the rapist repents?
Well, if the rapist repents, the full punishment goes on Jesus, but that person can be forgiven of their sin, just like the person can be forgiven of the sin who did the premarital sex. Like, the punishment's still going to be doled out. It's just whether it's going to come out on me or whether it's going to come out on Jesus.
I'm asking about like the punishment you experience.
Well, the punishment I could experience if I grape people could still be that I go to jail.
I'm asking about the eternal punishment.
There's a pivot to corporeal. There's a pivot to corporeal punishment when the caller knows exactly what Ian's asking.
I'm trying to find like ways out of this. The question's like very simple.
Way out of it. Well, I think you're skipping over that there's no punishment, or that the punishment isn't incredibly severe.
The rapist doesn't experience the eternal punishment, do they?
Correct, Jesus does.
Sure. So then the rapist gets no punishment in the afterlife, whereas the person who did premarital sex consensually goes to hell.
Well, if you're going to give this like really
correct?
Narrow thing, yes, yes, it's correct.
Is that just?
Yes, because the punishment went on Jesus. That's the point. Like, and it isn't that the person doesn't
Jesus
get punishment.
Have to experience the eternal damnation?
The punishment went on to an innocent man. Therefore, it's justice. That's what you just said.
Yeah, and that's just typical Dodge.
Yeah.
Like if I was producing that stream, I'd throw up the Dodge QR code.
Yes.
Well, he experienced the wrath of God that was in for him. It was just as that than an eternal punishment would be.
Okay, wait. I'm a bit confused. Does he experience the eternal damnation, or does he not?
He experiences the exact same form of justice.
He burns in hell forever. Because that was the punishment. It's like burning in hell forever. Does Jesus do that?
Look, this is a good question. I'm trying to answer it as best I can without going out. Like, it's a fair question, and people have like grappled with it. Like, why doesn't Jesus actually go to hell for all eternity?
Yeah.
And that's a great question. But what's said in Scripture is that the full weight of punishment fell on Jesus at the cross. Okay, and so why is that not eternal? Well, I don't really know why that's not eternal, but there must have been something that Jesus received that was equal to an eternal punishment for the sin that he was, punished for.
Yeah,
so
this is speculation.
Putting it.
Like,
but doesn't
this
he
is,
just get
this
like
is
the
the caller.
exact same
This is the caller really trying to square it up in his mind, and he's just speculating at this point. Like he's gonna in his mind, he's trying to figure out like, yeah, that's actually a really good question. If the punishment was heaped onto Jesus and that's justice, why isn't Jesus suffering eternally in hell? Because that was the punishment. And he's like, he understands the dilemma, he acknowledges it, but then he just simply shrugs and says, hey, you know what? I think there's a reason. I just don't know it. And he's going there rather than simply going to the simpler explanation of, oh, this is just made up stuff from Bronze Age savages that were just trying to figure out their way in the world. Like he's avoiding the very obvious, plausible explanation and trying desperately to make this work because he just recognized a problem, and all he can do at it is shrug and continue believing.
Or he could have at least said, I don't have any idea. Like, we don't understand God's ways.
Yeah.
That kind of dumb shit. Like right there, I would say, I don't know before I would sit there and try to explain this incoherent.
Yeah. I think that's maybe kind of, he said that like implicitly, but like I said, he just simply shrugged and simply said, there's got to be an explanation. And yeah, he's and that's his license to ignore this very obvious contradiction problem in the doctrine, in order to maintain the belief. Quite the specimen. This is really fun to watch.
This just reminds me of another fun contradiction about hell that like I like to bring up when discussing contradictions in the Bible. Quickly put the verse on screen. So this first one from 2 Thessalonians 1:9 it states that I'll just go ahead and read it. They will. Oh wait, no. Here we go. These will suffer the punishment of eternal destruction, separate from the presence of the Lord and from the glory of His might.
Mhm.
So this is claiming that God will not be present in hell, which already is a problem with his omnipresence. Because if God is truly omnipresent and hell is a location, God would have to still be located in hell. But take it even further. We pull up this verse from Revelation. They will also drink the wine of God's wrath, poured unmixed into the cup of His anger, and they will be tormented with fire and sulfur in the presence of holy angels and in the presence of the Lamb. So, if Jesus is God, it follows that Jesus is the person that is not in hell in 2 Thessalonians 1:9, but also Jesus is in hell according to Revelations 14:10.
I got to write that down.
Yeah, that's a good one. So Christians in the audience, let us know how this squares up. Like how does 2 Thessalonians scripture and Revelation here, how do those square up when it looks like they're kind of at odds? I'm going to go out on a limb here. This is just me, so just take it with a grain of salt. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that 2 Thessalonians was written by a guy who was co-opting early Christianity for his own gains, and Revelation was written by a crazy man, and that's why they disagree. But you tell me your reasons, please.
I think you're probably correct.
Yeah.
Especially about the crazy man part. Well, like I think that Revelation, it was meant to be apocalyptic. You know what I mean?
Yes.
So maybe he wasn't crazy. I think it was propaganda.
Why not both? Why not have a crazy man writing about the apocalypse?
I think it was propaganda, like like propaganda, and it was just
yeah.
But
I think
it does seem like he had to have a little touch of something going on.
I think with the very graphic imagery happening in Revelation and the fact that this guy very much had a beef against Rome, I think it could be. It's obviously he had an axe to grind, may have had a hint of crazy, may have been doing shrooms for all we know. Like something was going on there because that's like vivid imagery in there. It's reminiscent of like Dante's Inferno with like just how detailed it is and how the writer very obviously was writing about bad things happening to people he doesn't like.
Yeah. like remiss us in chat. It wasn't John that wrote the book of John or whatever. That's like
Well,
not
no,
that.
John wrote Revelation though.
It wasn't. But
According
there
to
was,
tradition, that's the traditionally ascribed author, but we don't have any evidence that John wrote Revelation.
I thought
Okay,
it was a
that's
different
fair.
John, though. I thought it was John of something like.
It wasn't it John the Revelator, and not John
Revelator,
not John the Baptist.
Where are the birds?
I think Beard is currently in an aviary.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm with the dog outside. I thought I was muted.
No, you're right.
I was like, I hear birds.
I have my house is in the forest, and so yeah, I hear birds every morning. It's really pleasant.
Well, it sounded like you're. I thought maybe you were standing in there. I didn't even realize anybody else was here.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like 5 a.m. here, so the birds are all just waking up. And
Nice.
The dog needed to go outside, so
Nice.
here I am. But I the video topic was on punishment. Actually, a topic that I like to talk about because the psychology shows in general that punishment doesn't do anything. It just causes people's behavior to go covert.
Yeah,
and
okay.
generally, it can cause psychological harm if it's punitive too much.
Yeah.
So, if punishment doesn't work, if it doesn't do anything, and it only causes harm, why doesn't all good God like it so much?
JR brings up Patmos, John of Patmos. I thought, yeah, that's who I thought wrote was like they think wrote Revelation. That's what I've always been told. I don't know.
Yeah. Let me actually look that up because I think of Revelation, of all the books of the New Testament, I think I know probably the least of Revelation.
Yeah, it looks like it's still like contested whether it was John the Apostle or John of Patmos / John the Elder. And it looks like Bart Ehrman is leaning more towards John of Patmos.
Yeah, maybe that's where I got that. Like, I think that, yeah, I knew that some of the biblical scholars were like signed on to the John of Patmos ideal, but
yeah,
it's probably Bart.
If only God inspired this book to be more clear.
What do you mean God's not a perfect communicator?
Yeah.
Punishment is like the two people next to him.
He's absolutely perfect. He just can't get his publishing game together.
Yeah.
No matter what he does. It's just
He should have hired a proofreader, an editor, maybe invent maybe invent the printing press. I better invent the internet. There's actually, if I can go on a little tangent here, there's actually an interesting field of technology these days, which is basically how do you store data long term using like the fewest, the littlest material possible. And there's actually like, if you think about it, like, okay, like the hard drive in your computer stores a certain amount of terabytes of data using like X amount of atoms. Like that's how they measure it. They measure how many atoms it takes to store bytes of data. And the race is basically like to store as much data as possible, as reliably as possible over the longest period of time using the fewest atoms possible. And it would really be nice if like God just like back in the first century said, hey guys, I'm going to inspire these books. We're going to have your names are going to be on them. You're not going to copy from each other. And I'm looking at you, Mark, Matthew, and Luke. You're not going to copy from each other. We're gonna write these books. They're gonna be clear. They're gonna be independent completely. We're gonna store them on this incorruptible media that anybody can access. Like God can do all this, but He didn't. He perfectly inspired this book apparently, but He didn't perfectly preserve it. And I'm curious, Christians in the audience, why did He do that? Why couldn't He just simply, recorded this book in a way that was reliable? And that would shut all of us, filthy atheists up. We'd be looking at this book going, yep, this is undeniable. This is indisputable. We can't argue with any of these points. This is clear as day. Why didn't your God do that, guys? Let us know.
Now, I have a fun little theory. If the Christian doctrine actually came from a God. I'm not saying if the Christian doctrine is real. I'm saying if it simply came from a God, then that God is like some sort of like low-key God that is like,
Yes.
giving it as a test to see if like these people are capable of critical thought, and the ones that like believe in the story that he gave are actually going to be the ones subject to punishment, and the ones that like pass the test and didn't believe the obvious bullshit with all the mistakes, contradictions, they'll be the ones rewarded.
Yes. RP, you're touching upon something that I stole from a deviant named B.S. Lewis. The like Loki. Imagine Loki is the one true God, just for a moment. And to Loki, the greatest virtue, the greatest good possible is mischievously deceiving others. And Christians in the audience might go, well, why is Loki, why is that the best virtue possible? Well, it's just Loki's nature. By his own nature, deceiving and mischievously deceiving others is the best virtue possible. Imagine for a moment Loki is the one true God. How much better does that explain the world we see? We have a world full of pleasures and torments. We have conflicting holy books. We have lots of people who are obviously deceived by one religion or another. It explains all of it. It explains all of it so much better than Jehovah does. Like,
Yeah.
it is the better explanation.
Or the Antichrist, like a lot, like a lot of people say that could be the Antichrist. That is like, devil wrote the book and to convince everybody that he was, that God was the bad guy or whatever, and he had the book written saying that the devil was the bad guy. And there's so many like ways you can turn it around, but that's cool that you watched BS video.
Yeah, I love BS. I've talked to him several times. He's a fun guy. But it also, like the whole like Loki hypothesis also flips the Pascal's wager on its head, because Pascal's wager's big assumption is that there is a God that cares whether you believe or not and will punish you if you don't. The Loki God, though, is the opposite. The Loki God does not want you to believe. He wants to see people. He wants to see people not fall for his tricks. The people who don't fall for his tricks, hey, those are the ones that get everlasting life, and the ones that believe will get eternal damnation.
Well, the problem is that that Loki is actually a Jotun, not a god. So, checkmate, atheists.
Well, hey, I play God of War 4 and 5, and very clearly in there, Loki, well, is a half god, which is probably a full god, but it's fine. But
earthly sense, yes, but he was also separated from the Father. When he says, God, why have you forsaken me? He is being forsaken by the Father. The thieves on the cross were not forsaken. I mean, the one might have been because he might have died and gone to hell, but he didn't receive and that's the worst part of the what Christ did. It isn't the physical pain and the emotional pain was horrendous, but it was the spiritual separation which made it the worst.
What does it mean to say that God forsake him?
Well, God turned his back on him.
Wait, how?
And
what does that mean?
Pause for a second. How, if Jesus is God, how is Jesus experienced separation from God?
Great question.
Dissociative identity disorder.
That's not even a thing.
It was a psychotic. Hey, he was up on the cross. He was really stressed out. He had a psychotic break. Like, yeah. Can a God have a psychotic break? That'd be pretty crazy.
I mean, literally crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
God,
I'm asking for like a non-metaphorical description.
Okay, sure. I would say he treated him as if he were a sinner.
Did Jesus deserve the punishment that the Father gave him?
He didn't deserve it, no.
Okay, would you agree that giving a punishment that a person doesn't deserve is unjust?
Well, I would say if the judge is, in a sense, let me just think about how I want to answer this. Jesus, in a sense, let me just backtrack a second. So because Jesus became sin. That's what it says. He became sin who knew no sin, so that we might become the righteousness of Christ. So
What does it mean to become sin? Like and like can you become something while also like retaining like your other attributes? Or are you merely just taking on like another set of properties? Like I'm not sure like what he's trying to entail by saying becoming sin.
because Jesus became sin in that embodiment, he took on what was deserved to be punished for.
I don't think that really answers the question. The
Yeah,
question was just,
he's
do you
really
think
reaching
that
there. You guys
Yeah.
are really reaching there. And maybe that kind of harkens back to like the Israelites, like heaping of sin upon the animal for sacrifice. Maybe I don't know. Maybe the animal becomes the sin, and then you kill it.
Yeah, I
Maybe.
was thinking like he has some ground in the Hebrew traditions. I'm thinking of sin as like kind of a miasma thing, but I don't think this caller even knows that. So what's he basing this thing on?
Vibes, because
Yeah.
Ian's got Ian's got him pretty cornered, and he's just kind of going on vibes at this point.
Trust me, bro.
somebody receiving an undeserved punishment is unjust? Do you think like a just punishment needs to be deserved?
Well, I would just say it was mercy. Like
What-
there's such a thing as mercy.
But mercy seems to trade off with justice. You know, if justice is people getting what they deserve, and then
Well, yeah,
mercy is
fair.
Mercy also doesn't require like the justice to be transferred. Like mercy could like just be the abolition of the need to punish. Like
Yeah.
it can just be forgiven.
Yeah, it's amazing how this God has to set up all these strict rules about animal sacrifice and human sacrifice, and all this is required and everything. Like, and yeah, this guy's trying to have it both ways. He's trying to explain why God had to set up this system to transfer sin to Jesus, and how everything is just for the balance and for the math equation, the sin equation to balance out and all to be right with the world. And then he's saying, "Oh, this is also merciful." Like it's a direct conflict there, because this guy is just bent himself into a pretzel trying to establish why all this was required, and then he's basically saying, oh, but God's merciful, which means God didn't need this.
like kind of withholding from that. It seems like what happened, it seems like God gave out an unjust punishment because it wasn't deserved.
Well, I'm trying to think. I mean, I'm trying to think about how to put it. It's a good question, so I just want to think about it.
That's okay.
He became sin, and so God poured out his wrath on him. Was it unfair to Jesus? Yes, in a sense, but he accepted it anyway.
Did you just say Jesus became sin?
Yeah, it says he became sin who knew no sin. That's what the scriptures teach. Yeah.
What? How could that be?
Sin.
But sin is bad, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so
Correct.
Jesus is all good, but is also bad?
Well, he became our sin. Yeah, he became sin.
So he was both all good, but also not all good?
Yeah, I mean...
I'm sorry, I hope you don't think that I'm being uncharitable. I'm trying to understand.
You're not. No, you're not. You're not being uncharitable. Look, he was still God, so he was still good, but he did become sin, and in that moment he became a curse. But he was still good, and how do I reconcile that? I don't really know.
Okay.
I don't really know.
I'm not too sure either, but if you ever figure out, I would love to hear how you reconcile that.
At least he admits that.
So I looked up the verse. It's 2 Corinthians 5:21. For our sake, God made the one who knew no sin to be sin, so that in him we might become the righteousness of God.
2 Corinthians, you said?
Yeah, 2 Corinthians 5:21. So we're getting into a really weird identity thing, because this is God doing something to Jesus, who is God, Like it'd make more sense for like the Father to do something to Jesus because they're supposed to be separate persons. But like when it's saying that God is doing this, it's Jesus doing it to himself. If we're following the Trinitarian doctrine.
Yeah.
Think of all the brain power that has been used up trying to make sense of this nonsensical book.
Oh yeah. Yeah, God could have saved us all the trouble by just writing the book better.
If only that brain power was put towards
Yeah.
achieving the perfect run of Super Mario Bros.
Oof. Like what is that? They're sub 5 minutes on that now, right? It's like 4.
Yeah, it's 454, I think, was the most recent.
Sexy.
Barrier. Yep. It's almost task perfect.
That's crazy. Yeah, I've watched a bunch of those videos. I watched Summoning Salt.
I love Summoning Salt. Summoning Salt is goated.
Yeah, that guy's awesome. And then I watched what was that one guy? Oh, what was his name? I haven't watched his videos in forever. I think he stopped streaming. I'll have to find his name. He was a software developer. He held the world record for the Mario Brothers speed run at some point briefly. And then he started doing like really obscure games, like the 7-Up game on the NES.
Oh, was it a Cosmic or
not Cosmic?
Grand Pooh Bear, Mitch Flower Power?
No. What was his name? Let me find him. Hold on.
Nifty. These are all the Mario runners I know.
Let me look it up. Might take me a few minutes, so.
Someone that does similar world record overviews is Abbysoft.
Yeah. Oh my God, what was his name? I haven't watched him in like a few years. This is the nature of my brain. If I'm not constantly using the information, I lose it.
Got to keep encouraging those neural pathways.
Yeah, I constantly have to like refresh that cache, or else I experience a massive cache miss like right now.
Do you, have you ever watched GDQ, their charity marathons?
Yes, I actually have a friend who actively participates in GDQ.
Oh, that's so awesome.
Yeah.
I've been watching GDQ since like 2014, I want to say.
Yeah. I bet a majority of the audience right now are like, what the fuck are these guys talking about? Fucking nerds. Jesus.
Nerdy speedrun shit.
Yeah.
That was the last clip that I had set aside for tonight. I can absolutely find more clips, but I invite the audience to suggest any clips that you'd like us to react to. I was kind of hoping Jason would come up so we could get his DZ debates clip.
Yeah. Or better yet, theists in the audience, dial in. Links in the description. Come talk to us.
Theists are afraid. They saw us, flexing our biblical knowledge for the last like hour and a half, and they're like, "Oh, I don't have what it takes to tap dance with those fellas."
But hey, theists in the audience, Christians especially, just read 1 Peter 3:15.
I love breaking it out.
Always have a response to those who question you. Or if you want to flip the other way, go to Mark 13:11 and don't have a response because it'll just come to you via the Holy Spirit. So take your pick.
Yep. Always be ready to give a defense for the hope that is within you.
Yeah.
And that
no. Don't have any thoughts beforehand because the Holy Spirit will give it to you in Mark 13:11. You're clearly wrong, RP.
I mean, if you get up here and just make like guttural noises and claim it's from the Holy Spirit, like
that's true.
I can't like falsify that. Like if that's what the Holy Spirit led you to say, then like it's got to have some sort of meaning.
Yeah.
Well, then it's just speaking in tongues.
Maybe it's the language of the angels, and I just have demonic ears. Therefore, that's why I can't hear the good news.
If okay, if a person comes up here and just gutturally vomits out speaking in tongues gibberish, is that technically coherent?
How are we cashing out coherence?
I mean, like agreeing with itself internally, because like,
Yeah,
if it's just nonsense noises and it's 100% nonsense noises, you can go, yeah, that's coherent, right?
But it doesn't conflict with itself.
Yeah, that perfect. Thank you so much. That's a much better way of putting it.
In that way, it's more coherent than the Bible.
Yeah, there's no possibility for contradiction in there because it is just gibberish.
I think since we haven't done Justin tonight, we can do this one.
Yeah.
I would
I
like
actually
to-
I need to go to bed here pretty soon, so I'm gonna probably bow out. But
hey, yeah, thanks for jumping
Yeah.
on for that
Yeah.
Ian clip.
yeah, it was fun hanging
Always-
out.
Yeah, always a
Yeah.
good time having you up here.
Yeah, fun hanging out. I'll try to pop back in here in about a week and a half. I'm actually going on vacation tomorrow, so I'll be out of town, but I'll probably pop back in. It was fun.
Have a good
Hey,
time.
bon voyage.
Yeah, thanks. Catch you later.
I feel like that if somebody comes in here and starts speaking in tongues, that Gretchen will lose her mind. Like, I don't see that like going on very long with Gretchen.
Well, here let me try speaking in tongues. 311 is garbage. Okay, Justin Bieber is better than 311. See, these are nonsense sentences, right?
Yeah, I didn't understand. The words were English, but I just didn't understand what they were saying. It's like they lost all
Christian
meaning.
might be away.
Hope she never goes back and watches this, RP. You better hope that she never.
She cuts me from partnership. If sin did exist, then it would be a sin to besmirch the name of 311 on this platform.
Yes.
All right, I don't think we've reacted to this clip yet, because we don't usually do Justin because his clips have been like over an hour long recently, but this is from 4 days ago and it's only about 38 minutes. But if we start playing it and I start to recognize it, then I'll know that we'll need to find another clip.
Our next guest here. Should be fun. Welcome, Alex.
That's a little loud.
Yeah, hey man, I'm sure you remember me.
Yeah, I remember. How you doing?
Good.
Alex, we know that you're at least 18, and we know that you're a Christian. What flavor of Christian are you?
Here, I gotta get some like a good number on the volume. It'll be like nails against chalkboard if it sits at 53 the entire time.
So I'm pretty much Pentecostal, but
there we go.
Oh no,
I don't look
you
at it
speak
from
in
like a
tongues?
religion. Yes.
Can you do it now?
How is this so relevant?
Oh, I saw this
what
one the
is-
other day. Yeah.
What is going on? We were just talking about speaking in tongues, and this is the clip that gets pulled up.
God, I love coincidences. Our brain wants it to be part of a pattern so bad.
Yeah. I'm finding that so hard right now. I'm like, it's completely irrational. It means nothing. There is no like cosmic plan. Just
Right.
play the video, RP. Just play the video.
No, I'm not gonna do it. Just
Not
because.
even as a favor?
So what praying in tongues is like you praying unto God for edification of your soul.
You don't
So
wanna
just
edify?
no, I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I'm not gonna do it. Because when we read the first time the disciples of Jesus spoke in tongues, most people were trying to criticize them and say they were drunk, you know, they drink wine,
Shit.
they're just saying a bunch of nonsense words. So
So
when
you
it's
don't want to
from
be
a
criticized.
Maybe because they
no,
were
I'm not
drunk
worried
and saying
about
a
being
bunch of
criticized.
nonsense
I'm not gonna
words.
do it just.
I don't remember Jesus speaking in tongues, and I'm trying to look it up. And like the overview is saying the Bible provides no record or evidence of Jesus speaking in tongues. So I have no fucking clue what the caller is like talking about.
If the Lord moves me to speak in tongues, I will. But
fair enough.
But look what I actually want to ask you a few questions, if you let me.
Well, tell you what, how about we
yeah.
address the topic, and then when we're done, you can ask me your questions.
And you actually give me a chance to ask you, right? You're not just gonna disconnect me real quick?
No, I won't let you preach, but you can ask your questions.
Okay.
So, Alex, my claim's pretty simple tonight, which is I don't think that God is good. Why would one come to the conclusion that God is good?
Because, again, from a perspective of a Christian, and obviously you're gonna try to disagree with that, but I see that everything good only comes from God. If it wasn't for God, things would only get extremely quickly worse, until everything's just kind of like gone. So by claiming that there's bad things, that it disproves God. If God wasn't there, why don't things just get completely out of hand? Like, why is there like a limit how far bad things can go? I mean, people don't have ability. I mean, if somebody's in power, their intention is usually to never stop. So why is it that there's like a limit how far it goes and then it retraces back?
It's a wild argument. So your hypothesis is that everything that is good comes from God, and where do the bad things come from?
It's the consequence of man's actions. Yes.
Okay, so the consequences of man's action is bad stuff. So God never causes bad things to happen.
So I know you're going to try to refer to the Bible where all good and bad comes from God. But this is what I'm going to answer on it, is the only reason bad follows is because God almost like allows it to get to that position.
So wait, is caller like just straight up coming out and saying that he disagrees with the Bible? 'Cause it feels like that's what he's admitting here.
Well, he's never read the Bible, so he doesn't know what's in it to disagree with it. He's just making his own shit up.
Yeah, that's pretty par for the course.
By showing the consequence of human behavior outside of God. Again, if God controlled every situation where nothing bad would happen, humans would only exceed.
Have a good night, JR. And yeah, I'll read those emails. I just had a really busy day today, so I didn't have a chance to look at them yet. And hey, NB, good to see you. Hope you're doing well this morning.
In their evil actions, evil thoughts, and saying, well, nothing's bad going to come out of it anyways. Why not just only continue evil? And we read this in Genesis 6.
It certainly is a claim. Like that's just mind reading now. You're just like pretending to know the minds of human beings, and that's preposterous. Like, so I don't believe in your God. Your God doesn't work through me. Do you think I should be like out there murdering people just because I don't believe in your God?
Well, of course not. I mean, God doesn't call us to murder people. Jesus tells us to love those that hate you and persecute you and use you, despisefully use you. So,
what's preventing me from murdering somebody right now?
Life in jail. Let's give that.
Yeah, my own brain. Yeah. I don't need your God to not want to commit atrocities. However, if I did follow your God, I would be able to justify atrocities because your God commands atrocities to happen. In fact, he commands horrific things. For example, he says of the people of northern Israel, specifically, he refers to them as Ephraim. He says because they've misbehaved, because they're so wicked, he's going to have their women ripped open, their wombs ripped open. He says, Samaria shall bear her guilt because she has rebelled against her God. They shall fall by the sword, and their little ones will be dashed to pieces, and their pregnant women ripped open.
Yeah. Okay. Give me the place real quick where it says. I know what you're referring to, but give me the verse real quick.
Hosea 13:16.
Right. Okay. So again, you're taking a few verses and trying to describe the punishment that's going to come upon them. But when we read prior verses of Hosea, God actually calls them to repentance and to walk right. But he says
what?
they reject knowledge. They reject it. They don't want nothing to do with it. And then he says, I will reject your children.
Did the babies reject knowledge? Because that's who's suffering here. He says, I'm going to have pregnant women ripped open. What kind of a crime does somebody need to commit that the punishment should be ripping open pregnant women's wombs and smashing their babies' heads against rocks?
Again, God only opens up to them that things are going to follow. If we read prior, like Hosea chapter 4, verse 1, look what God tells them.
My question was, what kind of a crime do I need to commit so that the punishment would warrant having my pregnant spouse belly ripped open, womb ripped open?
Right, but when you actually read what these people are doing, it just shows that literally...
Weird that you're not going to give me an answer. I'm asking a very specific question. What kind of a crime warrants having a woman's womb ripped open?
Again, God only tells them the consequence that's going to follow. That's it. He's just opening up to them.
That you won't answer the question, Alex. I'm asking you for a specific crime. What kind of crime do I have to commit where it's just to have a woman ripped open and have her baby's head smashed on a rock? Which crime?
So I'll tell you their crime. Their crime was where God keeps calling
now the
them
only
on
problem
them,
I
and they
have,
just...
the only problem I have is now I've completely lost track of the entire conversation because that cat is so damn cute.
I know. This is the only thing I could pay attention to. I was like, cat attack. Get him, Portal. Hey, Chris, if God wants zero crime, why did God, create crime in the first place? In fact, why did God create in the first place? Chris, can you come up on stage and tell me, like, if God existed alone perfectly, why God would introduce, like, any potential for flaw? Because, like, creating, God has no, like, rational reason to create if everything was perfect when he existed alone. Hey, NB, how's it going? Yeah, are those your waking up voices or noises?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, glad
you can. Little kitty.
Right.
Kitty.
Psst, 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 psst.
I'm hungry.
Well, then feed yourself.
Oh, that was a coherent word.
Yay.
Ignore him and only exceed in their wickedness over and over and over.
Yeah, well, tell you what, if there was a God that says, I'm going to murder babies, I'd ignore that fucking God too. They did the right thing.
So again, you're twisting the whole words. God doesn't say, I'm going to do this to your children. He says, because of your evil deeds, all of these things are going to follow you.
He said he's causing it. So when God brings in the Assyrians to enact his will, that's him saying, I'm punishing you.
Right.
But let me give you
a perspective. What God is saying, when these Assyrians come over here, I'm not going to hold them back to do whatever they want to you guys. I'm not going to hold them back.
No
duty, whatever they wish. Right.
Yeah, so did God need to punish them by means of the Assyrians, or could he pick a different punishment?
This was just their outcome. I mean, he could have chose a different one, but this is the one that he chose for them. But again,
I know.
If I read you the verses prior,
so God chose you. Listen, reading the prior verses isn't going to help it. So if God chose, the punishment is going to be, hey, your wombs are going to get ripped open. I fail to see why them not worshiping God requires him to literally cut them open. Could you fucking imagine, like, if you had a significant other and you're like, you're not giving me fucking enough attention, and then they break up with you and you're like, well, now I gotta fucking cut you open. What a monster.
You're not giving that cat enough attention.
This is the most vile, barbaric God ever.
Yeah, and that cat will absolutely cut you open.
Yeah, he will. Yeah.
Invented.
Okay, but it's not the attention that God is seeking from them.
What's he want?
He's bringing up a charge against them of the evil that they keep doing.
of harlotry. Remember, the book of Hosea is all about them playing the harlot on God, about them forgetting their husband, about them going astray. That's what the book of Hosea is about. And God says, because Israel is like a harlot, I'm going to do this to her.
Yeah, but hey, let me just read a few verses to you. It's chapter 4, just a few verses.
Yeah, that'll make it better. That'll make it better. Yeah. Yeah, read a verse that has nothing to do with ripping women open.
It does, because God opens up here that this is the evils that they keep nonstop doing. And he says, all of these evils you're doing.
But if you want to see the evils of Israel, you got to go to Amos, not Hosea.
Actually, Hosea chapter 4, I want to read you just a few, because God says, I bring a charge against you. Because they, look, let me read it, just a few verses to you. It's chapter 4 from verse 1. Hear the word of the Lord, you children of Israel. For the Lord brings a charge against the inhabitants of the land. Then he says, there is no truth or mercy or knowledge of God in the land. By swearing and lying, killing and stealing and committing adultery, they break all restraint with bloodshed upon bloodshed.
I'm aware.
Okay, so God is, again, there is so much more God reveals here what these people are doing. And he says,
so
I bring a charge.
At what point, so this is why I asked you, at what point is it acceptable to punish a woman with having her womb ripped open and the baby smashed to pieces? What crime? Are you saying that these crimes are the ones that if your people group lies and swears and does violence on their own, well, now it's justified. Now it's okay to punish women by having their wombs ripped open?
So God says, because of all this evil you're doing, there's a nation that's coming.
Alex, here's what's going to happen. You're gonna answer my question, or this is gonna be a painful conversation. This is why I would imagine all of your conversations on TikTok are this painful, is because you came and you want to run a script and ignore like what I'm saying. Like you heard like the problem, and rather than actually having a conversation, you want to run away and preach about something else. I asked you a very specific question.
Right. So your intent of the question.
What was my question?
You want me to place God as an evil person.
What was my question?
At what point is it okay for the woman's stomachs to be ripped open, right?
That's right. What crime does a person have to commit so that the punishment is having your womb ripped open?
So he says they have bloodshed upon bloodshed. If they keep committing the crime of bloodshed, eventually the same recompense, the same consequence comes upon them.
Gotcha. So then...
All right, Chris, why would God create criminals? Like, just don't create criminals, and then there will not be crime. Like, crime.
I mean,
is carried out by criminals, so therefore
you can't be a criminal without
criminals,
doing. Yeah, you can't be a criminal without doing crime. So, like, by
that's the definition of criminal.
Right.
That's the definition of criminal.
God
is someone who does a crime.
Still.
Okay, I feel like that profile picture would make for a great Magic the Gathering card, but I don't think we're ready for that convo.
Here, my tummy's rumbling. I'm gonna go grab a muffin, but I'll keep the clip playing.
It's okay to murder innocent babies by ripping open the womb and smashing their heads, as long as their parents are evil.
So I'll say this: it's a very sad outcome. But God,
I'm asking for yes or no, Alex. If a parent is evil, is it okay to rip open their womb and smash their baby's head in a rock?
Again, it's a sad outcome, but that's what happened.
It's crazy that you want to answer the question. It's almost like you're afraid.
I am. I'm answering the question. I'm telling you that's what happens.
If a person is evil, is it a just punishment to have their womb ripped open and have the baby's head smashed on a rock? Yes or no? Alex, you're going to answer the question.
I know you want
no
me to
matter
answer
how uncomfortable it makes you.
I mean, that's what God allowed it to happen. So at that point, that was the fair punishment upon him. Again, I know it's a sad.
Do you think that morals are objective? Do you think they change with time?
Yeah, God did change certain things. I mean, it says before it was sad.
So you have subjective relative morals?
What I'll say is this:
that's crazy.
Hey, Jesus called us to a new standard.
Why should we follow your God's morals?
Well, Jesus calls us to the new standard.
Why should we follow your God's morals?
Because they're perfect.
It's perfect. So God's morals are perfect. So it was perfect. when God said, I'm going to have women ripped open and babies' heads smashed on rocks? That was perfect.
Hey, it was a example left for generations.
We'll try it again,
if
Alex.
you-
Was it perfect when God said, I'm going to have women's wombs ripped open and babies' heads smashed on rock? Was that perfect?
Hey, as much as you want to make me look like the bad guy, if God allowed it, then it's perfect. There it is.
I'm not making you look like the bad guy.
It sounds like I came at the perfect time. Yeah, if you don't want to look like the bad guy, don't say things that a bad guy would say.
Right. That's like that is exactly like the whole like, oh, I don't want to sound racist, but like anything that's gonna follow that is gonna be racist. I don't want to sound like the bad guy, but anything that follows that's makes you the bad guy. Brah.
Listen, I don't want to come off as evil, but I did kill your dog in Minecraft. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah, not to sound racist or anything, but the sky is beautiful today.
What?
Yeah, what the hell does that mean, brah? Trying to say that minorities can't enjoy a good sunrise? Come on, man. I didn't realize you were that racist.
Not to sound racist, but apple juice will always be better than orange juice. I'm just gonna die on that hill.
Yeah, but grape juice beats the fuck out of both of them.
Okay, right, but like now.
Wow, we're
that
talking
part-
about beating things now and racism. This has gone off trail.
We're getting
Right.
canceled. This
When you
is the
when you
conversation that
invoke-
cancels the platform.
Yeah, but like when you invoke the grape juice, right? That's racial, right? That's like it's like yeah,
It's
turkey's
racial to
great.
think that invoking grape juice is racist.
No.
See, the
'cause
thing
it's
that
like,
RP's not saying is that he prefers the white grape juice.
it's white.
Oh,
What? Like, as if
I'm a
it's like-
Concord grape juice kind of person.
But it's like saying, okay, like listen, I like Porsches, but like Hellcats, you know what I mean? Like, well, like what kind of conversation are we having now?
I was scrolling through channels while ago, and I come across the live stream. I won't say who it was, but the title of the stream was "Giving an off-color joke tip for entry," and I was like, "Shit." So I typed in, "Can I get in with a short dick joke?" I didn't.
Aw.
But-
Well, that only confirms it then.
Yeah.
Here's an off-color joke. What's black and white and red all over? A bleeding skeleton.
So usually a newspaper.
That's terrible.
Yeah. No,
What?
it's an anti-joke because like the answer is newspaper, but I went with something else that just doesn't make sense. And it was off color because it was only about color.
You know what's an off-color joke? Beige. Beige. That's an off-color joke.
That one
But,
landed.
That was good.
I'm making you be honest.
There's a kitten in the back.
Okay, so in your worldview, you think that it's perfect to murder babies, like by smashing their heads on rocks, which is pretty wild.
Keep in mind, when God warns them prior and saying that these are the outcomes, if these people were to repent, none of those things would have followed it. Because we see the perfect example.
It's kind of irrelevant.
Well, it is because look, we see the exact example.
No, it's not. If my son, we all know the story, Alex. Your preaching's useless here. We know the story better than you do. If my son goes to school and breaks the rules in school, I'm like, well, fucking, I warned you. If you broke the rules in school, I'm going to chop your leg off. Am I justified in chopping his leg off?
Okay. See, you're giving a
Am I justified in chopping his leg off?
Okay, but let me rephrase the question how it actually happened in the
No,
Bible.
you're going to rephrase a question at all. None. I asked you my question. You're answering my question, not
Yours
the
is
question
not.
you want me to
Okay.
ask. If
Yours
my
is not
son
justified.
breaks the rules in school and I say the punishment for doing this is having your leg chopped off, am I wrong to do that?
Your statement is wrong. You're not right to do that. And I'll
Why?
tell you how God did not do this. If you tell him, because look,
Get up here, King. we can finally do your Justin clip.
And we need good jokes. So,
in fact, I'll go ahead and put your Justin clip up just to entice you even further.
Did Gretchen fall asleep on call? That's funny.
She talked a couple minutes ago.
Oh.
Well, talk is a strong term for the sound, but sure.
Oh. Science man Dan.
Jason, we're waiting.
What a title, dude. Justin's like learning trolling, and it's funnier the second he gets better at it every day. And I'm just like, yay, grown man, but yay.
All right, looks like that wasn't enticing enough to get him up right away. So I guess we'll continue with the other one. More Alex.
What God, the reference would be what God does is He says, "Hey, if you're at school gonna keep jumping on those monkey bars, you can fall and break your leg." And He ignores your statement. He goes out there jumping on those things and he twists his leg and breaks it. He technically did not want to follow your instruction, so he did it on his own. You didn't have to go and break his legs. God didn't
crazy,
go.
Crazy, Alex, that you didn't actually engage in what I said. I didn't say shit about breaking his legs. I said the punishment I'm deciding is that I'm going to chop his fucking leg off. It's not an accidental consequence. It's a punishment that I'm inflicting. This is the dishonesty. Alex, you're so terrified of being honest because you know where it leads.
No, I'm not, because you're placing the question wrong. Not what God is doing.
You're terrified of being honest.
Look, God didn't enter the nation of Israel during the time of Hosea and did these things to their children. He said, when these people come, they're gonna do to you guys whatever comes to their mind, and this is what they're gonna be doing it. So He just warns them.
You're not gonna like what He says in chapter 9. Have you read chapter 9?
Let's read it. I mean, I've read all of them, but let's read what you're referring to.
He literally says of the people.
It's funny how often people will make the mistake of thinking that consequences and punishment are synonyms.
Right. like it's a consequence of a ball to roll down the hill if I push it. It's not like a punishment that the ball is rolling down the hill.
Yeah, no.
I mean,
it's not.
Like outside of video games, yeah.
If you're Sisyphus, it is. But
right, like if I stick my hand in like a fire and I get burned, like that was just like cause and effect. That was just a consequence. That wasn't necessarily a punishment. I still got fucked. That's because I'm stupid.
Right. But punishment is always a choice, and punishment doesn't do shit. It doesn't work. It doesn't do anything other than cause harm and cause behaviors to go covert. So, I don't know. I'd like a Christian to explain to me why.
Okay,
God
but like,
loves that so much.
Let's say hypothetically, right? Somebody kills your dog, right? Now,
In
punishment
Minecraft?
isn't. I was gonna say in real life, but let's go with Minecraft, all right? Sometimes it's not about fixing the person; it's just about beating the shit out of them because they killed your fucking dog. And I think that's valid. That's just my opinion.
That's what we learned from John Wick.
Exactly. And that's retribution. And it's an anger response. And, you know, I can certainly see in the moment having that impulsive reaction. But the behaviors we want to see change, which is what punishment is about, changing behaviors.
Okay, but what about like rapists? Like, do we just like leave them? Like there are certain people I think are like too dangerous to even be left alive.
Yeah. There are some situations in which we got to make appropriate consequences, but punishment isn't the answer.
I mean,
who? I'm like, how do you justify taking someone like that was a very disturbing statement that you just made.
I think full removal from society to prevent them from harming another person.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
not necessarily punishment. It's a preventative measure.
Protection of society, protecting of the people in society. But I don't think that anybody. I'm against the death penalty, so I don't think that the government or anybody should have the authority to take the lives of its citizens, no matter what. Like, yeah, put these people away so they can't hurt other people. But like, I don't believe in free will, so I don't believe that this person necessarily can be held to the extent of like responsibility for their actions to the extent that they should be executed.
Then I guess it's like just a revenge thing for me. I think there are just certain people on this planet so where I'm just like, I don't think I'd feel satisfied if they were still like if they weren't fucking dead. Like there are just people who are that bad. Like when I think like Benjamin Netanyahu, when I think like fucking genocidal maniacs, I'm like, do we keep them alive?
Are you a theist?
No.
Do you believe in free will?
No.
Okay, you might I think maybe that you are to like think all of that all the way out.
To me, it's just like a very like I don't know if it's like just like from an emotional place, but it just might be an anger response out of like I just feel the need to like fucking wail on you, dude.
I mean, I understand it's a visceral response.
Yeah,
but
consider this: removing a life is like a single quick action, whereas like if they remain alive, like they can face punishment for the rest of their life.
Well, that's not why I'm opposed to the death penalty, but yeah.
Well, I'm framing it that way so that like you can satiate that anger response.
Right, and part of my point in saying that punishment is ineffective and things like that is because reinforcement does work. So we should, prior to anyone becoming a rapist, we should be reinforcing the consent laws way, way, way more than we do now, so that no one has any kind of excuse about, I didn't know what consent was, which would make that infraction way more egregious and much more deserving of separation from society.
Yeah,
at the very least,
a crime. If a person commits a certain crime too, like a rapist or somebody who molests people or children or whatever, there is a specific just locking them away in prison for amount of time without any kind of addressing of their issue doesn't actually do anything. You know what I mean? Like So I think
but I mean,
we have to find some ways, some methods to actually deal with the underlying issue too. Like that.
Well, I'm sure they're like.
I wouldn't say it doesn't
crimes.
do anything. It may not do anything to like further their rehabilitation, but it removes them from society so that they can't perpetuate their abuse or find a new victim.
No, it doesn't. That's not true. It just means it just changes who they perpetrate their abuse against. That it just puts it against other people who have also broken.
Well, if you put like
what if they're in
you put like a PDF file in prison?
In solitary, then solitary confinement's torture.
Yes.
Okay, but like let's say you put like a PDF file in prison, right? Like there's no kids in prison. And on top of that, if you tell the other prisoners, right?
I disavow.
It's a lot to once you dissolve yourself with the idea that free will exists. All of the scenarios across the justice system are totally different. Like, if you sit and think them all through with a thought experiment.
I think, I mean, sometimes I feel like, maybe the only person that can handle it is God, so I say we give all like the worst criminals the choice of which cult to go to get that healing spirit, and then we'll just let them take care of it internally. GG's.
Jason wants like a theocratic war in like prisons.
Yes.
Like no gangs based on race. The gangs based on religious belief.
Just like anybody that was gonna get capital punishment, they just we just put them in one of the cults, Jehovah's Witness, main camp, and then God will handle it from there, right?
Isn't that just
I
the
would think-
Crusades?
I was thinking put him like a UFC fight card. That would be
On the White House lawn.
Yeah, on the
Well,
White House lawn.
I don't want to watch it. I just want to like hear about it later. That like
Riyadh UFC fight festival.
Well, hey Jason, how you doing this morning?
Not bad. Fucking tired, dude. I have like this crazy Kickstarter campaign. It's like a logistical nightmare. So,
Well, let me know when we can donate to it.
it's already closed.
Oh.
Yeah. But I luckily I get to figure out how to ship shit to like 56 different countries. That sounds fun, right?
You doing it through UPS?
I'm doing it through like 4 different shipping companies. Whatever's the cheapest.
Just do it through UPS, man. We got you.
Yeah.
I'm not shilling at all.
I mean, Santa goes to every single country, right?
I heard from the Middle East he just doesn't go there much. I don't know if it's like a race thing.
No, he went there in South Park.
And then he killed didn't he kill like Osama bin Laden or some shit?
No, that was Jesus when Jesus was saving Santa.
Okay, he went to the Middle East one time in South Park with Kyle and Stan and wait, Kenny wasn't there. No, they killed Kenny. Or did they kill Pete?
What's with
those bastards?
What's with the robot erasure? What is with the robot erasure? Everybody knows Santa Claus is a robot. Y'all just hate clankers. Admit it.
I do. I hate the fucking clankers. What are we talking about? Dude, I'm a fucking Jedi. Fuck those clankers.
I don't think Santa goes to like Israel because
Roger.
Like he's
Oh
just
yeah, no, he
confused.
hates the Israelis. Yeah, every time he goes there, Mossad is like on his ass, and he's just like, "Dude, I deliver presents to kids," and they're like, "Are you
He's like, "I
Jewish? Do you want to join our organization?" And like Santa's like, "I'm not giving you my intelligence. I don't give it to the CIA. I'm not going to give it to you." And they're always at the North Pole trying to investigate him. Let me tell you, one time, I was over at the North Pole and I was talking to one of the elves, and he was telling me, "Dude, I just caught a Mossad access agent trying to pose as an elf. This dude was 6 feet tall, trying to pretend to be an elf." I'm like, "What the fuck, dude? You're trying to pretend to be an elf? You're 6 feet tall. You're a grown man." Fucking Mossad.
The problem is the thing that gave him away was the accent.
Exactly.
I mean, how tall is Will Ferrell?
Yes, Will Ferrell's the Mossad accent agent.
Well, no, but like my point is like Will Ferrell was like legitimately considered an elf, and he's a tall motherfucker.
Yeah, my
So,
only
like-
problem is
How tall
is
is
that like
Will
Santa
Ferrell?
Claus?
He's probably
Santa's
like
like
my
pretty
height.
aware
He's
of the
a big
files.
boy.
Yeah, my only problem is like Santa knows about the Epstein files and he won't release them. And I'm just like, dude, Santa, are you on the list? Do you have something to tell us?
Look, the
Will Ferrell
Epstein
is
files
yeah.
are the list.
He's a tall boy. We twinsies.
Somebody should clip that and throw it on a TikTok with some like cool background music.
Yeah, that
Well-
went a lot farther than I expected. I was just gonna say like, Santa used to be part of the cult, and then like now he's not part of the cult, and he's anti-genocide now. But
Well, now speaking of clips, are you ready for your Science Man Dan clip? Yeah. It looks
I
like
mean, unless
M's
everybody's
joins.
seen this, I don't want to make everybody watch it again.
No, I haven't watched. Well, I think I saw this when it happened live, but I haven't like reacted to the video. So we're
Hey,
good.
I'm gonna go to bed, Arpy.
All
Thanks
right.
for having me on.
Thanks for being up
No,
here, Robin.
stay.
I'm a little bit. I'm an old woman. I'm tired.
Just leave us in your ear. We'll
I
whisper to you.
will. I will. I will leave you in my ear. Good night, y'all.
Whisper in your ear.
Yeah, I think I can make it
Drift off to
through reacting to this clip, but like after that, like I'll be fading. In fact, I think I'm going to take my Seroquel.
Sarah, what?
Sarah who?
Palin.
Ooh,
Serotonin.
where are you taking her? Where are you taking her?
To Russia, because it's not a far walk
Good.
from her
Good.
house.
Just drop her.
Apparently,
Yeah, she can see it from her backyard. Perfect.
I can see it from my front porch.
Is she? What happened to her?
She vanished.
She made her money doing her press tours and stuff, and she fucked off.
Oh, yeah, she was dumb. She was like extra dumb.
She did what any smart grifter would do: get her bag and go like live in paradise.
She got it set up for her daughter. She got it set up for her daughter too, who was going around doing talks for like $50,000 a pop.
Intergenerational grifting. That's wow.
Yeah.
And her like
Use that
16-year-old
name.
son is like knocking up people like wasn't he like getting like girls pregnant and stuff?
Was that Palin or was that Boebert? Because
Oh,
I personally like mix Boebert and Palin up all the fucking time because like Boebert is 2020's Palin.
Yeah, that's like all the same petri dish to me.
Give Justin a low taper fade.
A taper fade. No, Justin's hair looks good now. Like Carnage actually made him like, I think he like had to actually pay for like a more than $10 haircut.
Carnage got him a black barber, confirmed.
No, it's a gay barber for sure. Do you see his new hairstyle? It's Felipe.
Felipe? Did you say Felipe?
I did.
I'm not stepping into that with a 10-foot pole. Just know that
You're both right.
I'm not.
It's a gay black barber.
Oh.
Yeah, that makes more sense.
All right. It's not Felipe anymore.
Yeah,
Alfonso.
It's Meek Mill. Sorry, that was insensitive.
Yeah, I'm not gonna
let's
guess
start this
on that
clip
one.
before we get fucking canceled.
Daniel, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, I do. Can you hear me good?
Yeah. Which God do you believe in?
Well, I believe in the God of the Scriptures. I do not see it in any way, shape, or form of the three representations of man religion. But
yeah, let's go.
So you'd say you're a Christian then?
No, I won't use that title. But
Sadak Mac Bibtosh?
I was about to say we got Sadak Mac
Sadak Mac Bibtosh.
Oh no, this is the best video ever because this. Okay, I just want to do like a quick thing real quick. I love this video because it represents like so many like chatters that we see a lot in the rooms and stuff, like the crazy ones that just like they just don't know how like anything works, like critical thought, like anything like that. This guy hits like every unwarranted confidence, like no schooling past high school, like just everything is just off the cuff. Like he thinks he has an answer for everything, but every single thing he says in this video is wrong, and it's hilarious. So
does he live in a basement or is this motherfucker like in Iceland? What
Hall of Fame level denial.
Yeah, this is I think this is one of the best for me personally, because it reminds me of like the Juice and like those people that just like they just don't know like what's going on. Yeah.
Man. Oh, Yeah. Okay.
No, don't get me started on that. Sorry, that's.
Where's my skateboard? If I grab my skateboard, I think I could go. You know what I mean? Like,
The common understanding of that graph is actually incorrect. The way people use it, the Dunning-Kruger experiment did not show that.
This is a meme.
In general, what the initial Dunning-Kruger experiment showed was that people are generally good at evaluating their own performance, but when comparing your performance to another person's performance, you're more likely to rate yourself towards the average. That's what the actual paper showed.
Look at this
Sounds
motherfucker
like
reading
it
shit.
confirms.
Yeah, I think I'm just.
Oh fuck.
just like a valley.
Educated. Look
Yeah.
at this fucker being educated, nerd.
I was just gonna say it sounds like Daniel might live on the peak of Mount Stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like a flat line on Valley of Despair, basically. And I accept that.
Can we put hungry on there? That's me.
The
Why haven't you gotten food yet?
Kruger curve.
It's the
The
food is too
the
far.
hungry cougar curve is a different thing entirely.
The food is so far away.
The hungry
You don't
cougar
understand.
curve.
My
The
kitchen
hungry
is
cougar
all
curve is
the
a very different thing.
My kitchen is all the way downstairs, dude. I have to walk. They have to make me walk, dude.
You only have
Oh, and
one
you probably
pizza?
have to open like cabinet doors and maybe your refrigerator. Sounds
Can't
like
do
a
it
whole
for you.
fucking thing.
I'm gonna wait until my boyfriend wakes up and then he can just carry me downstairs.
Oh.
Guys, that you have steered away from the Bible because you've mentioned hell and that misconception that's given by it.
No, hell had nothing to do with me leaving Christianity. So also hell is
He
definitely in the
started off
Bible.
by saying
It
he
says that
felt
there's
sorry
wailing
for
and gnashing of
Justin.
teeth, and Jesus says in Matthew 25 that you'll be thrown into hell.
Right, but
That's beside the point. That's beside the point. I'm not worried about that. I'm still trying to figure out what you believe. Do you believe in the Trinity?
No. No way.
Okay. So do you think that Jesus is God?
No.
Okay, so do you believe that Jesus is the Son of God?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. So you're more like an adoptionist?
No, I have no labels. I have no place. I have no fit.
No,
I'm a
word.
man of science, and I fell into this in my
Sure, that's
theories
the
of
case.
everything.
Hey Mac, no all caps in the comments. Okay.
That's
You can
calling himself.
Wait, hold on. Mac, you can crash out all you want as long as you don't use slurs and you don't use all caps, okay?
What is
But
you
also,
even
come
just type?
back up here. Aren't you the guy that said that like we're all liars and we're all demons the other night? I'd like you to demonstrate that like we're lying about anything. That would be great.
I'm a demon in bed.
God damn.
I don't mean to be like a shill cuck for a Frito-Lay, but if you like Doritos, the fucking Parmesan garlic goes so hard. Like I am so
There's
happy.
Parmesan garlic Doritos, and I'm
Yes.
finding this out today.
Why didn't I not know that these? Why?
Well, they're not fucking
Wait,
advertised.
RB.
That's
Wait, RB, have you tried
I'm
the
so-
spicy mustard ones?
Not the spicy mustard, but I've tried the sriracha ones.
Oh, the
do
spicy
they exist in the
disappointed in
U.S.? Holy shit, they're real.
The spicy mustards.
Yeah, they're
Yeah,
like
they're
a,
the silver bag.
yeah, it's like in celebration for like America's 250th birthday, which is weird that like they choose like garlic parm as like the
No, Mac,
celebration.
please don't go, Mac, please.
What is with everybody's
Please.
250th
Please
birthday?
don't
Those
go.
random ones.
No, Mac.
Who's Mac?
Oh, Mac's running away already. Like I tell you to
No.
not use caps one time, and you fucking shit your pants
please.
again. And
I think
run
he's running
away.
because I cooked him on Genesis 1:3.
God. What are we going to do without him?
My life is so empty now.
You can look at
Christ.
Joshua's tape per fade.
Go bite your toenails, Mac. Go to bed.
Okay, I'm sorry, but this caller looks like he's straight out of like a National Treasure movie. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? He's got the beard, he's got the glasses, he's got the hair, he's probably got a treasure map out. It's got X marks the spot. I think we should listen to him. Honestly, he looks like any nebulous
looks
sort
like
of expert on any
He could be
shitty
Nicolas
movie.
Cage's father.
Yeah.
There's
But, I
definitely-
mean, is Nicolas Cage crazy or a genius? We never know. Is this guy crazy or a genius? Who the fuck knows?
I mean, those aren't mutually exclusive. Most
They're not. They're not.
Most geniuses are crazy.
I was just referring to the Community episode, but okay. I guess you guys don't know Ball. Understandable.
Wait, what episode of Community is that?
Remember when Abed like has like a class where it's like Nicolas
the film
Cage
class?
Yeah, he takes like a
Right.
no, he
Nicolas
takes-
Cage drives him insane because he can't figure out
Yeah.
whether Nicolas Cage is good or bad.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, and he has to give his like presentation, and he like does like all the Nicolas Cage impressions. Okay, yeah, I
and
forgot
he like,
about
has
that
a
one.
meltdown over it. Yeah. Thank you, poor baby.
Yeah. Cool.
That just reminds me of that Brooklyn Nine-Nine and Nicolas Cage jokes get. That's a great show. Just saying.
Dude, Brooklyn Nine-Nine got
Brooklyn
me through a
Nine-Nine is-
bad breakup, dude. I love Brooklyn Nine-Nine so much.
But when Jake and Holt's husband had to spend like a month or two in witness protection,
That was a
and they were
funny
watching nothing but Nicolas Cage movies, but it was all the really bad ones because those were the ones that Jake liked. At the very end, Kevin finds out about Captain Crellin's mandolin and just loses it. Genius.
Has Nicolas Cage been in like 300 movies? Like, how do you even determine if he's a good actor or not? He's done so many movies. It's like it's impossible.
I mean, it's like
He has a
it's
shit
not like
ton
The
of
Rock.
movies.
Because like The Rock, he's like in a bunch of movies, but he plays the same motherfucker every time, so it doesn't really count.
Oh, that's like Mark Wahlberg. Like he could only do one thing.
Or Ryan Reynolds.
Oh, right, Reynolds.
I mean, Mark Wahlberg can go from like comedy to serious. No, because Transformers was like action comedy.
And he still does. He still does that like little smirk.
Wahlberg did a hate crime and didn't get punished for it, so fuck that guy.
I mean, he didn't apologize. Didn't he call like a group of like black kids swimming in a pool just like the N word with the hard R for no particular reason?
Yeah, he's a piece of shit.
Dude, that TikTok era was hilarious where everyone was talking about that and I was like, what's happening?
But yeah, Ryan Reynolds has played Van Wilder in every single movie since he played Van Wilder.
I was just gonna say he's
my
playing
take.
Deadpool in every single movie, but yeah.
Deadpool is just Van Wilder with superpowers.
Who?
Who?
Who is Van Wilder?
Oh my God! Get off this panel.
To be fair, Van Wilder is actually probably older. But it's National Lampoon's Van Wilder is like a 2000 movie starring Ryan Reynolds. It was actually hilarious. Cal Penn also.
I can't
Like,
say
we're
whether
gonna-
it was hilarious or not because I actually haven't watched it in probably a decade, and so I don't know if it actually aged appropriately.
Oh,
Well,
it did not.
IMDb has
It
a
did not
6.4
age
out of 10.
appropriately at all.
Yeah, it's on the CW. Interestingly enough, Amazon Prime Video, Tubi. Yeah.
Put in your cue. Edumacate.
Yeah, it's definitely did not age well, but it's nostalgia factor for me.
Okay, I think we can continue
All
the clip.
Yeah, I think we rabbit holed sufficiently.
When I
get a
say
few more-
adoptionist, what I mean is that Jesus isn't the literal son of God. Like he wasn't physically born of God. He was adopted like King David was in Psalm chapter 2. Unless you think Jesus literally was born of God the Father.
Well, he was born in flesh.
Right, but was he physically begotten by God?
Begotten, yes, but everybody's definition of begotten is different. So,
What's your definition of begotten?
it was manufactured by God, however that may have been.
Okay, fair enough.
We don't know because it doesn't say. So I don't have a heart of stone. I'm not going to say this is the way that is. This is the way that is. That's science. I've left science. Man, don't tell me what to do. So
Yeah, science be damned with all their facts and reasoning. So what?
Well, I would love to talk some facts. I happen to know a little bit about science. If you'd rather steer the conversation that way.
Well, I think I'd like to
Spoiler,
start
no,
the
he
same way
doesn't.
we start most conversations.
Okay.
Which is
I'm new, by the way. I just found you. You seem like a nice guy.
Fair enough.
It's nice
Yeah,
to have
yeah.
a rational conversation on here.
I like a good rational conversation. So the question we ask everybody is, what's the best evidence or argument
Is he
that would
capable of
lead
having
one
a
to
rational
conclude that your God is real?
Telescopes.
Oh boy, let's have it.
You can build a bigger telescope, which we will every decade from now on, and you are
His
just
proof
going
of
to
God is
see what you
telescopes.
think. No,
I mean, telescopes literally disprove God because, you know, the
I'm
Bible
sorry, just
says the Bible says that, like, you know, existence should only be 6,000 years old. We can literally see stars that are billions of light years away. And the fact that we can see them means that light has been traveling for billions of years to reach us. So at the very least, our universe is billions of years old, not 6,000.
No.
nothing is.
Can't prove that.
He was just so quick with these like
telescopes
telescopes.
God?
You can't. Well, see, I can't prove God. You can't disprove God. But
Oh,
what
I
you can
disagree
prove-
actually. But also, I didn't
Well,
ask you
that-
about
well,
that.
that's But what I'm saying is, you can build a more powerful telescope, look in the darkest regions of space, and you're going to see more and more galaxy clusters, which is atoms, basically. Same thing.
It may not be true. That doesn't have anything to do with God. For example, I don't believe that the observable universe is the only amount of universe out there. I think the universe is infinitely large. I have no reason to believe that our observable portion is all that there is. So that doesn't tell me
But-
anything about God. It only tells me about the universe being very big.
Well, it comes back down to like the ether, the center of everything, which is was very popular a couple hundred years ago.
The fucking ether.
It's redundant.
He's been sniffing the ether.
What the fuck? How ancient is this motherfucker? Did he just say the ether?
Like I said, he's been sniffing ether.
Yeah,
Good
a daily
gracious.
reminder: the Michelson-Morley experiment failed to demonstrate the ether in any capacity.
What was the ether supposed to be again?
Like the medium in which like light travels through.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, qualia and the ether are both the two terms that every time somebody brings up, I'm like, what fucking outdated ass information are we using here?
19th century science.
I don't know that qualia is necessarily outdated. It's still talked about quite a bit in philosophy.
No,
But
Daniel's going to answer all of your questions. He's about to morph into Science Man Dan soon, so just pay attention.
It's morphin' time.
I just hate talking about qualia because most of the time, like, people don't really understand like the philosophical meaning of qualia when they try to get into subjective experience. But that's just a me issue.
Even the ether?
I have no fucking clue what that shit is.
A representation of it, yes. Not like modern man interpretation. It's
What's
just
a
the center of
representation of the ether?
creation. It's what you would call nothing in the center of everything.
What do you think ether means?
Ether is the center that binds the materials around it.
No, that's not what ether is. Ether is supposed to be a hypothetical substance. What's that?
Right. It's all hypothetical.
I was going to ask if I was mistaken, but I believe it was a thing that they believed that light used to travel, like through.
So yeah, the same way like sound waves travel through our atmosphere, they thought there must be some substance in outer space for different things to travel through. And we did a bunch of tests to figure out if that's the case, and it turns out there's no ether. So like your definition of ether doesn't.
Nothing?
No, I didn't say that. Your definition of ether doesn't match like what the scientific idea of ether even is.
Well, the science, they refuse to acknowledge ether. They're kind of having to now. after
They
this match.
refuse to.
Yeah,
they
don't like
did
the
some
word ether.
experiments. They did some
They don't.
experiments to see if it was true, and it
Yeah, it turns out science doesn't acknowledge things that don't fucking exist.
I mean, science doesn't acknowledge anything. Science is like an idea. It's not like a person. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah,
when he says like
science models.
Process.
This
It's a
fucker said the
process.
ether, bro.
It turned out that the proof was that
All
it
right, let
wasn't
him
real.
cook.
I have a question.
What data are you using to determine that it is real? And could you please show me this data?
It's real.
Can't do it. Just like
Is that Snitch? Here, I need to
Yes,
change the.
I always
Yeah,
recognize Snitch's
it's
voice.
Snitch. I love
Love
Scientific
Snitch.
Snitch. Yeah, her name's
Except for
Ella,
that
right?
one time. Yeah. I mean, that
Yeah.
one time where she like kind of fucked up with Greg Doucette and gave him some like information that he used to like chill some fucking sham course, not no sham supplement by accident. But like, we all make mistakes.
you can't show me data the other opposite. It's all in conception of the
We
mind.
can, but to be
No.
clear,
Hey Beard, it looks like you have some background noise. If you want to mute up and then come off of mute when you have some commentary, that'd be great. Appreciate it.
Yeah, sorry.
It's all good.
You can't. What? No, to be clear,
the
this is like
ether,
difference.
not only is the ether real, but also it doesn't mean what science thought it was. Can you, like, first of all, I'd love for you to present some evidence that your claim is true, but I'm still waiting for a definition. What is ether?
It's the bonding material at the center.
Center of what?
Everything. That's what I'm saying. Like you guys were talking.
What's it made out of?
Where is the center of everything? Or is he talking about like the center of like atoms? Like
I don't know.
That's
gluons. Gluons hold protons and neutrons together. I don't know what he means by the center. The center of the universe is technically everywhere. So,
What's it made out of?
Well, it's the absence of anything, so it's everything.
So the absence of anything is everything. That's a contradictory statement. If you have an absence of all things, an absence, you can't have everything.
Well, okay,
one is defined as a lack of things, so that it can't there be all things.
Okay, let's take the Earth for example. You got a round ball floating in space that's pressurized in the vacuum of space. That's physically impossible.
Wrong again. So the Earth is.
Boy doesn't understand gravity. Holy fuck.
Did you just say
pressurized?
It's impossible for the Earth to stay together in space.
Yeah. Well, he thinks that because like we have an atmosphere and like space is a vacuum, that like because space hasn't sucked away our atmosphere, that like there's some grand conspiracy. He's probably a flurf because that's the kind of shit that flurfs say.
In the vacuum of space.
Okay.
The reason why we can measure atmospheric pressure is because of gravity. Gravity causes atmospheric pressure, and the further away you get from the Earth, the less and less pressure you're going to be able to measure because the force of gravity is going to be weaker and weaker. So the reason why we have atmospheric pressure is because of the mass of the Earth. And the Earth being in a vacuum doesn't mean what you think it does either. A vacuum isn't a sucking motion. It's not a suck at all. A vacuum is literally just a lack of stuff.
My mouth is a vacuum.
I don't know how you want me to answer that. What you just said is a physical impossibility. So.
It's not.
Yeah. Take a balloon into space. What happens? There's pressure. Okay. It is 14. What is it? 14.7 per square inch, right? That's
not in outer space.
So what you're saying is oxygen,
not outer space.
Oxygen has the mass of 14.7.
To be sure, balloons are captive. So balloon is a boundary around stuff. If you put something in a balloon, you've got a boundary that contains things. Also, you can't smoke on you can't smoke on stream, science man.
You can't? Okay.
No.
We got an engineer and a physicist. Oh no.
We got Ella, M's, and Quanta now
we have
on
a
the
literal
panel. This is
medical doctor, a fucking like what is he? A quantum physicist, a fucking evolutionary biologist, and then a goddamn fucking engineer. What the fuck is going on?
Yeah, this is like every pseudo intellectual's worst nightmare.
Nuclear fucking bomb versus coughing baby. Holy shit.
Mike Tyson versus Make-A-Wish child.
Jesus Christ.
Do you think he'll get at least something right?
No, never.
We got like every major field in existence that your parents would fucking kill for you to be in. Like
Dude,
now on stage.
Against this panel, this dude should question his own name.
Oh, his name's gonna change. Don't worry.
Dude, I would legitimately like fucking back off like a fucking terrified dog. This second, dude, I'd be intellectually slapped around, bro.
I would cancel
Holy-
my internet plan.
See, that's the worst thing with what I study. Economics has no fucking influence on these debates. So I just like sit down in the background. I'm just like, yeah, I go to school for stuff. And then these guys are all like fucking nerds, like, holy shit.
Oh, don't worry, he's about to double down on the confidence.
Yeah,
so
he has
what
the
I'm saying
beard.
is, though, what we're going to discuss here is a matter of conceptions.
But do you
and
think the Earth
can't
is flat?
prove- No, but I love those flat Earth guys. They question the normal
Wait,
science.
do you think that there's like a big dome around the Earth then?
Dome? Well, there's. So I said it's the inverse of the way we believe it.
So
space is
what does that
everything.
mean? Does that
The
mean
Earth
that
is-
there's an anti-gravity pushing everything away from Earth? How does that
Is
work?
the Earth a hollow parabolic shape? Like, what are we talking about? Inverse.
It's actually Pringle shaped.
The theories that you're arguing here are there's no explanation for, and you can't tell me what they are. Just like
We haven't listed a single theory. You have no idea what we're doing.
Gravity, magnetism.
Okay.
pressurized-
I know the model of gravity,
No,
and this
you
is something that
know-
we have
no.
experimentally confirmed.
You know the witness of gravity. God created those witnesses.
That's
The
an
what?
adorable claim.
Hey,
We
science
know
man.
gravity just as much as we know the
Wait.
other forces.
Tell me
Hey,
how
science
gravity
man.
works. Tell me how.
Wait,
gravity works.
wait, guys, wait. Hey, science man, can you pick up something that is near you and then drop it?
Yeah,
That's gravity.
that's the action of gravity. Yes. Tell me how gravity works. You tell me how this piece of matter that I'm
Want to
sustaining
go
in the
for
air-
it?
Yeah, gravity
There's
is
no
caused by the
definition for
curvature of
space-time.
space-time. We understand that space-time has a property. Space-time has a
Science
property
man
in which if
Dan
there is
engaged.
a non-zero or a positive mass and stress density within a certain region, space-time will curve towards it, such that straight paths get bent, such that an object moving in a straight line will actually get deviated from what that straight line would be in a Euclidean space-time, and therefore will bend downwards towards the source of whatever mass is
E
generating
equals
that
MC
curvature.
square. Is that what you're
And in the
referring
low
to?
energy limit,
Nigga, what?
No. And in the
You
low
know
energy
that's what he
limit,
proved?
this manifests
That's
as
what he proved with
a
E equals
classical
MC
force
squared.
that depends
Look
on
at
the
E
inverse
method.
square law, which is what Newton discovered.
Newton.
Einstein? Newton?
So just real quick, go back to Einstein. What did he actually do? He witnessed a curvature of space. That's all that was. was
He
looking for a
postulated
star.
how space-time and mass and energy are related to each other. And then we went out and experimentally confirmed that relationship.
What he did is he monitored the eclipse, right? And all he witnessed was a star.
No, well,
shouldn't
he
have been
didn't do
able
that.
to see.
Technically, that was one of the first confirmations of general relativity, but there have been many more beyond that. The thing that actually
but
motivated
what I'm saying is
the
that you
development
actually
of
said
general
the word
relativity was the
earlier.
precession of Mercury. The precession of Mercury is the first hint at general relativity. Then once he postulated the curvature of spacetime, then they used eclipses to show that gravitational lensing caused the light from behind the sun to get bent around the sun, such that it looks like the stars behind the sun are next to it during an eclipse, which is awesome. But then later on, we found many more forms of evidence, such as gravitational redshifting, essentially gamma rays being shot up or down in a gravitational field will redshift or blue shift exactly in accordance to Einstein's equations. And then even later, more recently, we've confirmed his theory that colliding massive objects like neutron stars could generate things called gravitational waves, which will stretch and compress space-time as it sort of ripples out through the cosmos. And I
could
actually
you
got to
prove
hold the
me-
Nobel Prize for that.
Could you prove me a gravitational wave that was
Yes, LIGO proves the gravitational waves.
emitted from a neutron star?
Yeah, that's what the LIGO interferometers did.
Called it.
How was that proving of gravity?
And you can prove that because they could.
How can you see gravity?
Okay, I'm sorry.
The only
I
way
knew
to
the
do it
second he
is
said
neutron.
Euclidean geometry, the second he brought up Euclid, bro, the second he said fucking, he just started throwing out big words and shit. It just went over his head. And I was like, he's going to say something dumb. And the second I thought it, he was like, E equals MC squared. And I lost my fucking mind.
That was so random.
Yeah, like has Jesus Christ, this we're so in for it, and we're only like fucking 13 minutes in. Holy shit!
Telescopes.
Exactly what
How long is
predicted.
this?
An hour and like 8 minutes.
Holy.
Yeah.
I just want to point something out here.
They found the light after the gravitational waves.
That's what. Before we get too deep in the conversation, I just want to point out, Simon Dan, that you can't just say, "Hey, did you witness it, or did somebody physically witness it?" Because you keep positing a mythical god that nobody's witnessed. So this certainly isn't the burden of proof that you want to point to. The reality is, we come up with these hypotheses through a series of tests. And sometimes the test proved to be our theory true. Sometimes it proves our theory to not be true. But every test we have for God has always proved that God isn't real. So please don't. I know you're going to hear a lot of stuff from Quanta that you've never heard before because he's got an education. But just responding with, "Were you there? Did you witness it?" will never be an answer.
It's the same thing.
I actually got to take a class from the guy who won the Nobel Prize in Physics for the discovery of gravitational waves. He's a cool guy.
The Kenny mug.
It's all biased information. It's all input.
You don't have any biases.
That's not how science works.
You're completely unbiased.
You know something? Do you know what blinding procedures are? We go through extreme lengths to make sure that bias does not influence our experiments through things called blinding.
You don't understand.
There was
It
one
goes
experiment
against
that
me,
was
so it's
on called the
biased.
muon J-2 experiment, which had extensive blinding procedures, such that like there was a value that all the experimental data was shifted by.
Objection. On what grounds? It's devastating to my case.
Yeah, Justin should have played that. He has a soundbite on his like board.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite sound bites.
And that value was kept in a locked box with a single key managed by one person, not in the experiment. And it was only once all the scientists had completed their measurements, completed all calibrations, would they then unlock the box, find out what that value is, apply it to the data, and figure out what the true answer is to prevent bias from influencing our data. Like, these are the links that we go to make sure that we are measuring what we say that we are measuring in a way that is open and reliable.
Yeah, but you have to have theory. And I have a theory of God. You have a theory of science. There's you.
No, you don't have a theory.
I have a theory. A
You don't
game
have a
theory.
What do you think a theory is? What do you think the
what you
word
have
theory?
is not even wrong in the words of Dirac.
Yeah, what do you think a theory is? You don't even know what the word theory means.
That's all that you're throwing at me as theories.
Well, no, what's the word theory
You don't
mean?
know. You don't know how gravity
What's
works.
the
You
word
don't know how
theory
magnetic
mean?
Waves work.
But hold on, we're gonna get somewhere.
After
What does the
they've
word
explained
theory
gravity.
mean?
It's what you're going to theorize as being true.
Oh, I get it.
It's an
I
explanation
can't.
for.
I understand his entire argument now. I understand his entire argument now. It's no.
Yeah, I saw this coming. This might turn into a fucking infinite loop of just recursively.
You can't have an infinite regression.
Dude, whoever for looped this motherfucker's brain forgot to like end the actual loop at some point.
While Simon Dan saying something stupid, continue conversation.
For something. So, for example, when I was in school, I learned electrical theory. Electrical theory is the explanation for electricity and how it works, but calling it a theory doesn't mean that it's hypothetical.
Do you
a
honestly
theory
think
is literally just an explanation for something. Sometimes theories are really, really good, but in science, a theory isn't just a guess. It's something that's based on facts and evidence. While we have germ theory, electrical theory, quantum theory, these are all theories. They're not guesses.
All theories. No.
And also,
If you look at his arms,
hypotheses
you'll
are
realize this guy's
hypothetical.
only 5'2".
No, hypotheses are hypothetical, not theories. Theories are based on evidence and based on observations. So as I said before, you don't have a theory of God because you've never actually seen God.
Right.
You have no
I would actually argue
observable
it's-
evidence of God.
Can I speak, please?
I would argue he doesn't even have a
Can I have a
hypothesis.
minute?
Yeah, I
Because
agree.
To have a
Yep.
I was going to say one brief thing. To have a hypothesis, you have to have something specific. This is vague. This is
We're
vague
all-
and untestable. That is not
We're
even
all
a
on the same
hypothesis.
page.
That's worse.
Okay, we're all on the same page. So scientific, Quanta, and myself, we're all on the same page. I want to make sure that we're going to move forward in unison here. So I want to hear the theory of God. So the theory of God needs to include an explanation about how it exists, how you can falsify this concept. What can you do to prove it false? And also, what can you do to prove it true?
Well, I've come across this on my theories of everything. All right. And I studied all the top writers, and you have to have more belief in their
All the top
theories
writers, name
based
one.
on the theoretical past of their
Theories.
influences. Here's the one.
Theories of everything. Shouldn't it be a theory of everything? Because it's supposed to encompass all the things.
If you got
if it's
multiple of them.
theories,
He read Eric
it's still
Weinstein's Geometric Unity. He read the Geometric
God.
Unity.
No, he's
like-
thinking Chris Langham. He's Chris Langham fan. That's where he gets theory of everything. It's Chris Langham bullshit.
Geometry solves for everything, guys.
That's amazing. You said a whole
I'm not
truckload of
here- I ain't
words
gonna
that had no
convince you.
meaning.
I ain't going to convince
I
you.
don't think that
but
word
I'm
means what
gonna
you think
say-
it means.
I'm not going to convince you. Okay. But
So-
what I am going to say.
But yeah, go
in
ahead.
the
Bud.
beginning, okay, in the beginning, you could not create
Beginning of what?
something out of nothing.
Beginning of what?
Everything. You
Why?
could not
Why do
create
we
something
think
out
there?
of
Why
nothing.
would you? We don't believe there. We don't believe there was a beginning.
I'm a top writer now.
When Dan says everything, like, is God a thing? So is this at the beginning of God?
I don't know. I'm still stuck on this man's beard. I'm actually impressed.
Special-
the beard is pretty
special
fucking
plea-
impressive.
No, you haven't seen mine.
Well, that's
Like,
what I was gonna
that-
say.
that
I was like,
beard's
beard
a-
of empathy versus Science Man. Damn, like, can we?
Oh,
like, can
beard,
we?
the beard of empathy blows that one out of the water.
Holy shit! Yeah, it's just like that's like an Arab beard. You know what I mean? That's like you go to the Middle East, like that's like your grandpa's beard. You know what I mean?
Quanta, do you think there was a beginning?
Probably not. There are some coherent models that do describe a first moment, but at that point there's a timeless state that the universe was in. It didn't come out of nothing.
Yeah, I don't-
model
Time
predicts
is
that.
just a.
I don't believe there was
time
ever
is just
nothing.
a measurement of consciousness.
What's the
No,
what's the
time
argument
exists just
for
as much
nothing?
as space exists.
What?
Time's only available.
Jordan
between
Peterson
me and you.
nonsense
You have
is
your
that-
timing. I have my timing. There's no relevance in between.
Oh boy.
What?
The lobsters.
This is just
It's a matter of
nonsense. No,
concept.
time exists.
Yes, Lehman, can I ask you a
Time
question?
exists just as much as space exists. This is why you can actually exchange the two under special relativity. Like they are
All right.
intrinsically tied to each other.
Can we
So
go
if
back-
you are devoted into saying that time is not real, then you have to also say that space doesn't exist. And at that point,
So
that's
this
just
is-
like reductio to the point.
This is turning into a Trinity argument. You're gonna, it's everybody
Uh-huh.
arguing against me on this is what they do. You exact same thing. They all gang up. They say all their relative information out there. Let's get back.
This
to
is
the
my
beginning.
field.
Let's get back to the beginning.
I'm a physicist. This is my field.
Beginning
You're
of
a
what?
witness. You're a witness of God's creation and His rules that He's applied to it. That's what
The data does not
Amen.
support that conclusion.
Amen.
That's what I'm saying. Let's go. way
God,
back.
God would not
Let's
fill all of space with cancer-causing radiation. That would be cruel and.
Well, you know
random.
what?
Yeah, that's
heard that
ridiculous.
they
Yeah,
talk
why would he
about
do
it as
that?
Cancer-causing radiation. According to the
Maybe because God's a sick fuck.
Hey, beard your mic. Mute your mic.
Bible, used to live to be 1,000-year-old with perfect DNA.
That's not true. Okay, I
That-
can help out here.
Okay,
So
wait,
according
wait.
to
Let
wait,
me
no,
finish,
wait.
please.
There is
Let
a
me finish,
million-year-old,
please.
3.4
Let me
million-year-old
finish.
turtle
Let's talk
bone
about
with
genetics
cancer.
in DNA. So talk about genetics and DNA. Okay.
She just did.
So-
You didn't hear it?
No.
There is a
if-
million-year-old bone with cancer that, by the way, came before humans ever existed.
Can I?
And
This little
the sun
statement out.
existed
Little
before
statement.
all
Then
things
discuss
that
that.
causes cancer.
So
All right. What's your statement?
if we had perfect genealogy,
Justin played his
perfect
trap
DNA,
card,
the structures were
scientific
good,
snitch. Oh no.
what would create decay? What would create
Do you
decay?
Radiation.
just
Yes.
wait,
yes.
just out of wait
The
one
more
second. Just out
neurons
of
from the
curiosity.
radiation peering through break the DNA strands. It starts a decay process. Okay, that's
That's not how cancer works.
If-
That's not just
if-
how cancer works.
Causes point mutations, but that's not the only method.
There's many methods for cancer, but a lot of it has to do with the social engineering of the way we live.
No,
What?
give me no.
Social
Actually,
engineering. What?
no.
This
According
is-
to the UK Biobank, 58% of cancers are due to somatic
Biobank.
cell mutations, which are random, and this is also based off of a
Mutations.
systematic.
Cell mutations are
Can you,
influenced by
bro,
the
broski?
processes in what we eat, breathe.
Okay,
smoke,
you've spoken for a very long time. Can I please speak? You've let Quanta not speak. Why won't you let me speak? Okay, thank you. So, According to the UK Biobank, as well as
a
multiple other
wild
data
statement.
cohorts which can back up what I'm saying, and I can
He
cite this
can't
specific
hear
review
her.
paper
Her
and
voice
study which
is too
actually
high
analyzed this
pitched
to
for him to be able to hear.
Women can't talk.
determine what percent of mutations are due to environment versus due to somatic cell mutations, which are entirely random and accrue as you age and grow. Across multiple cohorts of data, 58% to around 60 to even upwards of like 90%, depending on the type of cancer. So for example, brain cancer specifically have between an 80 to 90% are attributed to 80 to 90% of brain cancers are attributed to somatic cell mutations, which are random mutations that accrue as we age and not due to environmental factors. That leaves only about 10% of brain cancers. Can you please let me speak? You've let Quanta not speak his entire spiel, but you're not letting me speak my entire spiel.
I know,
So,
but I want to question
as
the
I
one
said,
statement.
well, can you just let me get it all out? So now the reason why we have these somatic cell mutations is because of these things called proto-oncogenes. Now, proto-oncogenes have a dual purpose in our life. The first purpose is to allow us to grow up and also to heal injuries and also to repair whatever else we need to repair, whether it be due to eating something too hot, whether it be due to sneezing a little too hard, whether it be due to getting an infection. It repairs tissues. It also helps to grow tissues. So from being a child to an adult, you require proto-oncogenes in order to actually grow. However, over time, as your cells divide, proto-oncogenes can be mutated. And the reason for this is because things like DNA polymerase can't go back 2 spaces when it makes a mistake. Instead, it relies on other proteins to catch its mistakes for it, and even those proteins make mistakes as well. In fact, one of the DNA polymerases, which is actually involved, I believe it's DNA polymerase 5, which is actually involved in repairing these genetic mistakes, has a higher rate of mutations that it
He's
creates.
not
In fact,
listening.
there's also DNA repair mechanisms such as, oh my God.
No, his whole body language is just checked
It's
out. He is not paying attention at all.
Yeah, a woman is talking. He can't pay attention anymore.
Something double nucleotide what is it?
How does she
Double-stranded
know all these words?
non-homologous end joining. There we go. God damn, how did I remember that?
Can I ask you a
double-stranded
question now?
double-stranded non-homologous end joining, which actually innately makes a mutation just through repairing. And if a cell is not undergoing cell division, it is predominantly the kind of DNA repair that is going to happen. So you're more likely to get a mutation from simply existing than from anything else regarding like environmental carcinogens.
Okay, I wanted to go to the basic part of what you talk about, cellular mutation. Okay.
That's not what I said.
No.
Can you listen to a word? He listen to a word.
You listen real well.
No.
I'm not going to listen to all the other stuff that you added in there. We're talking about cellular mutation.
Wait.
Let's talk about it.
Wait, no. Quantonaut and deconstruction. When did I say the word meditation?
Meditation.
Never.
I didn't say it.
Mutation.
Oh my good lord. Okay. To understand
So
cell mutations, you need to
mutation.
understand.
Can I ask you a question? May I ask you?
He
a
doesn't
question,
understand
please?
cell
Okay.
division.
So
no.
if this cell is in the proper environment and
He's never heard of mitoses. Someone standing on mitoses.
He doesn't know how mutations happen. He doesn't know how cancer happens. This is oh no.
everything is the way it should be, would there be mutations?
Yes, because DNA polymerase 5, DNA polymerase 1, DNA polymerase 2, as well as non-homologous end joining, which occurs just as a product of actually existing, as well as the fact that, what else?
What you're
Okay, so
speaking
DNA
of is corrupt
polymerase,
DNA.
DNA polymerase 1 and DNA polymerase 2 are required for your cells to divide because they help to replicate your DNA for the next generation of cells. So
Right,
now
but there
DNA
was some
polymerase 1
corrupt-
and DNA polymerase 2, they're not corrupt. They're proteins
There
that
was-
duplicate your DNA. They're there to replicate your DNA so your cells can grow. Now, DNA polymerase 1 and
demons are in
DNA
the
polymerase
DNA.
2, they both can make mistakes. I believe it's DNA polymerase 1 or 2. I don't remember which one it is. But there's multiple different types of DNA polymerases. And one of the DNA polymerases, the primary one that actually allows your cells to divide. In fact, let me teacup real quick just to make sure that I tell you the right one.
Well, can I ask a question while you're doing this?
So he didn't snicker at me, but he did snicker at Scientific Snitch. Just want to point that out.
If
Yeah.
you have a DNA split or a bonding together and there's impurities in there, that's going to show up as a genetic disformation somewhere down the genomes.
He's
using the wrong
all
word.
this
you're
other
saying.
stuff. Let's go
What
back
you're
to
saying
the
does not have any basis in
Nobody but
science.
eugenicists talk about impurities in DNA.
That's why
amazing.
I
You said
went
a
to teacup
whole
real quick.
truckload of words
Wait,
that had no meaning.
Wait, that's why I teacup for a second. It's not DNA polymerase 1 or 2. Those are the repair ones. It's DNA polymerase 3. That's my bad. But DNA polymerase 3 is the primary polymerase that replicates your DNA. Now, DNA polymerase 3 cannot double check the DNA that it's replicated, and sometimes it makes mistakes. It can only double check the last nucleotide that it was replicating. So let's say it makes a mistake and then skips 2 spaces and doesn't catch that mistake. That is a DNA mutation. So no, DNA polymerase 3 will inherently make mistakes. In fact, you're making about 50-ish mistakes just by existing every minute. You're generating thousands upon thousands of DNA mutations just by existing, even if you are in the perfect environment, because DNA polymerase 3 is not a perfect protein. No protein in your body is perfect.
I agree with that.
That's the point. So even if you're in the perfect environment, these proteins will inherently make mistakes. So DNA mutations will happen even in the perfect environment.
There is no perfect environment today. It's all been contaminated, corrupted.
In your hypothetical,
it's the sin.
Would happen, even in your hypothetical.
This is like talking to a Trinitarian. You're onto everything.
What's the proof that there could be DNA and a perfect environment in which there's never decay or mutation?
Well, because I believe in the Bible, we were originally created that way.
The Bible's.
I was like, anytime he doesn't know anything, he's like, "This is like a Trinity argument." It's like, bro.
So yeah, nobody believes in the Trinity up here.
Bro's gonna hit us with the "we live in a fallen world. The world is corrupted. The fucking DNA is like filled with fucking demons." This is where we're at now. He's just lost the plot.
It's the sin nature. The sin nature.
Yeah,
science
absolutely.
Man. Hey,
the Bible, I believe, is just a witness. It's
certainly
written down.
The witness, the nonsense. How long ago did Adam and Eve get created? What, about 6,000 years?
How long ago? What?
About 6,000 years ago, Adam and Eve was created.
Hey, Nectu, good to see you, buddy. Happy Sunday.
That's what man is documented. So I don't know.
According to the
can't say
Bible,
for sure. Yeah.
Well, is the Bible documentation accurate?
Yes. But
okay, so does the Gospel of Luke, chapter 3, not give you a genealogy from Jesus all the way back to Adam?
Well, if you agree with what's written, Moses wrote the genealogy all the way back through Adam, right?
I'm asking you, in Luke chapter 3, when we get a genealogy of Jesus going all the way back to Adam, is it correct?
I've got to drop real quick. It's a little bit too late. Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks so much, Snitch. Good to hear from you. W Snitch.
But is the genealogy correct? I believe so. Time is just a concept. I mean, is a day of 1,000 years? I don't know.
I'm sure it is.
I can't say for sure.
So if the genealogy in Luke is correct, and what that means that Adam and Eve lived roughly 6,000 years ago, do you think that there's no sign of human or biological life prior to 6,000 years ago?
I don't know how to word it, but yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
that's
fine. We have settlements.
I don't know how to word it where you'll understand because
because my brain is so smooth I couldn't grasp how years work. So what we have in Turkey and in other places in the Middle East, we actually have settlements that are 12,000 years old. Okay. There's Karahan Tepe and there's also Göbekli Tepe. One's typically referred to as Stone Hill, but both of those settlements doubled the age of Adam and Eve.
Those tests are of man science, and we don't know the different decay degeneration of carbon.
We
different atmospheres, different whatever, decay carbon different. We just declared a time frame. Would you agree?
Nope.
We declared.
And you're wrong.
We know this very well.
Carbon
decays. So the one I know more is zirconium, like uranium dating, because when zirconium crystals are created, when they're formed, they are formed with a very specific, or rather, they cannot form with lead inside them. Like chemically, it is not possible for zirconium to form with lead, but they can form with uranium. And uranium decays into lead. So by looking at a zirconium crystal and taking the ratio of uranium atoms to lead atoms inside of it, we can get a very accurate date into when those crystals were actually formed because of the chemical requirements in which those have to be formed in.
Well, yeah, I could see why you would think that, but it also depends on the surrounding environment.
That's just what the data says.
Okay, now let me finish the sentence.
Imagine
please.
knowing all
you have to,
more than all of science.
To disprove
must be a heavy load to bear. Is it hard knowing that you've debunked the entire scientific community in every single field?
Well, according to my religion studies, you can debunk man almost all the way through. Religion, science, politics is the same.
God, the arrogance.
I know it must be hard being
No.
the
What I'm
seat of
saying
all
is I have a belief-
knowledge. Is the Bible
have a
true in
belief.
all that it says, or just like most of what it says?
Well, it is truth, yes. It's just
Oh,
a matter of
100%.
who's translating.
Well, do you know Greek and
Look,
Hebrew?
It'd be very easy
I do.
to prove me wrong.
Oh, you
All
do?
you have to do.
Well, I studied it all. I don't commit to memory, but
Is
yeah,
that
you
is
can
that
ask
the
me
case?
something in Hebrew.
Name
Just like the
name
word
one
church is ecclesia, which should be quahal. That's
He
a
does.
fellowship. And it's
ecclesia.
ecclesia
Kahal.
translates into
So
quahal.
kahal.
Let me say the one
There's no
Hebrew word that I
QU
know.
in Hebrew. Can you name a single verbal stem in Hebrew?
No.
Oh, okay, so you don't know Hebrew. Gotcha. Okay. So, anyways, let's go look at some
I always try to
passages in the
validate.
Bible. Maybe you can tell me if something in the Bible means what I think it means, because there's some stuff in the Bible that seems a little bit problematic to me.
Okay.
So, for example,
Shoot.
do you know who the father of Josiah is? And I'm sorry, the father of Jeconiah?
No, I could look that up easy enough.
It's in First Chronicles 3:15 and 16. It also shows up in Jeremiah. The father of Jeconiah is supposed to be Jehoiakim. Now, unfortunately, when we get to the book of Matthew, Matthew gets the wrong father. Matthew says it's Josiah. It says Josiah was the father of Jeconiah, but Josiah wasn't the father of Jeconiah.
I'd have to read in context if they're talking about the same one. There's many repeated names in the Bible.
Not
in Hebrew.
Josiah and Jeconiah.
But yeah, I don't know.
Now, also, Matthew leaves out three different individuals. So we've got the lineage from Joram to Uzziah, but there are three different generations between Joram and Uzziah. He left three of them out.
Well, can't answer.
I heard the cat in the background.
Yeah, I heard him. You. Hey, Kef. Good to see you in chat. Hope you're having a good Sunday.
Dude, do you know what the worst part about this is? And this is why Justin is so fucking deadly. Because these guys always go to like science and then like they'll never go to the Bible or whatever. Justin can play both fucking games. And that's terrifying. It's actually insane. He'll get you on the science first and then he'll drag you back down to the fucking Bible by force and then cook you there too. This guy's actually a fucking demon.
No, the funniest part of this is like he answers these questions so fast and like confident. He's like, "Oh, do you know Greek and Hebrew?" He's like, "Yes, I do." And then he's like, "Well, I mean, I do know." And then he knows one Hebrew word that he pronounces wrong. Like that's all he knows. But he knows Greek and Hebrew.
Yeah,
so
it's like
fast.
Greek and Hebrew. You're talking to a guy that knows the Hebrew. You're gonna get your shit called on. It's fucking impressive. Just like Justin is such an overqualified motherfucker, dude. He's got the 50 years of experience. He's not 50 yet.
I'm gonna drop down, guys. I'm gonna go make some breakfast. I'll see you guys around.
Sounds good. Thanks for jumping up. Hope you have a good Sunday.
I know you can't answer. And then he goes on to say the most preposterous thing in the whole chapter. It says all the generations from Abraham to David are 14 generations. That's true. Then he said from David to the deportation to Babylon, 14 generations. That's false. There's 18. He left 4 people out. Then he says from the deportation of Babylon to the Messiah, 14 generations. Wrong. There's 13 generations. He double counted Jeconiah. Bible can't even count.
How do you know he doubled the specific?
Because I'll show you. So it says from the deportation of Babylon to the Messiah. So what we can do is just backtrack. Easy enough. Let's go to the deportation. Deportation starts here. After the deportation, there was Jeconiah, who is the father of Salathiel. So that's number 1. Salathiel, number 2. Salathiel, the father of Zerubbabel. That's number 3. Zerubbabel, the father of Ubid. That's number 4. And Ubiud, the father of Eliakim. That's 5. Eliakim, the father of Azor. That's 6. Azor, the father of Zadok. That's 7. Zadok, the father of Achim. That's 8. Achim, the father of Eluid. There he goes. 9. Eluid, the father of Eleazar. That's 10. Eleazar, the father of Mathan. That's now 11. Mathan, the father of Jacob, is 12. And Jacob, the father of Joseph, and there you go.
So, Paul tells us directly on this not to get hung up on the lineage.
Also,
so there was
when I said
discrepancies.
when
there
I
were
said
discrepancies
when I
back
said I
in
double
this
counted
time.
when I said he double counted Jeconiah, he counts Jeconiah here in this set of 14. So if you take Jeconiah out, so that this first set actually equals 14, the second set doesn't equal 14, it equals 13, even when you include Jesus in the genealogy. But as it turns out, Jesus wasn't the son of Joseph.
Jesus wasn't the son of Joseph.
Wait, well, actually,
Like
let
I
me
said-
ask you. Wait,
like
do you
I
think
said,
Jesus
I'm
is the
not
son
here
of
to-
Joseph?
Like Paul suggested, I'm not here to argue genealogies.
Well, you said the Bible is true, though.
Yeah. Having discrepancies is actually more of a witness. It shows
No.
that people's different side.
What a crazy cope. Having mistakes actually makes it more true. What? What? Are we real? Are we fucking real right now?
Of their interpretation. Yeah.
It shows that they can't read.
If a
shows-
scientific
Luke and
theory
John,
predicted
Mark, Luke,
two
and John
different
all
outcomes from the exact
contradict
same
each other.
experiment, it would not be a valid theory.
The Robert
Yeah.
is
So
the
when the
truth
Bible
theory
says
is.
that something's true and it's demonstrably not true, it just means it says things that's untrue. It doesn't mean it's more trustworthy. It means it's less trustworthy.
Like I said, you have to have a belief. You have to have a belief in science, politics. They're all the
You
same.
can't-
It's all
you
the
can't
same
do it.
conception.
We don't
Okay,
have a
now we're
belief in
mentioning
science.
Politics randomly.
You do
Got
have a
it.
belief in
No, we
science.
don't.
I do want to
You
say this.
believe
What
that
do you think
your
science
science is
is?
correct. I'm
He has
sorry,
no
what?
What do
Is
you think
Justin
science
chugging a
is?
Celsius right now? What the
I
fuck?
want to hear him say what he thinks science is.
It's literally his first name. Come on.
Science is a man trying to proclaim his witness on what's actually going on.
Proclaim his
not it.
witness.
Well, it is it. That's what you got. Like I said,
I'm a
everyone-
Science is
scientist.
a
That's not what
process.
it is.
Let's take every one
Yes,
of your
science is a
arguments-
process.
Let's take every one of your arguments or your theories to the very beginning and argue that. No, we don't need to continue on.
You're
like the
assuming that there's a
Trinity.
They've been doing this the whole time.
What's the
Gravity.
argument for there being a beginning?
Electrons, the most comical thing ever. We've had 200
sorry.
years wasted now.
You don't
on
think that electrons exist?
Electrons?
I don't think that's a
experiments on them.
Celsius. Because
It's
that
not.
doesn't Celsius have like black on the rim
Yeah.
and bottom?
Yeah, I
Like
can
that
kinda
might be
see
a
the front.
claw. might
Yeah,
be
I
a
was
claw.
like, is he chugging an energy drink like a teenager right now, or is he just like, no, he's just drinking a beer? Okay.
There are no laws with claws, baby.
Yeah, but there is laws against. No, wait, there's not. He can legally say all this shit and not get reprimanded, which is great. We live in a fucking freedom of speech sorta country, but like,
sorta. Asterisks.
I wouldn't be using my First Amendment right to do this personally.
Okay,
I
I'm
build
gonna
detectors
take my
that detect
glasses.
individual
Listen to
electrons.
me.
That is like literally what I do.
Listen, to
I
me.
have
I'm gonna
seen
take my
evidence
glasses
of
off.
individual electrons
I'm
using
sorry.
machines that I have built.
I am personally offended as an electrical engineer at this moment. What do you think electricity is?
What you take it back to the wave motions, right? You've got energy.
No,
How do you
this is so.
Wait,
Are,
let me finish,
are
let
you
me finish,
are you a
let me
Tesla
finish.
guy?
Oh no, no, let
very-
him finish. I want to hear the bad
Okay.
answer.
Yeah, yeah.
What? I'm not asking about
Let
energy.
me tell
I'm
you
asking
something.
What is electricity?
Okay, it's the water and pipe concept.
I know about waters and pipes. I asked, what is electricity? What is it?
It's the exact same thing. You have a power being pushed down a water with pipe. You cut that power off.
What
with
is
a water
power?
Hammer, you get a spike.
What is
Huh?
power? What is power?
He doesn't know what
It's
he's
the
saying.
energy of motion.
What is
Being
energy?
pushed
He's
in a
making it
general
up.
direction.
What's being pushed?
What is the thing in
trolling?
motion?
Hold on, Quant. Hold on.
That's what I'm saying.
What's being pushed?
It's a wave. It's a
Wave of
It's-
what?
It's being a push.
What's a wave? A wave of what?
Magnetic energies.
What's
This
magnetic
is
energy
Dollar
made of?
Troll.
That's the problem. You can't tell me. I can't tell you.
Yeah, it's made of electrons.
No, you
yeah.
can't define.
Yeah,
You
it's
can't
Yeah,
quantum.
we
define
can.
I've
that.
actually
Oh.
run. I've actually
You can't
personally
tell
run
me
the
how a
original
magnetic field
experiment
works.
that confirmed the
shit.
existence of individual electrons, which is the Millikan oil drop experiment.
That's
It was a
absurd.
very
That's-
tedious
that's
experiment.
like
It took
going
8
back
hours to do in
double-
total.
Nuh-uh.
That's like going back to the double slit theory.
No, this is
Complete
before the
nonsense.
double slit
The theory.
experiment.
Nuh-uh.
Double
Yeah.
It's
slit.
not nonsense. It's an experiment. It has a result. You can't say an experiment is nonsense because it's just
Okay,
the data. You
okay.
can't argue with data. But the Millikan oil drop experiment is the first thing that confirmed that electricity is actually discretized. Electric charge comes in discrete individual quantities. You can only have the elementary charge and multiples of that. You can never have a fractional elementary charge on its own. This is what the Millikan oil drop experiment showed.
If you show me an electrical schematic and I do the same thing in pipes, I got the same identical forces happening. And whether I turn water on or off,
you can actually
talking about
see
pipes. What is he talking about with the pipes? Can somebody explain that? Does anybody know? What?
He's probably heard someone say like the flow of electrons before, and he thinks like he's really associating like, oh, flow, water flows, so like electricity has got to be like water in pipes.
That's fucking ridiculous. What? If that was the case, we could use water to make SSDs. What does he not realize? Like the fucking storage system on his phone uses electrons to like fucking like save data, or is he like not paying attention to that?
Wait. Have you never watched Steve Mold make a calculator out of water?
You can make a calculator out of water?
Actually, yeah, kind of.
With electricity,
you can simulate and OR gates using water.
Right, but can you make a graphics card out of water or like a CPU? No, right? Like, how does he think computers work if electrons don't exist?
God did it.
Oh yeah, he inspired he inspired Alan Turing and all of those fuckers back in the day.
No, Nave, electrons do not act like fluid.
it's the abrupt stop. Of
It's a lot of
motion
electrons.
force.
It's a lot of electrons.
That's retarded.
To be clear,
of course it is. You can actually see
so excited he's going to drop his
individual
credentials
on a
pretty
budget
soon.
at home.
Did you see the R slur?
There's little tiny particles in there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the motion
he did,
is
but-
the electrons moving through a substrate. That's what force. That's what the force is.
I can show you.
We've all done it
the results of
before.
the cloud chamber.
I
You're
mean,
moving
right
magnetic
now.
waves. You are
yeah,
not
but I was
moving
like 14.
I mean, it's
What do you
can
think
actually see
magnetic
the
waves are made of?
I was like,
what are they? Nobody
days
knows.
ago.
You can't tell me.
Christ.
That's why I said let's go back to the
equivalent.
basics.
This
Let's
is
go
so
back to the
bad.
basics.
This is so bad.
This is the equivalent of like when
Tell
I
me
debate,
how
people will tell me that
magnetic
germs do
waves
not exist.
Tell me
Look,
how gravity
you can
works.
see
can't do
individual
it.
electrons.
You can only theorize.
In this case,
No,
I
we
believe it's
can't
also
theorize.
photons, but
You're only
We know.
theorizing.
We know what they're made out of.
No,
you can see
don't.
them with your own
Yes.
eyes.
No. There is not a single.
This is
He's
a
showing
cloud
you.
chamber. You can build it on a budget. It does not cost that much
This has
to
to
do.
be an elaborate
And
troll.
you can see the individual
no,
particles
there's no way.
shooting off of radioactive sources. Some of those are electrons.
He's just stuck in the basement. His family left him like 18 years ago.
And some of them are also other
Jesus fucking Christ.
fundamental
Are you
particles like
talking about
photons,
putting plutonium
muons.
in a really dense gas?
Like,
No, it's not plutonium. You can put any radioactive material in there. When I did this back in high school, again, a high school student can do
his
this.
parents are probably upstairs. Like they died 10 years
you
ago.
know,
They're still up
you
there.
could do this.
Please
But
stop.
you can do it with like I did it with
Oh my
lead-210,
god.
which is mostly, I believe, a beta emitter, which is electrons.
But what you're
And you can see
witnessing
them. You can
is
see the
energy
electrons.
Would you agree you're witnessing energy escaping?
Energy is not a physical thing. Energy is a property of matter.
Yeah, this is like
It takes energy
physics.
to kick.
Nave, you don't use fluid when talking about electrons. Trust me, I'm an electrical engineer.
What you're
Physics
calling a particle
101. Like I literally, when I was in high
yeah.
school physics, I learned that energy isn't a thing that exists on its own. Energy is a measurement of things that do exist. When it changes
It's like
either
velocity.
position or velocity, it has energy.
Mhm.
It's the measure of change in physical,
measure,
in
yes.
the real world. So energy
yeah,
isn't a thing
specifically-
that exists on its own.
I totally agree.
Even at this
Specifically, it's a
basic level, if you
conserved
want to talk
Miller
about like
quantity that actually
particles,
isn't
maybe that
even
represent
conserved on the
energy. You
cosmic
could
scale.
talk about like
Like on the
bosons.
cosmological scale, energy is not even a well-defined concept.
Well,
Because
listen,
energy is
trying to
defined
get
as a conserved Noether quantity over time translation symmetry, which
I'm
the
saying
universe on
you-
cosmological time scale does not obey.
You can witness energy. Okay, there's the witness.
Why do you
There's
keep using the word
something's being done.
witness?
He has no idea what
Because
that
that's
word
all,
means.
that's what science should be, and it's not. Science should only be a witness. Instead,
Science is a
they're
process.
theories,
It's not what you
and
want
they're-
it to be.
science
Hey,
is a process.
science man, what type of scientific training have you engaged in? Do you have any post-secondary education?
I was an honorary engineer.
This man didn't graduate
and,
high school,
founding
let alone
member
middle school,
of
maybe.
Lowest League of Independent Scientists.
No, say you said honorary engineer, not like an actual like degree holding engineer. Like
This guy did not
honorary
go to-
means fucking shit.
It's
This guy,
engineering
like-
without the engineering.
This guy went
Let's
to
go.
trade school at like the age of like
Let's
11,
go.
and that's fine. But like,
You know what?
fucking-
This is the only time that I would say if he were just to tag Cafe in, like that, it would be an improvement. Just this one time.
guess who's in chat, right?
So what I'm asking is, do you have any post-secondary education?
No, I don't have any orthodoxy in the Trinity Church.
Okay, so the
oops.
reality is you don't have any at all
My bad.
scientific training. Why
Oh,
do
I
you
bet the
think
Christians
in
think
order to
he's
become a
crazy,
scientist
too.
you have to go to school?
Why do you think you have to?
Yeah.
I don't.
And
I
what is an
would
honorary
highly
engineer, by the
suggest
way?
most people don't.
I know. Actually, that's burning a hole in my brain too. You're an honorary engineer. Did I hear that right?
I'm an
I don't know
honorary
how you wanna
surgeon.
put
Let
it.
me operate.
What's an
please.
33
honorary-
years of
What's an
33
honorary
years of
engineer?
engineering, manufacturing process equipments, and a manufacturing of graphene.
So you knew manufacturing pretty well.
Very well.
So you designed things. What did you design?
Equipment for production mainly. That was my funnest part, anyways.
Okay, so
He worked
Outside
one
of doing
place for his
consulting
entire
for
life.
any,
That's what that means.
companies that had related issues.
sure, but in none of this training did you ever actually go to a science class?
No. Well, I mean, yeah, electrical safety courses and all that, but just
The
nothing much.
safety course is not an actual class.
Yeah.
Right.
I've taken like 18 radiation
You-
safety training courses. Those are not actual science courses.
Okay, so here's the thing, science man. So I have like my background
I was
is in
also a
physical
cross
studies and
guard
electrical
for an
engineering. Those are
elementary
my
school.
Are you an
credentials.
orthodox,
You know what's
ex-Trinitarian
funny?
type thing?
If you explain it to this guy in like terms of like shit that like he'll care about instantly, I promise you'll switch up. Like if I was like, hey, I have like an honorary degree in finance and I never took like a finance class in my life. Will you let me manage all of your life savings? Do you think he would say yes? No, because that's a fucking insane risk. Why would he do that? But with anything else, it's like fuck no. Like we can just do whatever for anything else, I guess.
I'm an atheist. So my background is in electrical engineering, specifically
I could
robotics,
manage his
and
life savings
also
on a
in
fucking
biblical
etch a
studies.
sketch, I bet.
And I stick to those topics. Like I don't speak to authority on topics I don't
This
know
guy
about.
is
That's why I have
cooked.
great friends like Quanta and Ems who actually do have training in these fields. The reality is, I realize that there are some things that you found on the internet that make it sound like all of science is lying and your Bible is true.
Cafe, pay
But I need
attention.
you to think for 5 seconds that
Science
maybe
made Dan's on.
this man up here on the screen, Dan, doesn't know all things. Maybe the people who have spent 12 to 15 years getting PhDs in these field of studies know more than the guy who didn't take a single class. What's more likely? The guy that didn't take a single science class knows more than people like Einstein and Faraday.
Can I give you an example?
I do want to
Not the cat,
before
not
you
his
answer,
cat.
taking classes, it's more than just taking classes. It's like actually physically running experiments and doing original research. It's not just like regurgitating what I'm told. That's not how science training actually even works.
It's not like sending your kid off to school and they come back woke as hell. That's what
We're talking about science. They're not coming back woke.
Oh,
They're coming back
come
educated. And if being
on.
educated,
All you do is woke.
it
Stop
scares
sending-
you, that seems like a
If that's
problem for
education,
you.
It's an abomination.
What's
How
abominable
dare they
about
come
learning
back
things?
with perspective?
Because we're
Because
learning.
it scares you that your religion might be a fairy tale, and
He's
it
gonna
bothers you,
mention-
and like you get uncomfortable in your tum that facts don't care about your feelings.
And yeah, in actual science courses, we have what are called labs, where you encourage students to do their own experiments. Obviously we teach them how to set up the experiment, what the process is, but like it's up to them to actually run the experiment and see the result for themselves. Like
Yeah, I
we
fucking
say,
hate
don't take our word for it, do it yourself and see.
Okay.
And that's what we
Yes,
do.
but what
and
I'm saying-
that's how we learn.
So example, This is good science. You take chemical A and mix it with chemical B, and you come up with C. There's no problems there. Your witness.
Yeah, it's like
It's a
elementary
witness.
school.
So therefore,
So
that's
where's the
something
science there?
solid to base it on.
That's
right?
not
Did you
what
say?
Where's the
science is
science?
at all. You're forgetting the whole key thing
No,
about
that's
making
why
a
I'm saying
prediction.
science should be.
What do you think the
Science should be
scientific
a
process
witness.
is there, Simon Dan?
What do I think it is?
What's the scientific process?
Well, listen to
I
the
got a
lady
philosophy
who
of
was.
science, a
listen
philosophy
to
of
the
physics
lady.
textbook, and we can crack it open right now. And
Listen to the lady that was talking about cellular mutations that was on here, right? She went to the orthodoxy school of what is actually happening instead
I'm still,
she
I'm
does
still
actual
waiting.
research.
But what does that even mean?
Yeah, I'm still
What
waiting
that
for an answer to the
means-
question.
Orthodoxy school.
What that means?
He has no
is-
idea. He's just using a bunch of words he's never used before.
So listen.
He just calls everything that doesn't agree with him
you a
orthodoxy.
question? You said
Yeah,
you
this
had
is
hundreds
cringe.
of years of learning
It's
and teaching
woke.
in the science, right?
Who said that?
You said that.
Hundreds
I
of
didn't say
years?
that.
You said
Hundreds?
you had just mentioned that.
You think I'm hundreds of years
100
old?
Years
You
of
look good.
documentation
I'm doing pretty good for
of
being
the
post
science.
100.
So what?
All right,
what
Okay, pretty
happens?
good.
Science man,
what happens
here's the
now?
thing. At this point, I'm feeling like this is like we're engaging in elder abuse.
I just want to talk about the basic
You don't.
concepts of what you guys believe.
No,
and
you
keep
have
moving on
you
to
have
all
no
this
idea
orthodoxy.
what's happening right now. You're completely lost and concussed. You don't know enough about science to even engage in any of these conversations. You don't even have a baseline to begin. It'd be like me
I'm
trying.
trying to get to a baseline. You guys are going.
Well, you're
way
definitely not going to do it by coming here. We're not here to teach you. Like we're gonna debunk your bad arguments, but we're not here to teach you the basics of like what is the scientific method. Like that's something you've got to go and Google on your own. But I'm assuming you think that
I
all
have
the
a good book.
websites on science are like put together by like BlackRock or some evil cabal, and you're not going to trust them, and that's fine. If you think conspiracy theories are somehow are more credible than people with PhDs, that just tells us that you're not equipped for this conversation.
I do have a good textbook if you do want to actually dive into the real philosophy of science and physics, which is Philosophical Concepts in Physics by James T. Cushing.
I just
And,
wanted
you know,
to talk
you can
basic
see-
concepts and how we got to where we were.
Quintanot, could
I
you
apologize.
Concepts.
I
Slide
can
in
see
the-
that you're-
is the one who
there's
wrote
no
it.
difference
What are we
here.
talking
Oh
about?
yeah, maybe I need to check the
His name must be on
the
it.
back if his name is listed in there at all.
Hey,
Hmm.
Science man, what's it
Not
mean to be
seeing it.
transgendered?
What does it mean to be? Well, there's
boy.
no such thing as transgender. So,
I'm asking, what does the word mean?
Oh, for fuck's sake.
well, it means that you're going to be what you want. That's what it means.
Okay, and
There's
you
no
think
such
that
thing. That's a concept word.
Yeah, so
and that's
so
like
if
a
I
trade.
if I want to be a doctor and I go to med school,
How are we getting to transphobia now? What the fuck?
I called it like 10 minutes ago.
Because he said woke, so Justin's just fucking with him.
I immediately saw it coming.
am I transgender? Like what type
Like
of
I said,
definition is
it's a
that?
Trinity
Give an actual
word.
definition.
It's nonsense. There's no
So-
such thing.
just to be clear, you don't know what the word transgender means?
Oh,
Well, I know what it is.
So
Yes.
funny.
Well, I'm waiting for a definition. What's the definition?
It's somebody who wants to transform their gender.
Okay, so you think it's someone who wants to transform their gender. That's what you're sticking with?
Yeah, it's a mental disorder.
You think it's a mental disorder? Can you show me that in the DSM-5?
No, I'm saying it's a made up word. I can't show you.
So, I mean, the book that we diagnose people with, the DSM-5.
That's rich.
The
Yeah.
diagnostic manual.
We're the ones with the
Is that in there?
The motherfucker that thinks electrons aren't real.
I think
Made
you're
up concept, there's a
diagnosable.
document.
I think so. You don't think that we should use people's preferred pronouns, probably, huh?
I'm sorry, I didn't realize where we were at here.
I'm just asking. This is going to go somewhere. I promise. You're going to love it.
No, it ain't. This
Do you
is
think?
science.
Do you think we
This
should
is so
use?
made up. You're
Do you
using
think we
a
should use
word-
somebody's preferred pronouns?
You're using a mental disorder to describe an actual
I might.
physical.
Well, trust me. I am describing a mental disorder right now, and you're going to figure out in a second if you actually engage. So,
Well,
do you
I
think
don't
that we should use people's preferred pronouns?
I don't even care to address them as a pronoun.
Okay, so the
or
answer is
anyone,
no. You
unless it's
don't
someone
believe
I
we
meet.
should use people's preferred pronouns. Now, if for somebody to be referred to as a he, him, do you believe that you need to have like a penis and the right chromosomes?
If I'm introduced to somebody, I'm gonna address them as who I was introduced to. I don't need to get into all this.
But I'm asking you, like, if somebody
this is
if somebody
ludicrous.
says I would prefer to be.
All right, I finally found a clip I needed to play. Let me get to the right spot. Okay, here.
I'm dying of laughter right now.
You know what?
Yay!
Woke, gay. You just do this stupid stuff.
Anytime I hear woke now, I think of this Ian clip. Woke, gay.
That was funny.
What makes somebody a he him?
I'll make you a T-shirt, RP. That says it.
There is no he,
I would wear the shit out
There's
of that.
just a being.
Well, as it turns out, there are he hims. They're called pronouns. You use them every time you read the Bible. Did you know that?
Yeah, when Jesus says "I am he," is that not real?
What's a pronoun compared to the English compared to the Greek?
We're talking about
It's an
pronouns
address. It's
in
an
language, because as it turns out, Greek and Hebrew have pronouns too. That doesn't fix the problem. What I'm trying to get
What
at
a
here is,
stupid-ass
do you
question.
believe that it's wrong, that it's woke, to use somebody's preferred pronoun? So, for example, if somebody doesn't have a penis, should we still use he, him?
I'm going to address the person in the way I was introduced. I don't have to get into the weeds on that.
You're refusing to because you know that your God has preferred pronouns, doesn't he? What makes your God a he, him?
Sure.
Well, actually, he's not really a he or a him. He's an I don't know how you word it.
So how come you never call it she? Why do you always say he?
Women.
See, now, just God alone is a misleading title. There's many gods.
God refers
So
to
who are you
himself as a
addressing?
he. God refers to himself as a he. Is God a he?
It's not really, like I said, answerable.
I didn't want to get into it. If I called God as
I'm telling
if
you.
I called God as she, if I said she all the time, her and she, would that be a problem?
So you can't gender God is basically what I'm saying.
But God gendered himself. God says that I am he. So I'm asking you, why would it be a problem if I said that God is a she?
I mean, he didn't address himself as I as he.
Oh, all the
Messiah-
time, yeah.
Messiah did it. No, he
No,
is
no.
I am. I
God-
am who is.
God
who
refers
was,
to
and who
himself
will be.
as a he him.
He has to be. He's obsessed with
I don't know
dicks,
if you're looking
kids,
that
and
up.
balls, and he
But,
doesn't know how
you don't
vaginas
have to
work.
gender God. I mean, you just
God genders God.
Isn't there like a whole passage in Isaiah where like God is like bragging about how big his dick is? Or am I tripping? That's a thing that exists. No,
I'm not aware of it, but I could see it.
yeah, it was like it's as big as like it was as big as like the entire room.
Oh
or
no,
something.
that's Ezekiel. That's like
Yeah.
that's Solomon. That's like a Solomon poem or some shit.
Right, but like it's the idea is there. It's like, okay, well, dude's got Schmeat at least. We know that. Although I think he's overcompensating and probably lying. But that's just me.
well, pull that up because the only one I know that says that is Messiah, Yeshua HaMashiach.
Okay.
And I've already told you I don't believe in the 2,000 years of teachings of the Trinity as a witness.
Yeah, you don't believe that Jesus is God. All right, give me a second. So to be sure, every time God is called the Father in the Bible, that's improper.
No, that's creation. That's the 10 Commandments.
Well, would it be wrong to could we not call him Mother?
Yes.
Creator.
So if you look at the 10 Commandments, they're split into two, right? The bottom last commandment on the left, this is called the God stone. The one stone on the right is called the man stone. Okay. So the parents are included in the first 5 commandments because why? A man and a woman created. They created you.
Are you going to answer my question or are you going to ramble?
This cracker's serious.
I don't know. I don't. What's your?
What would be
restate it.
wrong with calling God mother?
Just because that takes on the Eve side of things.
No, Eve's a
Adam
human
was
being.
created first.
God's not a
Adam was
human
created-
being.
Adam was created first. Eve was out of Adam, right?
Also,
No, you don't
in
read
the Hebrew language, God always uses the masculine verbs.
Yes, it's masculine for
Okay,
sure.
so God takes
Because
masculine verbs all the time, and he
now
says
wait.
It's masculine.
and he
for
refers to
sure.
himself as a man of war in the masculine, Exodus 15:3.
God drives a Ford F-150, drinks a Budweiser, shoots a fucking AR-15. God eats at Hardee's, Carl's Jr. He gets an extra big-ass burger, 3-pounder, extra cheese. He doesn't go to no doctor like a pussy. God's a real man.
He's a fucking big lobster, dude. He's a big fucking lobster. Oh, you're killing.
So he takes on masculine pronouns every time and masculine verbs every time. Also, Deuteronomy 4:35 says Yahweh, He is God.
That comes out of the Torah because the leader is always the male. The female is not. That's why
Because
he would
again,
do-
it says Yahweh, He is God.
Yes.
So did the author
Well,
of
you
this
have
passage lie?
You have to address.
Is it like women too
Right.
much, huh?
Did the author lie?
The leaders are always going to be referred to as a he or
Yeah, I
whatever
don't
because it's a
think so.
masculine noun.
Did the author
Out of the
lie?
Hebrew.
Still asking you. Did the author lie? Yes or no?
No.
Okay, so when the author says that He is God, is it not a he?
It's just referring to the masculine noun, like you said. It's
So then-
it's not saying he's male.
So then, what
It's
would be
saying
wrong with
he's
saying
the
mother?
leader
What would be wrong with saying Mother God?
because mother is not the leader.
It doesn't matter. God doesn't have a
It's
gender.
an
He's
acquisition
not
of title.
he's not a mother or a father. A mother or a father has ain't nothing to do with the leadership.
See, this
because
goes on to like the
because as
naming.
it turns out, there are men who are not leaders.
So this goes on to like the naming. Then you usurp the naming in the Hebrew because they're not actual names; they're titles. Okay. And when you convert it into a name, you've also lost some meaning there. I'll give you an example. Jesus. Okay. Depending on oral articulations, they vary throughout. You got Yeshua, whatever you want to say. That is Yah, which is God, saves.
Yehoshua.
Okay.
That's not what that means.
Yahuwah,
It is what that
Yahuwah.
means.
That's
No,
what it
Yah
was.
is not the Hebrew word for God. You're just
Yeah,
as bad at biblical studies as you are at science.
So there you go. You can tell me, Mr. Guy.
So
what
Yah
Yah
is not
means.
Yah's not the name
know, there's-
of God. It's an abbreviated
his
form
formal name.
of Yahu. Yahu is the form that they were using for Yahweh in the southern Levant near Egypt. It's popular in Elephantine. It's popular in like the Midianite region. But if you go north, Yahweh was the appropriate name for God. Both
Yah-
forms show up in the Bible depending on where the text comes from.
Yah is just a representation of the Tetragrammaton. It's just
It's not.
It's a way of addressing.
It's
I'll
not,
give you an
though.
example. You replace the J in the English language and put a Yah in front of it. Okay, you know hallelujah. It's hallelujah.
Yeah, we're
And
aware.
that he even let us.
We're
address
aware,
that.
and I addressed that, and you weren't listening. I said Yah is an abbreviated form of Yahu, which is an official name of the same God. If you look at the Elephantine papyri and some of the other ancient artifacts that
Well,
we have, Yahu is a popular name for Yahweh, which was used in the southern Levant, not the northern Levant. In the northern Levant, they used Yahweh.
You're citing Greek papers there.
Nope,
Why?
Hebrew.
No, you're citing
Hebrew.
Greek.
I'm citing Hebrew. Hebrew.
The guy that doesn't know
The
a lick of
Elephantine
Hebrew or
papyri.
Greek, he's ass.
we've got all.
Right? Yeah, like he was already demonstrated to not know fucking shit about Greek or Hebrew. So like, fucking A.
All kinds.
You're saying papyri. That's Latin right there. It's in the word you're
feeling
speaking.
mystical.
I don't think you understand. Something being written on
Dude,
papyri
you're
has nothing to do with the
reciting-
language it was written in.
Nobody knows the exact oral enunciations of the Paleo Hebrew. So we're just communicating here.
This is
It's all gonna be
crazy.
sounding different.
This is
No, it
crazy that you think the word papyri dictates the language that's written on it.
Absolutely.
So do you think that all papyri has Greek writing on it?
I don't know. I haven't
I'm
seen it all.
asking
I can't
you.
say.
I'm
I
asking
don't know.
you.
But I'm telling you, it's got a Greek concept right there out of the get-go.
It doesn't. I'm going to show you an image. I'm going to show you an image of the.
Also, I learned this from Thinker. Paleo Hebrew isn't like, how the language is pronounced. Paleo Hebrew is a type font. It's like saying like no one knows how Times New Roman sounds or how Comic Sans sounds.
It's a font? Are you fucking serious?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
So-called elephantine papyri, which I assume you've literally never looked at. This is a copy
That looks like Dead Sea Scrolls.
of one of the elephantine papyri. It's written on papyrus. The reasons why it's on papyrus is because it's from Egypt. They use papyri in Egypt. The language is in Biblical Aramaic, not in Greek. The reason why it's in Biblical Aramaic is because it's written by a bunch of Jews that lived in Egypt. Jews who lived in Egypt used the language. The Essenes didn't write this. This was discovered in Egypt. This is from Elephantine, a region in Egypt. There's a Jewish settlement. I know you don't know because you don't look anything up. There's a settlement in Egypt called You do need to know this because you're completely incapable of understanding anything because you don't look anything up. You've done no research. This is why you have honorary titles rather than real titles. The papyri that comes from Egypt doesn't dictate the language that's written on it. We have papyri from Egypt written in dozens of different languages. The people who are writing dictate the language that goes on the papyri.
Yes.
No. You see, like if a paper comes from America, it can only have English written on it. If a paper comes from China, it can only have Chinese written on it. If a paper comes from the fucking moon, it can only have wingdings on it.
What's a wingding?
You don't know wingdings?
No.
Open up like a Google Doc and like change the font to wingdings and have fun.
Okay.
It's embarrassing. Dan, I've never met somebody so overconfident in their abilities and so underprepared. To actually engage in any details or specifics. I've been doing this for 2.5 years, maybe 2.5 years now. I've never met somebody so underskilled and overconfident in what they think they know. This is a train wreck, Dan. I hope you don't have like grandchildren watching this.
This is bad.
Oh, I'm
This is
just
really
trying
bad.
to point out
This virgin does not have
grandchildren.
grandchildren.
Talk a basic concept with me, and you go on to all your papyries. I'm like, I don't care. Let's go back to the basics.
You can't follow anything. You don't know the basics.
If I want to do a scientific test, right? And I'm going to write my reports on what I witnessed. If my first step is off, the whole thing is off. And that's what I want to address is the first step of science, the first step of man,
What's
the first step of religion.
What's the first step in the scientific process?
Whatever you want to process.
We can verify it right here.
You can tell me somebody's words on it.
So you don't know.
It's literally just the scientific method. Do you know who even came up with the scientific method?
It is science, of course.
Yeah.
That is where the name comes from.
But like, do you know who's commonly ascribed as having developed the scientific method?
Nope.
No, of course not. It's Sir Francis Bacon.
And what does that prove? What does that piece of really help?
That I want the first person who described what this method should be.
It demonstrates that you haven't spent. You haven't spent 5 minutes. These are a bunch of shower thoughts that you've stringed together that you think other people need to hear. These are bad shower thoughts. They're not even good shower thoughts. These are
not even good shower thoughts.
These are embarrassing shower thoughts, is what they are. So no one can hear you. We're officially done here. I think we've wasted like an hour on this call, and there's never going to be any progress because you're incapable of listening. And you're incapable of following dialogue. You're the one that can't follow dialogue, not us. So you don't know science. You don't know the Bible. You don't know anything. The best thing you can do for yourself is stop pretending like you know things and go take some classes. Go take some classes and learn something from actual experts, not from the internet. The internet's not your friend. Whatever like internet forum you learn this information on, go to Amazon, buy a book. Go to archive.org and get a free one. Get a free book from archive.org.
Oh no, he's gonna get archive.org fucking flagged now that he fucking met. Good going, Justin. Good going. Piracy's dead now.
So good.
Yeah, thanks for suggesting that, Jason. That was a good
Yeah,
one.
this was a funny caller. I'm pissed I missed this live. Holy shit.
It was good enough that like it kept me awake for the time that like I've been like slowly kind of drifting off.
Okay, well, I got work and I'm so fucking hungry, and Francis Bacon just made me hungrier. So I'm gonna go eat. Y'all have fun. This was funny as shit though.
Yeah, thanks for hopping on. Hope you have a
You're
good Sunday.
you're
Bye. Oh yeah.
Hey Gretchen, you still around? Gretchen.
All right, I'm gonna dip. See you.
All
Love
right.
you.
Yep,
Go to
thanks
my
for-
mic die.
Oh god damn.
Oh, Gretchen jump scare.
Jesus.
I'm starting to mess my words up because my Seroquel's kicking in.
I've been like popping off one-liners this whole time.
Oh
I didn't realize
no!
my mic was dead.
You must have thought we were just fucking ignoring you. That's. I'm sorry.
No, not really. Like I wasn't really talking to anybody. I was just, just my, smart ass little, comments from the top rope.
Well, that was a solid clip. But I think it's time I go lay down for a bit before mezzo and unapologetic and all of that fun stuff.
Okay. Oh shit! I haven't actually got anything to. Because Mezzo's coming on early today at like 7. He's gonna do Atheist Sunday School from 7 to 9, and that's it.
Oh, that's nice. That'll be I think even before unapologetic starts.
No, Unapologetic is at 8, so.
Oh, okay. Never mind. But at least a little more mezzo before unapologetic.
Yeah. So, hell, that's in what, 2 hours, 15 minutes?
You said 7?
Yeah.
tonight?
It's 4:45 right now.
Oh yeah. See, I can't do math on Seroquel. You can't expect me to do that on my sleeping medication. Okay.
Okay. Well.
Yep. Thanks everyone in chat for
hate
hanging out.
to do this to everybody, but let's just kill it.
Okay. Should
That
I
way.
play an outro?
Hmm?
Should I play
Yeah,
outro?
I just will throw up a song or two, and that way I can go get something to eat before mezzo, because otherwise I'm gonna just fucking crash. I won't be able to make it to UA or anything. So.
Well, since we just watched Justin, we can start with Rock Hard for Doug, and then we'll finish with Async.
Cool. Oh, are we doing UA today, or are we just gonna like throw that into our Sunday night thing now?
I'm not sure. I'll have to talk to Neck too. See what his availability is.
Because that kind of screws with me.
Yeah.
Because
maybe
if we're gonna
we do start
roll it
incorporating
into our Sunday night shows, then That's cool. I was gonna say I don't think I can keep doing the Sunday afternoon ones. I just don't.
Yeah, because like I honestly need like that time to like be able to crash in the afternoon and get a nap before we do our Sunday evening stream too.
Me too. Otherwise, I won't make it. So,
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
yeah, let's talk to Nectar and figure that one out, because it's too much for me.
All right, folks. Well, thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. Hope you all had as much fun as I did. Thanks to everyone that came up on the panel tonight. We had Nobody, Robin, Skeptics and Scoundrels, Jason, NB, Beard of Empathy. Am I missing anyone else that was a panelist?
It had me until my mic died. And I'm looking at the time. It was probably like, what, an hour ago?
Oh, man. I'm sure there's some good one-liners in there, too.
There was. I don't remember them, but I mean, shit. That's funny.
All right, folks. Well, I'm sure I'll see you in the chats today. Hope everyone has a good Sunday, and we'll see you in the next one.
Bye.
Chat is like a mosh pit where the idea cosmic snack attack. Justin shouts the gospel of the beat and the bass. Show us Christian love and make that baby pace. To set the flame to high, let the feedback be the guide. A dog's pretzel factory, we rock and shout with pride. One last chorus screaming as we raise our fist in time. Rock hard for Doug, let's go. It's just in time. Justin on the mic like a prophet at the grill. Roasting bad ideas till they're smoking on the hill. Doug's pretzel factory open 3 days a week. Serving twisted revelations, salted, crunchy, extra.
You dress up doubt in velvet robes, throw dead men's quotes like holy stones, name drop Plato and wave your hands like a mystery will make us understand. You sell transcendence cheap online with cherry-picked and twisted lines, a sermon built from smoke and mirrors, preaching louder cause the truth gets nearer. You claim spirituality, philosophy and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. Whoa, whoa, you want salvation with the spotlight glow. Whoa, but the house always wins the holy show. You wear gullibility like couture, but every answer sounds rehearsed. You quote the saints, ignore the science, then call your contradictions guidance. A martyr complex in high heels, selling wounds that never healed. You need an enemy to justify the glitter in your bloodshot eyes. You claim spirituality, philosophy, and historicity, but all you got is sophistry. We don't believe your silly fairy tales, but we're ready to talk about it if you want to. We'll even fight about it if you need to. So light the match, strike up the choir, turn your doubt into wildfire. We're dancing on the altar rails tonight. You call it faith, we call it theater, cheap illusions dressed up deeper, but everybody loves a beautiful lie. And if heaven's just a green room backstage, then who's been writing all your lines? You pray in public for the applause, then curse the crowd when they don't buy. By the way, darling, not sure if you know this, but we absolutely noticed that your family values venom has infected your whole system now. It's dripping on your ballots, making every vote a weapon. Your blind faith inspired prayers are now our Christo-fascist nightmares. Light the match, strike up the choir, watch the city drown in fire, while angels smoke outside the venue doors. You wanted prophets, you got performers, broken hearts and false informers, singing hallelujah like it's war. Well now welcome to Async.